All right, well, welcome everybody. Shall we turn our attention to each other and the screens? With that. So thank you all for being here very promptly. And this is an exciting meeting. I think one that represents the culmination or near culmination of quite a bit of work on everybody's part. Both within the committee and then with all the groups that you've consulted with and individuals. So thank you for that. I want to give a quick agenda overview and then we will do the roll call. You know, it's very exciting for everybody concerned. But I did want to just take a moment to acknowledge that this is a pretty significant undertaking that we're involved in, because setting targets for the natural and working land sector as a whole is an incredibly important part of what the state can do to meet its climate goals. And I want to underscore climate as opposed to carbon goals, even though this is related to the scoping plan. We had all agreed in the very beginning that while we were paying attention to carbon emissions reductions and the impact on the atmosphere from that perspective, we're also aware of other greenhouse gases and broadly of the climate adaptation and mitigation impacts that we can achieve in this sector. And reviewing the materials that just went up on the website yesterday, I think it's clear how significant that contribution can be, both from a carbon perspective and from a climate perspective. And so the opportunity to be able to recommend targets and approaches for the state is something that I find very exciting. And I think every one of us hopes that the state is going to take these very seriously and integrate a number of them in that. And that particularly that's true from the near-term point of view. One of the other points of agreement we had from the very beginning was we wanted to be recommending things that have impact in 5 and 10 years. So that this was not something that was a far-off investment that we were putting money into now to see results in 5 or 10 years, but we can see results immediately in the near term from that. And I think from areas where we know we just need to know more, and certainly those are aspects of the blue carbon arena and wetlands and maybe having better mapping for things like riparian forests, to where we know we can have immediate impact from the carbon perspective, for example, in forest and agriculture, and impacts on water availability, on the quality of food, on the quality of people's urban lives. So both direct emissions reductions and really significant indirect ones, such as in the developed space. So we're looking forward to a lively discussion and debate here. The way our agenda has paid out, we have about 30 minutes for each subsection for the committee. That is for the presentation by committee groups and by discussion from the committee. And then we will have public discussion after that. So we have these time segments there. And just for the folks who are looking at this remotely, there are a number of new slides that will be going up as each group presents. We want to flag that for everyone's attention within that. And we will have public comment at the end of a first segment of working group reports and then a second segment after the lunch break. So that is going to be how we're handling the public comment. And we are likely to limit public comment to 2 to 3 minutes per person speaking in order to allow everybody time to speak. So with that, and then just a reminder on our products, we have this meeting, we have a few days to finalize things before we then submit it into the state for the 20th.
Sorry, now
I think that's the time. That was the
reinforcement.
State feedback is the bottom of the front. Okay. So we will move forward with that. And so with that, let's go to the roll call. And I'm going to go in alphabetical order because that's how my list is done. So, Christy.
Here.
You sure?
Thankfully.
Okay. John.
Here.
Chelsea.
Here.
Nathaniel.
Aye.
and William. Matt. Is Matt online? William?
Here.
Laura?
Here.
Connor?
Here.
Debbie?
Here.
Mark?
Here.
Harry?
Here.
Melissa, is she joining us late?
She's going to join. She thought around 2 p.m.
Okay. Myself, I think I'm here. Marion?
Here, online.
Well, thank you so much. First up, deserts.
Okay.
Marion?
Yep. Can you hear me okay? And Connor and Chelsea and myself were part of the desert subcommittee. And so I'm going to just very quickly review our recommendations. And then also, it's hard for me to see everybody in the room, so I just want to open the door for Connor and Chelsea to also chime in as you see fit. But I'll get us started just by reviewing. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to work on this, and also thanks to all the stakeholders and experts out there that helped to provide some really important information, all the research that's out there that helped us think about this very important part of California. And I don't think I really need to review the importance of the desert landscapes in California. There's a lot of great information in the NWL Climate Smart Land Strategy, the fourth climate change assessment, and the California Climate Adaptation Strategy, which I think summarizes really the importance of this area for both biodiversity, for support of health and human services, and of course for the importance of carbon sequestration in the area. I think I'm just going to quickly go to the recommendations, and we had 4 main recommendations around this area. And first is, aligned with the 2022 scoping plan, and in order to prioritize short-term carbon stocks, the recommendation is to minimize disturbances for what we phrased as sparsely vegetated habitats. And that's linking back to a definition in the plans that I referred to above, which includes deserts. It also includes coastal dunes and scrubs, but we're leaving that part out because we're really focusing on deserts. And the priority action is for no further land conversion aside from the estimated approximate 2,600 acres per year that's associated with city growth. Our second recommendation is for land conversion considered occurring outside of estimated city growth. So in other words, new development is not recommended. If certain land conversion is necessary, then appropriate carbon sequestration mitigation, adequate for timescales relative to desert ecosystems, is required. Our third recommendation is to accelerate the 2022 scoping plan conservation recommendation of 15,000 acres per year to a minimum of 15,000 acres per year, and beyond that, a maximum feasible acreage. So what that means is we're in alignment with that 15,000 acres per year and very strongly suggest a target beyond that. And then finally, restoration activities. While we do understand that there is a difference in the timescales between what restoration can do today and for short and long-term carbon sequestration, there's a reason to pursue restoration. We think those should be targeted towards invasive species removal, for example, tamarisk and other species, and also recommend the restoration of riparian zones, and this is part of the cross-cutting initiatives as well, in order to prioritize short and long-term carbon stocks and important co-benefits associated with these activities. And one thing I want to say about co-benefits is that in the desert landscapes, co-benefits are an extremely important part of these carbon sequestration mitigations. The Areas defined as deserts in California are already taxed in terms of the water demand. And forecasts show that water demand is only going to increase. Climate change is only going to impact those. And so restoration is very important to sort of maintain the habitats as they can be, so that these co-benefits, for water retention, essentially water use, can benefit the ecological and human communities in all of these areas. We very much recommend also consultation with all the important people that are involved with these decisions. There are 12 known groups of tribal communities that are associated with the deserts area of California. There are over 1 million people who live in these desert regions. It's important for agriculture, it's important for life, it's important for health and human quality of life. And as important is the ecosystem properties of these areas. And so no work can be done without extensive consultation, and we want to just highlight the importance of those. I'll stop there. That's just a brief summary of our recommendations. I want to open it up to Connor and Chelsea if they have any other additions to our segment.
I think she did an excellent job of explaining everything. Great job, Marianne. Thank you.
Yeah, great job, Maria.
Thanks.
So, questions from the committee? I have a couple of others done.
I have a question that's more or less in self-interest from, is that you have this number of 2,607 acres or something of urban development, planned urban development in desert ecosystems. Very specific estimate. I was wondering where you got that number, if it's available for other habitats as well. We'd like to know.
Yes, that number came from some of the modeling work that had been done that we're all considering here, and that is in the 2022 California Natural Working Lands Climate Smart Land Strategy. And let's see, I'm just making sure I get that right, and that's not part of the climate adaptation strategy, but I believe I'm correct there. It's the 2022 California NWL Climate Smart Land Strategy. And the modeling work there had been focused on what the estimate of development that's associated with existing populated centers is. And so that is just essentially a development estimate that had been put forth in those efforts there. I'm not sure if that has been done for all parts of the state, but for the relative parts for the deserts communities, that's what we found.
We can pose this question to both Jen and Adam, if you know, is this areas within designated city limits? Or was this some?
I'm not sure about any modeling that was done for the climate smart strategy, but I think maybe she's talking about the climate change assessment, the fourth climate change assessment. So this was some development modeling that the USGS did for the state, which also we used for the scoping plan.
That's right. I'm sorry to interrupt, Adam. You're correct. I was referring to the wrong report there. That's right. It's the climate change, the fourth climate change assessment.
That's right. Yeah. Don't worry. There's so many of these. Okay. So, and in that case, that modeling does exist everywhere, and it's basically like taking, old rates of development and just sort of extrapolating.
So a quick question there, since California's population has been declining under COVID, and then there's estimates that it will plateau, the estimate of growth for that might be somewhat exaggerated. I mean, is there any city limit issue? And the reason I'm asking this question, Mari and Chelsea and Connor, is that while we respect those estimates, estimates are that, and there's always dueling data. If you want to give a quantification, should that be something around existing city limits, or is there anything that you might want to consider in terms of, since it's a maximum, is there any recommendation about minimizing the maximum? In other words, that was based on projected growth. Projected growth, of course, historic performance is no promise of future delivery. And we're seeing some different trends, particularly with heat associated with climate change, heat waves, and whether or not people want to be building as much in the desert area. So I know you're accepting that was the best number you could find. Is there any qualification you want to make to that?
Well, oh, sorry. Please tell me if there's another comment. I just can't tell.
There'll be Nathaniel and then Carrie. But if you want to respond now, please do.
Yeah, I'll just respond quickly, and then I'd love to hear from everybody. So you're right, Lori. I think that's the best estimate we have. I believe that the 5th climate change assessment is underway, is initiating soon and or now. And we can do as best as what the estimates are out there. One thing I would like to benefit from is hearing about how we might incorporate the uncertainty or the variability around that estimate, right? It always it makes me shiver a little bit just to have a single number as well. And so maybe there's a better way to include the uncertainty around those forecasts in a way that allows for our recommendation to be a little bit more feasible. I hope that makes sense, but I'd love to hear from others too.
Nathaniel and then Carrie.
We went down that rabbit too about the land conversion and ended up, instead of with the maximum acres, we ended up with an equilibrium, aiming for equilibrium, which is, I guess, independent of any climate change assessment, or I just kind of just threw it out there.
Mm-hmm. Can you define what you mean by equilibrium?
So if there's whatever acres are converted, there's some equivalent acres that are returned into some sort of green space, some sort of non-developed status. Is that something you guys looked at all? Is that something that's, I mean, I think your time frames are much longer than ours would be in the agricultural side in terms of speaking to point 2 there.
My apologies. I could you repeat that one more time? I'm having a really hard time picking up your voice on the microphone.
Where's the?
That's right there in the middle.
Project.
Or if the folks in the room, like if Connor and Chelsea heard that and want to respond, that's great too. I just either please repeat or I'm sorry.
Yes, we did mention about, if land is going into conversion, whether it be an expansion of a city center, that you analyze the carbon credits could be exchanged or any sort of mitigation that could happen as well. I think that might be in our detailed recommendations.
Carrie?
A question that's not related to this particular thread is, anybody else want to ask questions or talk about it?
I'd like to go back to this thread. So I have 3 questions for you. One is, Marian, you used the term appropriate and adequate. And Nathaniel, you just brought up this issue of timeframes and the issue of trying to restore desert that is converted takes time. And what you frequently see in mitigation is, for example, in wetlands, there's going to be a higher ratio of area that has to be mitigated for in order to help make up for the fact that you have certain time scales or spatial scales that you can't meet. So I wondered if you guys could talk a little bit about, number one, what do you mean by adequate mitigation? And is that only around carbon, or is it around other aspects of the desert system in terms of climate, and appropriate, and then timescales?
Yeah, a lot of what we talked about as far as restoration, understanding the timescales and with those dates that we're working in, 2040, et cetera, 2035. And speaking with Dr. Allen and Tuesday, they were able to join us, like having drawdown by those timelines and those timeframes is really challenging in the desert. So restoration wasn't necessarily pushed forward as being the top priority, meeting those timelines. I think a lot of what we're thinking about when considering these numbers too was just keeping in conservation, or if there's going to be more expansion in urban centers, that then you would be offsetting that into more conservation.
I see.
Yeah.
And was that a 1-for-1 or anything different?
No, we didn't go that far.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm thinking of this in relationship to some of the guidance we were given earlier, both Adam and Jen, and also Virginia, that having something that is actionable sometimes requires some specification around it. And so whether that's direction for the state to establish a mitigation ratio, that's an actionable element. So I just wanted to encourage us as we're presenting this to think in those kinds of terms. That may be something that we're able to do between here and the final submission. And so the appropriate is, if you develop, you conserve. And then there's a question about what is adequate in the time frame in which that would happen.
So my question is about, was dust mitigation discussed in this context? Because I guess it would be an environmental benefit to mitigate dust, but also it would be potentially decreasing an erosive loss of carbon in the landscape. So I'm just curious if that came up in discussion when you were developing this, or if it should be actually.
I can just offer an initial thought there. My thinking on that is that each project is so specific. There's specific needs depending on where you are and who the stakeholders are, what the habitat is, what the nature of the project is. And so for that reason, and kind of, I think in alignment with what Connor was just saying as well, that there's, it's too specific on a project by project basis to be able to prescribe something at this level.
Because there are many desert areas that also include a shrub component. I think one thing we had an exchange about earlier on was whether sort of shrublands fell into the desert habitat for some of these sort of Eastern Sierra, in particular, large expanses of shrub steppe. And I was just wondering, I just wanted to clarify and come to some sort of final agreement amongst us as a group around, whether the desert group sort of is trying to reflect those habitats in their consideration of deserts in California, or whether those habitats should be folded into the shrubland group in some way. And it may be that we're unable to make definitive recommendations for those habitats at this time, but just I'd like us to at least sort of know that they're not left out. So I guess, how did you consider those parts of California?
I believe at our last meeting here, that was one of our main discussions too, right? The cross-cutting themes around these different environments. I know that we thought about it really in riparian areas, given that there are riparian forests and desert habitats. But as far as where shrubs and deserts overlap, I thought that we sort of, there's cross-cutting themes there, but we're not considering.
And a lot of the conversations we've had around the deserts were focused on sort of the inland deserts and not so much the shrub steppe. And my understanding is that maybe some of the recommendations might change if we're thinking more about the shrub steppe, and that it is potentially more responsive to restoration. And so, but I don't know if I don't know if Marianne, if you two made any decisions in some of those last conversations about excluding or including the shrub steppe and how that fit in.
So we have included the Great Basin deserts. So the western component of the Great Basin is in the Eastern Sierra. I think that's what you're referring to, just in terms of nomenclature, maybe, Laura. And what I would recommend is that that's what today I think is also to help us hone in on those differences and to make sure they get defined and incorporated in the right way. And so by virtue of the nature of our recommendations, that region is included, but we don't have a specific differentiation for that specific habitat. And so I would encourage us to keep talking through this as the various groups are coming up today. And maybe if we need to amend the cross-cutting recommendations or the shrublands recommendations or our recommendations for the deserts group, just to make sure that we identify that. I do think it's important, and it should not, it should be given attention to today.
Thank you.
So I wanted to comment on this no conversion bullet that you have here. During our last meeting, we heard from folks about the distinction between undisturbed and disturbed desert. And so, I guess it seemed like maybe those people were recommending that we made a recommendation for no further conversion of undisturbed desert. You've made a recommendation of no further conversion of desert. I'm wondering what your thinking was on whether it's worth calling out the distinction between disturbed and undisturbed desert.
Can I put a clarifying point onto that?
Sure.
My understanding of the comments that we had, really excellent comments that we had at our last meeting, were very strongly directed towards federal lands, public lands. And of course, the state does not have governance over public lands. So these recommendations are to the state. The other piece that folks had flagged was that much of the private land has been disturbed in one way or the other. It may be abandoned for the uses that it was disturbed for, agriculture, grazing, but it has been disturbed. So I understood the bullet that you guys had created was around land conversion. In other words, private land conversion. So what my question to you is, are you recommending adding another bullet that is about federal lands and minimizing, which is outside the state's control, but they can make that as a request?
Right. I mean, I think that, well, I'd like to have that as a discussion because I think it's worth thinking about what our impact or purview might be in that, right? Because a lot of that undisturbed desert is public lands, federal lands. But so I just wanted to hear your thinking about this and then.
Well, and clarification, because I'm now hearing two different things about potentially, and maybe it's in the text of the full report of the first bullet in terms of land conversion. Does that apply to both disturbed and undisturbed?
My understanding when we were talking about this was undisturbed.
So if we're only talking about undisturbed desert land, is there an estimate about how much undisturbed privately owned desert land there is?
No, there are different numbers floating out there when taking the footprint of the desert, backing out federal lands, which is large, similar to forest areas, and then military bases primarily. And then what has been disturbed? No, we didn't have those numbers. Acreage.
So the question is, because the 2,600 acres per year number, which is coming from the fourth climate assessment, is in perimeters around cities. So if this is only for undisturbed, and I would hazard that most of those areas have been disturbed. So what are we recommending? If it is only for undisturbed lands and
I might ask Marian, can you hear everybody's conversation right now?
Yes.
Okay, I was just gonna see, I default to you two just because I had to step back from some of these last conversations. So in terms of that detail, I default to you two.
Lori, can you repeat the question that you just put forward?
The question was, if this recommendation around minimizing disturbances and land conversion only applies to currently undisturbed land, and I'm not sure how we want to define that, because as you have flagged, there were at least 12 peoples who occupied these areas prior to this becoming the Republic of California. What are we really recommending?
We're recommending, well, I think this is a good important distinction. So if there's a way for us to, at least for this report here, to define what that means. Because, just like what Connor's saying, there's estimates out there. We're trying to look for estimates that are accepted, and either that means published or, through some kinds of, state provisioning. But I think that this is a really good nuance, and I appreciate the suggestion that we should just think about that and include that definition here. And maybe that changes this 2,600 number, which would be fine and good. But I think this is an important distinction, and I think we should work to try to resolve that.
Yeah, I think I feel like it would be a helpful addition to make the distinction between disturbed and undisturbed desert, and probably to call out the notion that California, although with limited capacity to influence what the federal government does on federal lands, might consider what their options are. So, and they could be, very tangential options, like are there things that California can do to incentivize solar roofs on big box buildings to reduce the need for desert installation of solar systems? I'm just making that up. But it seems like there may be ways that California has some leverage if it could. It seems worth calling it out.
I like that. I think this helps. And I like that.
So I think one of the challenges that we have is the distinction between federal public lands, state public lands, and private lands, and where are we targeting these? Because we're not going to be converting federal lands to development, but there is the conversion for energy installations. And I think one of the recommendations out of the groups that we had speaking last time was, why don't you focus solar installations on already disturbed private lands rather than in relatively undisturbed public lands? So I think that becomes a little bit more actionable. Yeah. Are there other thoughts on the desert report that we should consider now?
Great job. That's my thought.
Thank you. Thanks for all the really good suggestions. I think this is extremely helpful, and it helps improve our draft.
Thank you for this work.
It does seem like a specific recommendation around solar development, or some more specifics. I don't know if that's important. Would be very useful, since that seems like such a big issue for Betsy.
Well, let us move to the agricultural lands. Who will be presenting for agriculture?
So we will be doing it, all three of us.
Great.
Divided up the different sections based on sharing the load. So we worked together. It was Nathaniel, Will, and I, and Matt Holmes, also part of the committee for the sub-working group. And we took a broad approach. We relied on the scientific literature. We relied on discussions here, presentations that were made during the entire time. And then, listening to other experts outside of those meetings to see what, the issues were so that we could write this document. I'm going to say the thing I always say, which is, as any opinions that I expressed here, solely my own, not those of the federal government. I'm not representing any policies of USDA. So we're going to, we provided a preamble talking about the background of how
agriculture has already made strong efforts in reducing their greenhouse gas emissions footprint through modification of irrigation to micro irrigation. So they've reduced their greenhouse gas emissions as nitrous oxide significantly over the last 2 decades. They've reduced their water footprint. But there are still outstanding questions around soil carbon sequestration and how to manage our agricultural systems to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And so we go through that in our recommendations and target setting, but we've also looked at just transitions. We've noted some of that. And so we're gonna go through this target by target. And I just want to point out that
underneath the third bullet point below, where it says expand organic and regenerative,
that regenerative language has been struck from the current version that was posted. So that is no longer part of this document.
so we are looking for feedback because we intend, as everybody else, to go back into this document and put in changes after today's meeting. Do you want to add anything based on? Yeah, okay, so yeah, and so there's one point that's missing. We have 4 of those, but our other implementation target that's not there is to increase access to build soil building practices and continue investment in integrated fertilizer, irrigation, and soil fertility management practices to reduce nitrous oxide emissions and build soil organic carbon. So that's also on the public draft that's posted online. So we have stated in this preamble a few important points that I want to put out there first before we go through our targets. We have stated that we suggest that agriculture, we look at agriculture not as a source of carbon offsets, but the evidence in the literature and studies show that we would get a bigger bang for our buck in terms of looking at it, reductions of greenhouse gas emissions to the greatest extent possible relative to crop production. Since that is the primary service of agriculture, is to provide us with food and food security. So that is the optimal outcome. We would like to optimize that in this work. And then our other big outstanding question, which I think Will talk about, is looking at carbon permanency and carbon equilibria in the soils, because we are working in this disturbed system, and maintaining this store requires annual inputs of resources. And we need to examine that as well. Like who pays for that? Who bears that burden of maintaining soil carbon stocks in agriculture? Okay, so I think those are the 2 big points that we had in there that were in our preamble. So do you want to do the next section?
Sure. So I got tasked with the first point, which was the land conservation, or sorry, not land conservation, mitigation of conversion. So I got to go down wonderfully disturbing rabbit hole of why we are in the suburban hellscape. Well, I'm speaking for Bakersfield and Southern California, not to implicate you guys in wonderful Northern California. But and we quickly found out that the conservation easement programs that we've been kind of assuming we could rely on to be our main kind of leverage point here was Band-Aid cure effects. So I kind of put our goal here, we stated this equilibrium goal, and Lori, I really appreciate your suggestion that we actually kind of hunt this back to the state to actually define equilibrium, because this was just kind of pulled out of thin air. This by 2050 reach equilibrium status. I'm not even sure what the equilibrium even constitutes. So, but we do know that the tools that we have at our disposal to achieve that are kind of the stereotypical carrot and stick, where the carrot is the conservation easements, where we're actually pulling land out of the capacity for development. But then on the other hand, we're acquiescing, if it's a 1-to-1, we're kind of acquiescing to developing 50% of the state. Is the implication there. So that's the carrot part. The stick part is a word that I've been told we're not allowed to use is zoning. It gives it to a bunch of other.
Why are you not allowed to use it?
I've heard that there's that it's outside of, well, that it's there's a, so zoning is obviously the main way that cities and regions can create strict boundaries on land use, but the actual zoning politics are heavily dictated by development rights, developers, and the impression I was getting is that people's hands get slapped if they try to reach across into other agencies. That's like I said, this is a dark rabbit hole.
Understood.
There's a lot of trauma down that rabbit hole. But that was, generally speaking, that's what we kind of identified as the two main tools we can use is zoning effectively, or municipal regional decisions about land use, and then conservation easements on the other side. One third thing that I've thrown in there is this farm economics supporting the viability, the economic viability of farms that effectively compete with development interests, but I'm not convinced that that's the best case scenario. But that's what we've got for number one.
And then when we wrote the section on adding on bolstering financial security, we and providing help,
we identified that any of these innovations that might provide agronomic resilience would need to bolster financial security, potentially by adding another revenue stream to the farm operations, reduce cultural needs, and provide health and safety benefits for workers and the community. And then we prioritize looking at research and development of these novel systems, studying the impact of these systems on the farms and the state's ag economy co-benefits, and then also looking at how these potential systems will facilitate adaptation to extreme heat for crops, livestock, and agricultural workers. And then some of the actions that we identified were alley cropping, livestock integration, alley cropping, and agrivoltaic systems, which are each into themselves very large issues. We did not go into detail, we only named them in our report. So
we could unpack that further if you want. So I am doing implementation target
2, which is looking to expand farm edge diversification and support innovation.
utilization of like liminal spaces.
There's a lot of evidence in the
Scientific literature that increasing
vegetation along farm edges will provide ecosystem
services and also carbon storage. So we call out particular actions for that.
We talk about increasing expansion of cultural crops and medicinal plants through germplasm development and technical assistance and market development. However, I grapple with the idea of like all these really important things are going to be put on the farm edge. Maybe that they should be made more front and center. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean that these things should be shoved to the side. We were just trying to identify other innovative ways to bring forward other revenue streams, or also just carbon storage on farm edges, which again has been shown to be effective in increasing carbon storage on the landscape. There are actions which we called out for technical service providers, and also in gathering material for from the committee itself. We added in allowing for, you know, these are things where like it's very uncomfortable, I think, but talking about mechanisms as far as tax breaks. How do you incentivize somebody to do this kind of work on the edge of their field when it's going to, you know, take time and resources and water and to get it started? So we were trying to figure out in our very small way, how do we do this? But that, and then also we were talking about how do we monitor this from the landscape scale, because we want to be able to assess this impact of all of these programs and what growers are doing along farm edges. So we thought we suggested remote sensing techniques, and then also acquiring information on this through mandated reporting through extramural programs that might be supporting any of these activities on the landscape. We have numbers also in our text. I can throw those out if you want, but they were provided by external experts who have more information on that kind of thing. Okay, we have a lot. Okay, number three.
All right. So this is the hill that I'm looking forward to dying on here. We initially were looking at a 40% goal of acreage, an acreage goal for organic conversion. But I've been excited to add on another goal onto that, to layer a second goal of 75% of farm operations. And that allows us to bake in the equity part at a much more dynamic way than I think that the 40% does. 40%, the obvious solution to large acreage is to go for large tracts of land, which obviously leaves out large swaths of the communities and the individual small farms that we want to be targeting for the long-term health. The mechanisms for achieving that are all pretty standard. We've got technical assistance, which are already great programming being established for that, or is established for that. Cost shares, organizing, which I can. There's also some bills that support that in terms of like farmer equipment libraries, extension-based equipment libraries. So those kind of fall under organizing. I think in my mind, co-ops is not something that's I've seen a lot of, but I think could fall into that category. Input development, so there's a lot of research and infrastructure needs around the inputs and materials that would support this conversion. And then, obviously all these in our language are integrated, integration of holistic community development of these goals and these programs. So from regional and community collaboratives. And then the last one, I think the main driver for this, or support for this, is actually market development. So I think we put in there 20% procurement for the farm to school program, which is just an example. Basically, I think institutional procurement is a great way, kind of like an easy way to drive these numbers.
And one other thing maybe added in is that organic sources of fertilizer, that there are
Formulation.
So since a lot of the agricultural systems deliver their nitrogen fertilizer through irrigation systems, so fertigation, we need products that can be delivered that way in organic systems. And so there are feasible methods for developing that, but they are very expensive. And so we suggested that, affordable markets must be developed to create reasonable access to these kinds of projects if you're going to need to do very precise and targeted application of nitrogen to grow your organic productions, your organic food. So that's another gap that needs to be addressed. I am looking at Will because I think I see him thinking. So I'm wondering if he has anything he wants to add to this.
I do want to add to that. And so the increase of 40% farmed area to organic ag by 2045 would require an increase in compost production, almost 8 times or more than we do now. We could consider biosolids, but the experiment is being conducted in the Northeast, and the biosolids application over a few decades now has led to a lot of contamination of soils, particularly microplastics, PFAS, for example, showing up both in soils as well as in the consumable part of the system, besides all the other issues of contaminants, of antibiotics and things like that. So unfortunately, the great resource we have in California may or may not be usable to us. And then the point of creating these organic fertilizers, there's a few companies like True Organics out there that do this. There wouldn't be enough waste to distill to create these fertilizers. So we would have to import waste from other places. And we would then have to question ourselves whether this waste is being grown in a sustainable or produced in a sustainable manner that we could use in California to produce the fertilizers that we need. So those are just a few considerations that we should wrap our heads around when we say that we want to increase total farm acres to 40% organic agriculture.
So can I ask a clarifying question? Just because not everybody works in your arena, by biosolids, are you referring to human waste?
Human waste, human manure.
Yes, I figured that's what it was, but I just wanted everybody in the audience to understand that that is why the microplastics, antibiotics, PFAS, because it's coming from us. And there's more presentation. Yes. I do want to flag that we have a small amount of flexibility in our agenda because agriculture is a very large field. We're going to give an extra 5-ish minutes to this section so that you can get through.
So, well, you have the next section of target 4.
Target 4. So target 4 is around building soils, continuing investments in integrated fertilizer management, irrigation, soil fertility management, practices to continue to reduce N2O emissions. As Carrie mentioned, the adoption of micro-irrigation approaches, regardless of what it is, subsurface, micro sprinkler, surface strip, has reduced nitrous oxide emissions to below baseline of previous managements. So when I say that is that fully fertilized micro-irrigation systems produce less nitrous oxide than zero fertilized old irrigation systems, fertilizer irrigation systems, with no fertilizer added. So it's a remarkable achievement. It wasn't done purposely, but the adoption of that technology has significantly reduced nitrous oxide emissions. We need to keep using, compost, I said, is the availability of compost right now is 7 million tons. And if we applied that to all irrigated lands, we would end up about half a ton per acre. When the rate that we should be using is 4 to 8 tons of material per acre. So therefore, that's the gap. How do we increase compost production? Cover cropping has been mentioned. There's potentially, so currently specialty crops have a higher margin, have a higher adoption rate, up to almost 50%, versus row crops who are much less than 5%. Higher margins are able to afford these specialty, particularly exotic formulations of cover crop, which is a problem. The seed, significant number of growers expressed issues with obtaining seed. Seed usually comes from outside of California, so it's not necessarily adapted to our conditions here. So there would have to be sort of an industry that had to be sprung that would need to spring on to support these soil building practices of cover crops, which is one of the has been shown through the literature to be one of the best ways to improve soil health, besides compost. So we can improve soil health. We can sequester carbon. And we have these long-term studies, which we have mentioned in our preamble, that are decadal studies that address some of this, so that we have some information from California. What they show is these long-term studies, and we're fortunate to have done one in the southern San Joaquin Valley, and we're fortunate to have done a couple up in the northern San Joaquin, Sacramento Valley area. The mitigation potential seems about equal. I mean, the amount of carbon it can sequester seems to be about equal. There's a higher gain in the southern San Joaquin Valley because the soil's carbon level is lower, about half that you find in the Sacramento Valley. So 0.5% to 1% carbon in the soils. But what we find is that within 10 years, from an extensive consistent management, particularly in organic systems, you reach a plateau in about 10 years. About 80 to 90% of the carbon that can be sequestered is done in about 10 years, and then it plateaus. And then its permanency relies on consistent management. So if you want to keep that carbon there, you need to do that management in forever, essentially. So that's some of the issues, and I'm not sure how markets view that issue. For contracts with farmers, for example, on selling carbon on the market. And the other scary issue that we're beginning to see, we just did our 30-year sampling on the Century project, is that after we reach equilibrium, we begin to lose carbon slowly over time. And that could be the system reaching a new equilibrium. It could be that temperatures are slowly increasing microbial activity and forcing a new equilibrium to happen. So as Carrie was saying, that agriculture should be looked at not so much as a mitigation tool, but as a way to ensure that we maintain food security and equity amongst California. So permanency is a problem. And it requires consistent and intensive management.
Would you like to make that comment about compost allocation or?
And compost allocation. And so because the agricultural lands probably benefit more from compost applications, I would suggest, that I haven't really discussed this, it got consensus from everyone here, that compost should be specifically added to agricultural lands and not so much, for example, in grasslands. Because that's where you can gain your most carbon. It's in these disturbed agricultural soils. And you gain your most bang for your buck from increasing soil health is by adding compost to agricultural lands. And the fact that the literature hasn't yet suggested a significant increase in soil carbon by applying compost to grasslands. That may change. The studies are ongoing. So again, we need to increase the capacity for seed production, for cover crops, increase compost production. Where's that waste coming from? To produce organic fertilizers. Need to keep, and so water is another issue. If we have to fallow agricultural lands, we would lose carbon because agricultural lands require to be consistently managed to maintain or increase carbon. So if Sigma kicks in and does some significant fallowing of land, we could lose a lot of carbon which need to be considered in scoping plan.
And while this isn't in our plan, because we try to stay away from technological solutions per guidance of for the EAC, there is some recent work showing that using agrivoltaics that in farming systems, but not the traditional ones that are on the market, but ones that let through certain quality of light to grow the crops. And then also capture energy of the light for electricity production, that they reduce the water use by the crop at 10%. So this is work by Majdi Abunajam, a professor in LAWR at UC Davis. So
potentially there are ways to move forward there. We haven't put that in our report though. So.
And yields are actually increased under the solar panels. It's kind of interesting.
So I'm gonna, in the interest of time, just stop with I can answer more about it, but we have also a target for just transitions. I can go into it, but I want to pause for a second and check on the time because yeah,
Well, we want to have some time for committee discussion on this as well. So one option for us is to pull our discussions a little longer and delay the public comment for a little bit and reduce our lunch break. So you have a full hour for lunch. Then I do think just transitions is an important element for us to flag. So with the committee's permission, instead of us going to 11:15, which was the 5-minute buffer that I gave you before, that we go to 11:20, and then we will be moving on to grasslands and wetlands. But please leave some time for committee conversations. So, because I know I have a bunch of questions, and I can see Chelsea might have a question or two, and so.
Okay. So we are not experts in this area. But we identify the target of we elevate the need for enhanced social dialogue around just transitions in California agriculture. This priority crosses all implementation targets identified for agriculture. We haven't integrated that well enough into our other targets yet, but that's something we hope to do with feedback over the next week. We utilize the International Labor Organization's definition for just transitions, which is greening the economy in a way that is as fair and inclusive as possible to everyone concerned, creating decent work opportunities and leaving no one behind. A just transition involves maximizing the social and economic opportunities of climate action, while minimizing and carefully managing any challenges, including through effective social dialogue among all groups impacted and respect for fundamental labor principles and rights. So we rely on their material and their policy series as a reference for what that is, and they provide guidance through that organization on what that means and how it can be implemented. But specifically for agriculture, we look at ways to build capacity from the local to state level around the ideas of equity, communication, and community organizing. And we call out the Sustainable Pest Management Roadmap because they go into great detail as to how that would play out and how integrated sustainable pest management could occur across the farming landscape and who it impacts and who it benefits. We also focus on looking at integrating this effort with local climate action planning and target setting at the state level. And then we also identify, this is something that Matt brought up a few times during meetings, that we need to cover the attendance and wages and costs of people who participate in these kinds of meetings that we have, especially around just transitions. And we need to address so this one I think is maybe the biggest one, which is addressing barriers to farmland access and land tenure by supporting community land access projects, looking at policies to ensure all farmers have good faith options to renew their lease agreements under just cause termination. We want to prioritize inclusion of historically underrepresented farmers equal to or exceeding their demographics in California. We want to support young, BIPOC, small, and diversified farmers and support business technical assistance for young, BIPOC, small, and diversified farmers. So that's what we have for just transitions. We're not experts. We would love to have them.
Well, why don't we go into that committee discussion, and I'm going to hold my questions back for a little bit. So Chelsea, I know your eyebrows indicate you have something. Would you be willing to?
Yeah, I just have one question. And it's about your guys' thinking on the organic agriculture. And I know I brought this up before, but I guess I just have concerns around and want to know your input or your thoughts on whether or not organic agriculture, we feel like has the demonstrated climate benefits. I mean, so if you look at the full life cycle analysis, probably yes, right? And if you think about nitrous oxide emissions from inorganic fertilizer use, probably yes. But if we're thinking about a carbon stock target, I just have, you can have, with the minimum definition of organic agriculture systems being no synthetic use of fertilizers or pesticides. I mean, you can see organic ag fields that are certified that are have bare ground, tilled to the max, and what I would say don't look very healthy, and therefore would probably not be sequestering carbon in the way that we would want. And so I guess I'm just wondering, do we feel like calling out organic agriculture as a production system has those climate benefits related specifically to a carbon stock target that we would want?
That is a question. That's a good point. Without the advances in fertilizers, organic farmers can take advantage of micro irrigation systems. Systems are probably more polluting than conventional. And so, as far as nitrate leaching and nitrous oxide emissions, they do sequester carbon. We've demonstrated they sequester about 0.3 tons of carbon per year over a 30-year period. About a 30-year period. But if we use traditional wastes that we have used in organic systems, that's compost, manures, things like that, those are hard to incorporate into micro irrigation systems, particularly subsurface stretch systems. So yes, we have to be careful when we say organic agriculture is just good. It has to be managed correctly. And if we could get these soluble organic nutrient formulations, we would do better. Generally, what our lessons are that it's not one system that's better than the other, but if you take the best of all the systems and put them together, you get the best outcome. So it's not necessarily organic is the way to go. If you can do cover crops conventional, you can sequester significant amounts of carbon. So that's why I do question this target, particularly from the technology of nutrient management. We're not there, and I'm not sure that we get there by 2045.
I just interposed briefly that we all agreed in the beginning that we were not simply looking at a carbon stock, and in fact, we weren't recommending in general, unless there was enough data behind it, on the stocks. I appreciate the distinction.
I thought that was the main goal, and the other greenhouse gas benefits though were like the co-benefits, and we did want to consider them,
Climate
but
adaptation
ultimately we were going
and
towards,
quality as well.
yeah, but
So-
ultimately we were trying to work towards that carbon stock target, also considering the other greenhouse gas benefits and other benefits, right?
Sure.
I don't know
in
that
our,
it's exclusive, but go ahead, Karen.
and I just say in our preamble, we argue against using adequate carbon offsets and focusing more on nitrous oxide emissions.
Well, we also agreed very clearly, as a whole, we were not recommending carbon credits,
No,
period. So
no, we're not.
I
No,
think
no,
you've
no,
done a
no.
great explication of why carbon credits, one of the many reasons why carbon credits have some limitations. So I do just want to flag that this is not something that everybody agreed.
Yeah.
That was not what this conversation was about.
And also, I would say that I think what Will is bringing up in terms of organic and also conventional is that there is a very important timing factor of when these things are applied. And so to maximize nutrient use efficiency. And so, that may be still a remaining question that needs to be examined through research or through trials on farm. But that's achievable. And also, I would say that there's work from Tim Bowles and Louise Jackson, where they looked at organic farms across Yolo County and saw that there was a tighter connection for nitrogen uptake from compost application. And that system, even though they weren't seeing as much of that nutrient in the soil itself, that there had been this feedback that had been established. So it's a matter of, I'm not going to say more research, but it's a matter of maybe adjusting the techniques or the management recommendations That's still, I think, an outstanding question.
Justin playing on tillage. Because organic growers don't have access to a lot of herbicides. Tillage is what their main ways of dealing with weeds. So that's just part of the system. So we can find a way around that.
I think we have a few other questions which I'd like to surface.
I wanted to add a comment on this one. I do think that, to Chelsea's point in this discussion, that among the points you have in your targets, the target 3, you say a number of reasons that are directly and indirectly related to our gas goals. It's a little bit vague. And I think in this particular issue, because of the uncertainty around what organics is providing in terms of benefit, it would be helpful to specify.
Christy,
Quick,
Laura, and then I think Nathaniel, you were guys. Okay.
quick, question and comment. For the first bullet, in terms of gaining land for agriculture if you lose it, where is that land going to come from? So I just worry a little bit that that has the potential to impact biodiversity and our other goals. So that's probably worth some discussion in the text. And then it may already be there. I'm behind. I haven't read all the text. And then the comment, just something to consider. I secondhand heard that at a recent Ecological Society of America meeting, there was a lot of interest from tribal groups about germplasm and seed and receiving seed as it was being developed and gathered. So that you mentioned, Carrie, for some of this farm edge diversity, that there might be, one of the recommendations was around seed and germplasm development. So it might be worth considering tribal groups in those areas and whether there's interest in participating in seed conservation and having access to some of those resources out there developed.
My comment is along the lines of Christie's around where the around bullet 1. But I guess I was thinking about sort of the other aspect, which is are there areas of agricultural land where loss not to like urban development, but loss to restoration would be okay in the sense, because I think restoration is something that's come up in a lot of these other habitat types, and degraded, poorly producing farmland might be, a great area for that restoration to take place that could, lower requirements for other kinds of inputs, but have ecosystem and carbon value. And so I guess I worry a little bit about having a sort of no net loss or equilibrium bullet that isn't clear about what the loss pathways are and whether the loss pathway to restoration is okay. That makes sense.
And I have a couple of questions in that same regard. Can I build on this? What I heard you saying, Nathaniel, is that number one, there was a concern that zoning was ineffective and it was ineffective to join into. So one recommendation might be to strengthen zoning in favor of this rather than just say, well, let's give up on zoning as an idea. So that's just one way to approach that concern. The other thing that I heard you say was that existing conservation easement programs were band-aids, which is to say insufficient. And is it insufficient because there's not the money at the scale that you're looking at, or what is the cause of the band-aid nature, the insufficiency? Because if one of our recommendations is we need to invest to the point where we can pay for the competitive value to development by keeping these lands in agriculture, that's another way to look at that. And just the last point on that is that one of the areas of agreement for the entire committee was to try and pair short-term and long-term activities. And one of the things that Will was pointing out was that you have a certain set of gains that you may make, and then you have a plateau if those practices are not maintained. So it is feasible to include certain kinds of targeted practices or performance goals in conservation easements that would enable you to do that. I just want to flag that maybe in our follow-up, because we are where we are in our timing, that there can be some conversation around that.
Also that bullet point 1, it seemed that there are other tools that you don't talk about in here that might be worth looking into, like county general plans and the NCC process that both try and look at long-range planning on plan conversion. And I was this comment too about the CRP program is in essence trying to pay people take the fallow farmland for other productive purposes. And so I think that maybe tweaking this point, you could be thinking about something expressing losses with respect to less carbon-rich land uses. I mean, well, I mean, on the one hand, we get the point that we don't want to lose agricultural land because of we're a food-producing state, but that, of course, is partly out of our purview. When we're talking about it with respect to climate mitigation, we could be thinking about land conversions that result in a net loss in our state. And that might make that sense.
So there's some good follow-up we can do here. I want to make sure that we can get to grasslands. Is this something that?
I just had a question about for methane issues, and did you guys incorporate cattle production and methane issues, or is that?
That's outside of our, we've been, that was clarified, thankfully. We do not have to take on the producers of cow parts. Okay.
Or you might, I think we should just remind folks that there will be time for public comment at the end, because I'm seeing some hands up.
Excellent.
So folks on the line, hopefully you can hear me, but at the end of this first section of report outs, we will have at least 30 minutes for public comment. So we see your hand and we'll probably ask you to put your hand back up during the public comment period.
Thank you for finding that. And Marian, I know you're online, but the absence of hearing you, we're going to move on to grasslands. Is that all right?
That sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Who will be presenting for grasslands?
Yeah, I'm happy to, and then I'll, just pause for y'all to fill in. Okay, awesome. So we do have we just put slides together that go through each of the different sections of the report. So we do have a section on the scope and importance as we've outlined it. So grasslands, they're defined as having less than 10% tree canopy cover and are dominated by grasses or other herbaceous vegetation, and they make up somewhere between 9 and 10% of California's land area, depending on what source you look at, totaling anywhere between 10 and 14 million acres. In grasslands, the majority of carbon is below ground, and so this does have implications for future stability in a world that's marked by things like increasing wildfires. Especially the annual grasslands are primarily privately owned. So up to 90% of annual grasslands in California are privately owned. And this has implications for the pathways and the recommendations that we make as a group. The primary land management activity on them is livestock grazing, mainly by cattle. And, we just want to call out up front that recommended management strategies will and should differ likely by grassland type and region. So we have, our targets are short and sweet. We have two that we distilled our thinking down into, and they focus on protecting and rebuilding soil carbon. So the first one is focused primarily on protection. And so it's a target that centers on avoided conversion. So it's reducing the annual conversion rate of grasslands by 75%. And then our second target is about rebuilding or protecting and rebuilding. And we ended up generating a target that focuses on like a level of investment. So we recommend investing at least 50 million annually to support implementation of practices that promote soil health principles and protect and rebuild carbon on grasslands. So for the first target, for the reduction of the annual conversion rate by 75%, this is a target that has in previous contexts been deemed ambitious. but achievable. So as an example, Dick Cameron and some of his colleagues in 2017 published a report or a paper in PNAS looking at different land management strategies and conservation strategies in California and how it can help to achieve the state's climate goals. They looked at low, moderate, and ambitious avoided conversion scenarios. One being avoided conversions of grasslands to croplands, and 75% was deemed as that, for instance, as an ambitious but achievable target. For target 2, the 50 million, we did a little bit of number crunching to try to estimate what we thought the states are spent currently on grassland stewardship through various programs. So we had sort of a loose, very approximate estimate that we had in our mind for what the state is currently investing. And then we did some sort of crunching of numbers about really like ambitious scenarios of acre, like regarding acreage targets, for instance, with some of these healthy soils practices. And you can slice and dice it different ways. But ultimately thought that 50 million would be, as a minimum, at least 50 million would be a good sort of floor to recommend for annual investment to support these practices. And then by focusing on just the dollar amount right now, that would allow for one, additional work to go into making sure that we, the state, either through this process through the next year, whatever that looks like, or in other avenues, comes up with sort of can go through additional scenario planning for the practices that they may want to have be a part of that investment portfolio. And that could conceivably change over time, as well as we have additional information come to light about the benefits of practices. So that goes to sort of some contextual sort of recommendations we have around this. Which is that these targets should, one, be reevaluated on an ongoing basis to make sure that they're creating the desired mitigation results and having minimal trade-offs as they roll out with different pathways, and that they're regionally appropriate, because the practices, for instance, that you would put down in the North Bay are going to be different than you do in southern San Joaquin, potentially. So those are our 2 targets. Do you all have anything to add about the targets themselves? Okay, and so then if we go to the next slide, so these are so we did some thinking around the pathways to reach the implementation targets. And for the first one related to avoided conversion, there's different pathways that could help improve financial stability of ranchers, for instance, since they are ones who own and manage most of the grasslands, and that would otherwise help to reduce annual conversion. And so these include conservation and agricultural easements. Something like Sustainable Ag Lands Conservation Program exists to support that kind of thing already, so investment in that. Legislation that reduces property taxes through voluntary programs such as the Williamson Act. So this is where local governments can contract with landowners and essentially exchange conservation for a reduction in taxes, tax breaks. The state could create a program that's equivalent to the USDA's Grassland Reserve Program. So this is where the government exchanges essentially like rent money, right? It's a cost share program for the promise of sort of conservation. Enduring conservation on these lands. Especially in places that are under high threat of conversion, land acquisition could be appropriate by state agencies or land trusts, or even like the UC. I understand, the UC Reserve Program, I think it's some funds from the state, if I understand correctly, in some of their acquisitions. The Wildlife Conservation Board has a land acquisition program that's already in place to help with some of this. So funneling money through that to be an easy path. And then this last one is expansion. So it's really focused on this idea of helping to have the ranchers' operations be viable, right? And so that they can make enough money so that they don't have to sell their land. and many ranchers graze their home base, and then they also have they like graze on leased lands as well. And so the expansion of lands available for leasing can help to make somebody's ranching operation viable. They can get more money by having a larger herd grazing on more lands. And so expansion of grazing on state lands, for instance, and where ecologically beneficial, could help to increase land access for these options. And Baby, did I characterize that correctly? Yeah. So those are just some thoughts on the pathways. Do you all have anything to add there? Great. Okay, and then for the second target, so we talked, yeah, so this is focused mostly on like how do you get, assuming that the money is there, how do you get it out the door? Assuming the money is there, right? Like there's, I think, a long history of using proposition dollars to invent, to support like biodiversity conservation and conservation in general, right? You have like, I think WCB, the Wildlife Conservation Board, has something like 4 or 5 propositions that help support their activities. And so you can imagine that either those same propositions or new propositions could be put in place to help fund some of this work. And, you know, the state already has amazing programs in place. The CDFA's Healthy Soils program, the incentive-based voluntary stewardship program. There's grant making that happens through like the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They have like restoration programs, for instance. And then the Wildlife Conservation Board funnels millions and millions of dollars through different programs, and that includes one that focuses on grasslands and rangelands. And so there is a new, and I believe there is a new piece of legislation that is in the Senate right now. You might have to correct me on that, but that's not. But AB 720, I think, is trying to add stewardship into WCB's current program that exists to protect grasslands and rangelands. And so adding the stewardship component, where then WCB would have state funds to help restore ecosystem services on grasslands and rangelands. Block grants are increasingly popular, right, to help get all of this money out the door. So CDFA Healthy Soils program just did block grants this past year. WCB is now doing very large block grants. Point Blue, my organization, just got $50 million to restore Sierra Meadows and then also working lands across the state. And so did CARCD, California Resource Conservation Association of Resource Conservation Districts. They got 20 million. So I think there's a lot of mechanisms in place in order to support and funnel something like 50 million for climate smart practices. I don't know if there's another slide. Oh yeah. Well, first, do you all have anything to add? Do you have anything to add? Oh yeah, do you have anything to add? Sorry, better. So then so pathway, other sort of considerations for pathways. There's a lot of opportunity, right, for these joint mitigation and adaptation projects. With 30 by 30, there's tons of, energy around investment in biodiversity conservation and, of course, in climate change mitigation. And so how do we maximize at every dollar that we invest? And so, for instance, Point Blue's 50 million we just got from WCB was earmarked for wildlife friendly practices, but so many of those practices also build carbon. So how, are there opportunities for the state to sort of, I don't know if you, double counting has like a negative connotation, but maximize investment by investing in practices that do both, and tracking it in those ways. This is super important. So funds need to, as the state is investing in practices to protect and rebuild soil carbon, there needs to be funds that go to the planning stage, the correct amount of supplies and infrastructure that people need in order to get these practices on the ground, the correct technical assistance, and also monitoring so we can learn by doing. So it's not just the funds for, the practice itself, but it's all of the enabling conditions that need to happen or in order for this to be sort of a viable solution going forward. And the practices, so we did, we save 50 million to help these practices protect and rebuild soil carbon. In lieu of recommending specific practices at this time, we wanted to lean toward recommending like a list of practices or approaches that the state can review and consider in sort of going forward, either as part of this committee or in other like mechanisms, which includes perennial plant establishment. So this is riparian restoration, silvopasture, reestablishment of oak trees, windbreaks and hedgerow plantings, promotion of perennial grasses, soil amendments like compost addition, prescribed grazing, which can to minimize overgrazing or help mitigate severe wildfires or manage for invasive species, and then practices that promote grassland cover and diversity. So either range seeding or prescribed grazing can help with those. I think there's maybe one more slide. So then these are supporting and enabling mechanisms that would help support these pathways. So the first one is thinking about how you, and I think the ag group also mentioned this, is in order, like a lot of these programs that we're recommending and that have already been built by the state, they're voluntary, right? So how do you get people to participate in voluntary programs? Well, by developing, essentially the markets for it, right? So so people will be interested in sort of getting these practices on the ground is one way, right? So it's creating demand for it through buyers, for instance, or through other market-based mechanisms. So thinking about the sort of surrounding conditions that can drive participation in these voluntary programs. And then, of course, another critical mechanism is going to be to continue funding research. And I think the state's investment in like the UC Climate Action grants was a great example. The $100 million that just came from the state's budget to continue funding this kind of work, I think is a great example. And not just de-risking investment in particular practices over time by increasing certainty in them, but also researching emerging technologies and approaches that will help the practices that we know are going to provide improvements, for instance, help them get on the ground in a way that like they'll survive in an increasingly stressful world, right? Where it's droughts and heat. So an example is like how do we plant blue oaks, right? Blue oak restoration is super hard. If we're going to be investing in oak restoration, can we continue to do research and invest in understanding how to get those practices on the ground in a way that works? Just calling out, it's really important to ensure sufficient payment rates and levels of technical assistance are available. I think we all know that, but we want to call it out. And then also thinking about how the state can improve decision support tools and frameworks that'll help spatially prioritize investments, whether that's at the state level or like local regional levels, right? There are areas, like Will has alluded to, there's areas that can gain more carbon or sort of more readily, susceptible to improvement. And then there's potentially areas that if you invest in stewardship actions there or protection, right, it won't give you as big of a bang for your buck. So where are the areas that we should protect? Where are the areas from a carbon standpoint? Where are the areas that we should invest in restoration that will give us big bangs for the bucks, but also minimize trade-offs and maximize co-benefits? I think that's it. Team, any additions? That's what we do.
Any thoughts or questions? One question I would have for you is, we know that in the IRA funding, there was a substantial amount of money given to ALE, ASAPAL, agricultural land conservation, and the grasslands reserve programs. And those have a time limit on them, but I didn't notice anything in here. Would you consider putting in something that said, how can the state leverage that federal money to help come in to the state to help promote this kind of investment across both state and federal sides?
think it's a great idea. I don't know if that's something the state does, like, yeah, I would need to.
State's
know about
always
that. Yeah.
try to improve the ranking of their state in these programs, so
Yeah.
that they're competitive for funding.
I have a question. I'm here online. I'm not sure if there's a queue already, but this is Marianne.
That's good, Marianne. It's hard to see that slide, so thank you. The screens and the little yellow dot of your hand, so thank you so much for speaking up.
Great. Yeah, I got my little yellow hand shining over here. So I had maybe you described this and I missed it, but I'd like if you could explain a little bit more what conversion means. Because in the beginning you mentioned that you couched the kind of 75% conversion with the reference to the paper that touts this conversion to cropland. And then a little bit later, you discussed the use of agricultural easements. And so what it's kind of a ambiguous question, I guess, but what kind of conversion avoidance are you talking about?
Well, the agricultural easement, so because a lot of these lands are under grazing, which is agriculture, it's livestock production. So they can go under easement that would be conservation or agricultural easement. So that's why I referenced agricultural easements, which can, conceivably apply towards grazing lands, which are grasslands. Not every grassland, but grasslands can be grazed. For the annual conversion, I think we're talking about two primary things. It's to croplands or to like urban development.
Okay, so
Like the conservation easements are used regularly on grasslands. If you look at the California Rangeland Trust, for example, so it doesn't need to be an agricultural easement or a conservation easement, but it's a dedication of land to specific habitat and uses by people. So we don't need to create two buckets. We're just talking about one. Yeah.
okay,
Sorry,
there was just a specific reference to ag easements, though, so I wanted to understand that.
No, that's not-
Did that clarify it, Marianne?
I think
Marianne's
so.
question was really the conversion of what to what. Was that right?
that.
Were you talking about just conversion to built environments or conversion of grasslands to other agricultural uses? I think that may have been also in the question.
Yeah, yeah, that's a better articulation, Lori. I'm trying to understand what the conversion of what to what is, rather than just 75% of conversion.
Yeah, so
Or
it'd be from
avoided
grassland
conversion.
to cropland or grassland to like a built environment, like an urban, or built environment. Yeah.
It's really to dedicate this land to remaining as grasslands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it help if you use some examples in there? What maybe with that? I mean, like for example, deep ripping vernal pool habitats to create grassland, cropland from agriculture is a thing we'd like to avoid. But I don't know, there are other examples too. That whole idea of converting what to what, I guess it's conceivable you could convert a grassland into a forest or anything.
Fire suppression.
Right. If it's happening much or if it's something we worry about, but yeah, but I guess I endorse the idea of being more specific about that.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Or maybe it's the statement, but I guess I was wondering if this probably applies to all of us, is thinking about the connectivity or contiguous arrangement of our respective landscape types, that I guess we should consider that when identifying or prioritizing where these actions should take place for conservation. I can think about it in the ag context, because when it gets to when an area probably gets when ag gets fragmented or reaches a certain low threshold, that there might be a tipping point where total conversion out of ag would occur because resources just like that farm production are not there. So I would imagine that as far as thinking about natural benefits from having contiguous grassland conservation area would be better. I guess I'm just thinking like wildland corridors and that sort of thing, and dispersal of seeds that need to occur across the landscape would be harder if it was broken up.
So it gets to like, does that get to like that fourth sort of recommendation about that spatial prioritization? Yeah.
So is one part of what you're also saying is to reduce fragmentation?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I was thinking about that. in terms of-
That's
Other questions or thoughts on grasslands before we move to shrublands?
Can I ask?
I have one quick question. This is Matt.
Matt's joined.
Just if we had an idea of the land use mix for these grasslands, it's mostly private or county holdings. Do we have a sense of that breakdown? For land use
Well,
authority?
the for annual grasslands, which are, you know, we're on the bathtub ring and, you know, and a lot of this like Central Valley, well, most of the grasslands, you say that, I know. It's not, they're 90% privately owned.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Matt, for speaking up because it's really hard to see the row of who's who. So thank you. With that, can we bring the grasslands to a close and have shrublands to speak? Who will speak for shrublands?
Oh, no, I was just confirming that Matt, I didn't know if Matt was our committee member because it just said Matt, but yes, Matt Holmes has now joined us, so that's great.
Well, yeah. Okay, so we've had a small group that got a little bit of a late start on shrublands. But I think we come up with some
We crossed the finish line.
tight recommendations,
Pretty darn
and
close.
we're looking forward to your feedback.
Yeah.
As we head into the revision period.
That's right.
And so I would say that one of the things that we struggled with a little bit was making some of our recommendations for targets quantitative. And so to the extent that people want to push on that in a particular direction, I think it would be helpful to hear that. I think I'm just going to jump right into the targets because we're short on time instead of saying.
You have your full.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, so maybe I'll just start by saying that there are a number of diverse shrubland habitats across the state. And so we already earlier in the desert section talked a little bit about, for example, the Great Basin shrub steppe that we didn't consider. So I'm glad that it was taken on by the desert group, as we had sort of previously, I guess, discussed. A lot of our recommendations really are centered around chaparral systems and coastal sage scrub, because we feel that that's where the best sort of information lies, but that we'd like to expand recommendations where data becomes available in the future to other shrub habitats. So another, I think, context setting piece I'll mention that will have more salience when we get to the forest discussion is that in the CARB scoping plan and the modeling that was done, shrublands, grasslands, and forest were sort of considered together in developing a target for treatments. And there were a number of different treatments called out to minimize risk of fire, and shrublands are implicated in fire risk, but the types of treatments that you might consider in a shrub system are going to be dramatically different than what you would consider for forests. And that's something that really needs to be highlighted as we move forward with kind of treatment planning across the state. Okay, so that's a little bit of preface. Now I'll just talk about the 3 targets that we've come up with. So the first is to address fire threats to shrubland ecosystems and adjacent human communities through fire ignition prevention, and then also home or community hardening, and I want to emphasize the community there. So humans and, proximity to human development is one of the primary fire risks to shrubland ecosystems. And so the goal here is really, instead of focusing on sort of manipulation or treatment of the shrublands themselves, it's really to reduce ignitions that come from people because of the nature for how many of the shrub habitats react to fire. Also, some of the treatment approaches that might be employed in a forest ecosystem, for example, mastication or thinning, would actually increase fire risk in shrub ecosystems because it promotes invasion of grasses, which are highly flammable. And so the fire risk actually increases with certain treatment types. And so here the goal is to actually maintain the shrubs, allow the shrubs to accumulate biomass and carbon, know that they are at risk of burning, but reduce the frequency of burning by ignition prevention, and then reduce the risk to nearby communities through other means like community hardening and home hardening and so forth. And so this is going to require essentially some pathways. Well, I'll talk about the pathways in a minute. Okay, the second goal, prevent new development in and adjacent to shrubland ecosystems. And actually the text in our revised thing here really says smart growth, minimizing development impact to shrubland ecosystems. And that's in part because we recognize that, putting a wholesale stop on development adjacent to existing communities in a state that has a kind of a affordability crisis may be unrealistic. So we've kind of modified that to be more focused around smart growth. And again, minimizing impact to shrub ecosystems in order to retain the carbon on the landscape that is above and below ground in these systems, and also to promote conservation of species. In many places, there are endemic species in shrub systems. But by minimizing development or focusing on smart growth, we can also reduce the ignitions further. So these are sort of aligned. Okay, and then the third goal is pursuing conservation and restoration that's aligned with the 30 by 30 goals for declining shrubland ecosystems. And here we wanted to note, thinking about priorities that would be aligned with our understanding of how climate change is likely to impact these systems. So thinking about issues of connectivity and pursuing efforts for multi-benefit conservation and focusing on systems and ensuring resilient systems to climate change. And so there are habitats for conservation that are called out within the 30 by 30 plan that include chaparral, serpentine chaparral, coastal sage scrub, alkali sink scrub, all in these non-forest regions of California. Okay, so in terms of trying to think of in terms of pathways, for the first bullet around human community associated shrub dominated systems, we wanted to call out the need to focus at the community scale, not just at the parcel scale. And there are some novel approaches that have been proposed around creating well-maintained buffering land uses to essentially distance like homes essentially from the areas of shrublands where the fire would burn at high intensity. I also mentioned, not conducting fuels treatments that will promote invasion into shrublands. We want to avoid that. There are existing sort of community protection organizations already in existence, like Firewise Communities, community wildfire protection plans that people are developing in various contexts. And so the goal here would be to, expand the success of these groups in doing community hardening. And then also, I think developing ignition prevention programs through organizations like fire safe councils, prescribed burn associations, and resource conservation districts. So the need here really, I think, is for funding for regional planning, and then also for community scale and regional planning, and then also for low-income people in vulnerable areas to do home hardening, to retrofit homes and structures. The pathways for target 2 I think are aided by a new law that requires counties and cities to consider wildfire risk and climate change in planning new housing development in their long-term general plans. And so here, I think the need and the opportunity is to consider the shrubland fire regimes and the risks that these present, and how housing might be sited better to limit risk to shrublands themselves through the ignition pathway, and then to people from fires that will occur in shrub systems. And then pathways for target 3. I actually am realizing that in our current text, we don't have any specific programs to call out. Kind of have some general text around conservation strategies that need to be developed. But I wanted to note that there actually has been a lot of success in Southern California with habitat conservation plans. This was mentioned earlier. Some of them are NCCPs, but not all of them are. And I think habitat conservation plans for shrubland conservation in particular have already demonstrated some successes. And I think expanding those to other regions of the state would be an effective pathway. These are regional scale planning efforts for conservation, and have the opportunity to incorporate things like climate change into them. And so I think, infusing those types of plans with climate change, involving climate change research and understanding of shrub systems, and expanding those types of plans to other parts of the state would be a successful happening. The last point I realized I forgot to make, I want to make now, is that there are some places where shrub habitats are transitional. And so from a conservation standpoint, the goal here is not to target the particular patch of shrubs. It's to target the processes that maintain shrubs as a component of a heterogeneous landscape. So for example, following fire in forests, some forest ecosystems, shrublands can be a transitional vegetation type. And so in terms of conservation, we're not advocating conserving those shrublands per se. We're advocating conserving the heterogeneous habitat, which can be beneficial for animals and plants.
Just wanted to thank you.
Yeah, please.
That was great. I just had one comment I wanted to make on the first point. I think it was the pathway we talked about. I forgot what it was, SWPP, Wildfire Prevention Plan, and the firewise communities. And somebody that I was talking to is really saying those plans are great, but you need to make sure you're using the best and latest science on those, and that's going to really impact the effectiveness of your plan and the success. So really making sure to those plans is really up to date.
Great. So maybe there's
Might be a technical assistance.
I was going to say, yeah, technical assistance. I'll make a note for.
Let's open it for committee members to ask questions or make comments.
This is Marianne. I have a comment. Good to go.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think that was a great presentation. I wanted to maybe just suggest a little bit of a nuance for the first recommendation, and you did talk about this quite a bit, the use of prescribed burn. I think some, and maybe this is in your full write-up, but there's fire ignition prevention programs. I would maybe couch that in the human fire ignition prevention programs, just to be specific there. And just the benefits also of beneficial fire, the use of prescribed burn in shrublands like this can help to reduce essentially fire severity going forward. It can help understand what the return intervals are in these areas, and a lot of these shrublands.
Well, I'm wondering whether you might, from the standpoint of handing stuff out
Could you,
straight out,
could
you
you-
can-
can someone else?
or conditions in,
themselves-
whether you want to have one that you would periodically like take the screen off of.
Hello?
Marian, sorry, we had an interruption there while someone was muting themselves. Could you speak again?
Sure. So what I just wanted to say was I think there are just a few nuances for that first bullet, and I think that this might be also written up in your full draft, so forgive me if that's the case. But I would, I would add maybe the word human to before fire ignition prevention programs. So that's trying to reduce the human ignitions. And you did talk about this. The use of prescribed burn. And I think that that's a really important tool in these shrublands for many reasons. One, they're often fire adapted communities. And the use of prescribed burn can help reduce the fire severity around those WUI zones in particular. And so, again, you did talk about prescribed burns, but I think just emphasizing on the use of that tool and other tools to essentially reduce the fire severity in these shrublands, and especially in these transitional types, I think would be a great benefit to this program as well.
Marian, if you have,
Can we kind of make this, so
Okay.
if you want to go and then Debbie and Laura and then Connor.
well, I
So-
think we might, the three of us might have the same
Okay.
reaction. If you have specific references about what shrub types you're referring to, that would be great if you could send them, because certainly from my experience in coastal sage scrub and chaparral, they really don't benefit from prescribed fire, and there is not a reduction in fire intensity or severity.
Mhm.
But there may be, I think it sounds like you have some specific shrub types in mind where that might be applicable. And if you could send those, then we can incorporate that specificity.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, along those lines, I was reaching out to the various experts and I was like, oh yeah, prescribed fire, right? That'd be great. And they were like, hang on a second. And just to note, I'm not a shrub expert. So, but yeah, that was something that I was thinking would be an obvious, benefit, but was brought to my attention that in especially those two shrub systems that you were describing, were maybe not the best approach. So yeah, I'd be curious to see what preferences you have as well.
I would say it absolutely depends on exactly what you're saying, the type of composition you have. So it's not a general overall, but just a suggestion for the use of that kind of tool.
Yeah, if you could send any references that you have so that we can think about it. And just to say, reiterate again that we did try and restrict our recommendations to the chaparral and the coastal sage because of limitations in our understanding of some of these other systems. Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
no.
That helps. Sorry. So it's just chaparral and coastal sage.
At
Am
this
I-
point, so if we have great insight into other areas that people are able to point us to, we may be able to expand. So sharing what you have is helpful. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just curious. Similarly, you were mentioning that thinning and mastication was something to be avoided for annuals coming in the sort of idea of dispensable space. I live in coastal sage scrub in Chaparral, and all of the defensible space practices are exactly that. And a lot of the shrublands have reached maturity, so they're really dense stands. And what I hear from a lot of the prescribed fire practitioners are sort of bringing the mosaics back of different burns so that it's a more fire resilient landscape. Again, I'm not an expert. This is just what I, sort of pushed into my brain. So as you were mentioning all that, I thought the contrary was practice, but.
Can I add a question here to this? And that is, you probably know, but some of us like me do not. How much of our coastal scrub has been lost. In other words, how much of an acreage are we talking about of remaining extant chaparral and coastal scrub?
We're talking about coastal sage-grouse, not
Yeah.
to be confused with Charlotte. So just.
Clarifying is useful, but I think that that's something within this is, are we dealing with a very limited area, more remnant habitats? Or are we dealing with something more extensive where, there's the ability to go back to a mosaic of sorts? I don't know.
Onto that also. Or keep on piling. But were you talking about is the adjacency to built areas? Is that why you were kind of discriminating between practices that would encourage succession or heterogeneity or discourage them? It sounded like you were saying in some cases we want to keep the sage or the scrub, and in other cases we want to maintain some succession or mosaics.
We didn't have a target around a mosaic, and the heterogeneity comment that I made was more in the context of forest shrub interactions. For example, in the Sierra, there's like a lot of interdigitation of shrub and forest, and part of that is because following fire in forest systems, shrubs will establish. And these montane chaparral systems are transitional. Trees will eventually establish, assuming there are adequate legacies of trees there, and seed input. The trees will eventually reestablish. So it's a matter of time. And so in those contexts, the mosaic that we're talking about is this sort of shrub tree mosaic. I think my understanding of what Connor is talking about is a mosaic of shrub ages. So you have some patches that have recently burned, others that are older, but it's all shrub systems. And our original recommendations didn't really address that in any way. And I think what we've understood, and none of, well, Christine maybe more so than any of us, but none of us are like shrub specialists. So we're trying to learn from the literature and from experts that we've been talking to. But the understanding that we have is that fire regimes in shrub systems that are within proximity to human communities have had fire return intervals that are shorter than they would have were they're not human sources of ignitions. And so from a carbon standpoint and a community safety standpoint, the goal is to actually reduce the number of fires and allow carbon to accumulate in these shrub ecosystems longer, because when a fire burns in a shrub system, it's going to burn at high severity anyway. And then the other piece is that some of these common practices, like opening them up mechanically, actually allows annual grasses that are highly flammable to be introduced, and that increases the probability of ignition from human sources. Like on the side of a road, some sort of spark is more likely to catch a grass than it's going to catch a shrub. And so the more, and the grasses will carry that fire more quickly because they're finer fuels. And so the risk of a spark turning into a shrub fire is increased if you have grasses mixed within them. And so our understanding is that those practices that might exist currently on the landscape are actually counterproductive. But this is, this is what we've learned. So
Would there be like a really, sorry,
But go, why don't you do that, and then Debbie, I think we're.
could it lead to a conversion type altogether if there's like moonscaping? And I'm really thinking of this geographical location that's my back.
yeah, I understand.
I'm like, okay, it's impenetrable, like chaparral that's been suppressed. Like, I know it's going to happen because I watched it happen.
Yeah.
There are parts of the landscape, and it's going to lead to mudslides, and it's going to lead to conversion type, and it's going to be a, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, the type conversion risk, and well, maybe you should respond to some of this.
So just going back in time to your mosaic of ages and feedback that we're getting on we need to reduce the fire return.
I wonder, my brain is just kind of like trying to put the pieces together, and I'm wondering, like, maybe there is an opportunity to do some prescribed fire, like in a targeted way where we know it's already been 50 years since it's burned, or no, is that not really something that should be considered if the return there hasn't been a fire there.
I think it depends. So I think we're hearing it as a cross-cutting theme is that it's very regional specific. So coastal sage scrub does have a lot of turnover and patchiness and can be an early seral, but a lot of your hard chaparral, there is absolutely no evidence that it's ever decadent and that it's gone too long without fire. And what converts that system to a moonscape is too frequent fire. So it can burn at extremely high severity. We had a whole bunch of hard chaparral, thousands of acres in Sequoia Kings that burned in the KMP that had no fire history and it came back great. So the seed bank and the root resprouting of those sort of low elevation hard chaparral systems, things like chamise, they can be very uniform over large areas and they show no evidence of decline or becoming senescent or having issues. So I think it really depends on the specifics of the system.
I was going to echo that too frequent fire is what leads to the conversion to a more grassy system, which then would perpetuate a more frequent fire system.
Keeps resetting.
Yeah. So there, because of the ease with which grasses can carry the fire, then so that's why and I think, you know, the fire threat, I would say the first one here is it's really focused in these sort of systems that are around, like where you live, you know, like around where people live. And I think the need here is really to focus on what kind of buffering land uses can exist between people and the shrubs. So like having the homes and the hard chaparral like right up against each other, that is not safe. Right. You know, and so this is where community protection, you know, like no matter the home hardening that you do, if this is the situation, it's going to be, you know, very
like living in like a diesel fuel.
Yeah. So I think this is where the ideas around community protection and buffering land uses becomes, you know, kind of a better strategy. And these are approaches that people are, you know, starting to try out in different communities.
It sounds like in the next iteration or this final iteration, the distinction between the coastal scrub and the hard, never heard this before.
Hard chaparral.
I haven't heard that term. That's really important, and the notion of where fire can be tolerated or not, how we want to try and manage fire more effectively or not, and the establishment of buffers, which I know you've all got, but you're getting a lot of questions on that. And then Mark, and that'll be our last question before we go to public comment.
Yeah, okay, so I like to add like 4 comments that are on it pretty quickly. But one, a good job on taking in the lead in your first point. I see we dodged a bit, and I'm a little uncomfortable about that, but I think you did a nice job of that. Number 2, what's lacking in this report that I think maybe you ought to make some mention of is that you don't say anything about how shrublands could be managed to be better carbon storage. And I don't know if there's anything you can do. I have no suggestion there, but at least that might be worth a mention in the introductory paragraph that you're not really talking about how people manage shrublands, because there isn't really anything for this an actionable thing for the states to do. The third thing is that you might refer to the fire interval departure maps, because those are really effective in making the point that Southern California shrublands are burning at a much higher rate than historically average. And the last point is that your second and third points are sort of opposite sides of the same coin in a way, that it's both looking for a non-conversion of shrublands, one by using tools that prevent shrublands from becoming urban areas, and the other one is tools that protect shrublands for biodiversity values. And I don't know if you want to think about making that combining that versus two, but it is.
Well, it's a really interesting thing that above our land types, we don't really, you know, we talk about how we manage grassland. We talk about managing agricultural lands. We don't manage shrublands or chaparral. We convert them.
Right.
And that's part of the issue here. One thing, you know, what you stated verbally was perhaps to adopt the 30 by 30 goals. So that becomes a more actionable, because it says aligning with it, but you know, if it's an actual, you should do this. Something you may want to clarify with that. Well, quite remarkably, with 1 minute to spare, actually, no, we are right on time for opening up public comment. Jen or Alan, could I ask for your help? Because I can't really see what the queue is online.
Yeah.
Do you want to start with any questions in the audience of people who have come here?
Yeah,
Or-
we have a couple behind you.
Okay.
So let's start in the room and then we'll move to the phone. People with your hands up on the phone.
Good morning. I'm one of the hands raised. I'm Evan Edgar. I raised my hand, but I come down in person because this is important to the.
And we are trying to keep public comment to 3 minutes, so Adam and I will cut you off if we need to.
I know the 2 minute rule at CARB.
Okay.
I'm the California Compost Coalition. I'm their engineer, and we've been involved with all the scoping plans. We make organic compost, CDFA approved. We have for about more than half the market, mostly from urban green waste and food waste. I'm not the biosolids guy. We have no PFAS. I'm not microplastics. We solve that. Organic compost is a strong market in California, about 5 to 7 million tons. There's a state law called SB 1383 that's got to remove another 13 million tons of organics out of the landfill by 2025. I'm doing that with the California Compost Coalition. We're going to the private sector, compost facilities up and down the state. Plus, I represent YOLO Land and Cattle. I represent Benzoic Ranch, Limonera, and Bowles Ranch. We do carbon farming. I'm a carbon cowboy, but no biosolids, no microplastic. We're the good stuff, and we're certified. And we have plenty of compost in California. We're making more. We're not going to import trash to make compost. Ain't going to happen. We make it within the urban areas. And right now, there's a procurement program at at Tower Cycle that have $90 million of local government grants, and the market is brokered out to agriculture. There's a county public works can't handle a flood of organics in the urban setting. They can take some for parks and recs, but the market is agriculture. As part of, I think we're going to divert about 13.4 million tons, about 6 million metric tons of carbon. What I did in the Natural Working Land 2019 report, we rolled it out slowly because you can't divert overnight. It's a 7-year phase out. So within figure 7, January 2019, there's a phase in about how many acres non-irrigated compost use, 10 to low and high use, 10 to 20,000 acres per year. So there's good metrics here that we're rolling out right now. We're working with RCDs and $50 million grants coming out with healthy soils that we're going to first come, first serve in November. So we got all the tools in place. But let it be known, the California Compost Coalition can make the compost to roll out this program for natural working lands. And we're not biosolids, we're not manures, we're not microplastics, we're clean green from the urban setting to take it to sequestered natural working lands up to 6 million metric tons per year by the time we roll it out. So it's part of the scoping plan. And what's really neat, it rolls into all the climate action plans at the county level, from Santa Barbara to Sacramento, is that every climate action plan at the county level has compost use sequestering on natural working lands from the urban green waste, because agriculture is a market. It's about 30% water savings on drought. And we're running out all the studies. Some of the cases we're doing soil protocol 2.0 at the Climate Action Reserve to have carbon credits. So you ain't talking about it, but the farmers need carbon credits in order to make this all work. So it's a voluntary market, but we are working on different carbon plans so that we can develop carbon credits for the farmers to save water and use the urban green waste. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. Do you mind if I might join you at the table? My name is Chris Reard. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the California Farm Bureau. And it was an interesting discussion this morning. I just wanted to bring a different perspective. I'd imagine farmers, ranchers, look at this document, might suggest, what is it going to do to me and what's going to cost me? So I just wanted to share with you, I know it's not under your purview, but as we look at this in conjunction with all the other things that farmers and ranchers are facing in California, it has concerns to us. Particularly your third bullet point under the agricultural recommendations related to the organic numbers. Let me first suggest 400 plus commodities in this state, unique footprints. We believed that number would be just a massive overreach in terms of how you would actually manage an organic system such as this. We're the #1 state in the country as it relates to agriculture. We feed the state and we also feed the world. Our first question is, what are the economic considerations of this plan? What would it cost us? Okay. It's funny, this morning I just sort of popped up real quick on my computer about food costs. First things I had was new data shows historic rise in food costs plaguing California consumers and restaurants. When will California food prices fall? How expensive are groceries in 2023? That was just the first three I saw. So for us folks, as we look at this document in totality, we would say, you know, we think it's important to have these discussions, but I must tell you, we're having this discussion. We're also in the same time frame looking at the cost of electrifying agriculture. Also, we're also looking at the whole issue of zero emission vehicles and what that's going to mean for California, essentially in the same time frame, the next 20 years. So we're concerned about what this means, particularly on the organic side, because you know, the organic has a connotation, and I appreciate the comment at the end of the discussion on just because it's organic doesn't mean it's going to capture more carbon. So the other thing we're concerned about is on the economic side is what does this mean for our employment base? We employ almost 500,000 people during the height of our agricultural season in California. Okay, sometimes up to 800,000 when you look at the whole sort of complexion of California agriculture. So those are questions that we'd want to have a clear understanding of. Look, I think we have made, and many are aware of this, in California the last probably 5 to 6 years, there's been enormous investments made on carbon reductions. That will continue. It's funny, I was looking up.
We have to move on. Thank you. One final point.
One final point I just wanted to raise. There's been, working with our friends, the California Department of Food and Ag, programs like Sustainable Water Efficiency and Enhanced Program SWEEP, Sustainable Ag Lands Conservation Program, and Healthy Soils Program have been enormously important to California agriculture. And we will continue to work with our officials at CDFA and our elected officials as well. But make sure, just wanted to understand the sort of economic concerns that we see out of this. Thank you.
Good morning, folks. Brian Shobe. I'm with the California Climate and Agriculture Network, and we're a coalition of 8 agricultural organizations in the state. So I want to make 3 comments on the croplands recommendations and then 1 comment on the grasslands recommendation. So first, on nitrous oxide emissions, which are approximately 20% of California agriculture's emissions per CARB's GHG inventory. Really appreciate the committee's attention to those emissions and the role of improved irrigation efficiency. To that end, would suggest the committee mention the SWEEP program, which incentivizes farms to improve on-farm irrigation efficiency. The committee may also wish to consider further refining the discussion of N2O emissions by highlighting the role of reducing the overall application of synthetic fertilizer. Referencing the 2016 California nitrogen assessment, which found that on average across all California cropping systems, farms are applying approximately twice as much nitrogen as the crops actually use. I'm not suggesting we can ever get to 100% efficiency, but that certainly leaves room for efficiency gains. And I'll share that from our farmers' perspective, that is an opportunity for reducing their costs. The cost of nitrogen inputs has dramatically skyrocketed in recent years in response to global geopolitics because those are dependent on fossil fuel economies globally. So the second way the committee can expand that discussion is by acknowledging the role that cover crops and other soil building practices can play in reducing nitrous oxide emissions, scavenging excess nitrogen, as Dr. Luis Jackson's research has shown, or by more tightly coupling nitrogen between plants and soils, as Dr. Timble's research has showed. We also appreciate the committee's discussion of avoiding farmland conversion. Want to note that we are continuing to lose 40 to 50,000 acres of farmland per year, and that according to a case study in Yolo County, an acre of residential land emits 40 to 70 times more emissions than an acre of irrigated cropland. So this is not just about protecting the carbon that exists in those systems, it's also about preventing emissions from residential development. We love the idea of effectively halting conversion of farmland. Though I think there was an important note, some of that farmland is going to have to come out due to groundwater regulations and should go into other beneficial uses. And really appreciate the point about additional research needed on systems that can help farmers stay viable by stacking additional revenue streams on their land, either through agrivoltaics or integrating grazing into cropping systems. Third point on this, so appreciate the committee's discussions of
In about 10 seconds.
10 seconds. All right, consistency. Please consider Cal Poly's evaluation of the Healthy Soils Program, which found that 3/4 of grant recipients are continuing those practices. And recognize that organic certification itself is a strategy for maintaining practice adoption because it requires ongoing maintenance and because it provides an ongoing market premium for farmers to afford those practices. I'll hold my grasslands recommendations. Thank you. Yep.
The big
table. So hello, Chair and members. I'm Leticia Benador. I'm the Senior Policy Advocate at California Certified Organic Farmers, or CCOF. We represent 3,000 organic farmers and ranchers in California. So farmers want to be at this table. We are so excited to be here today discussing solutions that not only really strongly address climate change, but also do consider the farmer's bottom line. And recognizes the knowledge and expertise that organic farmers have to offer as stewards of our land and a lot of our land in California. We want to especially appreciate the committee's focus on equity. As you likely know, pesticide use is a huge concern for ag communities throughout California, particularly BIPOC communities. And organic certification is the only farming system that guarantees a reduction in pesticide use at this time. We also recognize the importance of moving forward on eliminating the most highly hazardous pesticides. We're really excited about many of the recommendations in this draft, and thank you so much for all your work on it. We're especially supportive of Target 3 for organic agriculture. We know certification is a barrier for many farmers, and I'm so excited there are new state and federal programs that really provide financial and technical assistance needed to help farmers overcome those barriers, like the CDFA program and the new USDA Organic Transition Initiative. We know that scaling up organic agriculture is possible. CCOF has done it ourselves. We've transitioned over 100,000 acres in the last decade, and we learned that we must match ambitious goals with ambitious resources to make it a reality. Acknowledging many practices come from indigenous practices, and have not been acknowledged, but also that organic farmers have really been pioneering so many of these practices that we talk about throughout this document. They are recognized in the Healthy Soils Program and other programs. And that was really all without the benefit of government support. Organic farmers have been pioneering without a lot of support. And then, you know, to the point that organic farm might have bare soil or use tillage, if you look at the totality of research on organic, it overwhelmingly shows that organic systems do sequester carbon and provide ecosystem benefits. Just like any farming system, organic farms won't be maximizing all their benefits all of the time. There are all kinds of farmers who just transitioned their first plat, farmers who have been doing it for 50 years. There's a farm worker turned farm owner who's certifying a 1/4 acre of land with us, all done in Spanish. So there's a diversity of folks, but regardless of where they are, there's a set of federal standards. If a farm isn't upholding those standards, they will get a non-compliance. If that doesn't work, they will not be certified. If certifiers are not doing their job, they get accredited, they get disaccredited. That has happened. Thank you. Okay. So there's a system for continual improvement. I encourage all of us to continue to improve it. If we reinvent the wheel, these problems will just come up over again in any new system. Thank you so much for all your work. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Jen, we're moving online here.
Yeah, we'll move on. Sorry, first person up is Margaret. And a reminder, 3 minutes max.
Is that Margaret Reeves? Is that me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to thank you for dropping regenerative. Thank you for just transition using ILO guidance, shying away from technical solutions with a nod to solar, and calling out the SPM roadmap and a couple others, but I'll move on. I have 2 points in particular. One is about the target for pesticide reduction. We want to argue for a specific 50% overall reduction in use and toxicity of chemical pesticides by 2030, in line with the EU's farm to fork target and CARB's EJAC committee. The mention of pesticides in the recommendations seems to only look at protecting communities, which is very, very important. So I just wanted to add a couple points. Pesticides also contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, as was presented to your committee by my colleague Asha Sharma in the last, I believe, last public meeting. Pesticides also use a lot of energy, mostly from fossil fuels, for the extraction, manufacturing, transport, and application, some of which happens in California and some of it outside. And pesticides have negative impacts on soil health, including soil's ability to suppress disease, to cycle nutrients, and sequester carbon. The next point, my second point, is about organic, and I'm delighted that all that support is there already. I just wanted to mention the carbon storage and permanency, because that was an issue you all discussed. I just want to add that soil microbes are responsible for producing the most stable forms of soil carbon that will remain in the soil for long periods. So that's a piece of healthy soil that is quite relevant to carbon sequestration. And then organic also reduces pesticide use by preventing pest problems through building healthy suppressive soils, increasing biodiversity, support for natural enemies, and that prevention of pests is fundamental to reducing pesticide use. And then, since you had a question in the expanding nature-based solutions, I just want to talk about a couple ways to measure progress. Of course, DPR's pesticide use reports will definitively measure that, so pesticide reduction can be measured. Of course, the number of organic growers and organic acreage is measurable. And I appreciate that you all have looked at procurement as a strong driving force for organic and beyond. The SPM roadmap, of course, does that as well. And in terms of policies, the SPM roadmap, I was a member of that committee, is full of program needs, potential policies. Okay, so, and I'm delighted that there's recognition of and collaboration with SPM. Thank you very much.
Next is Jeff Taylor. Joan Taylor, are you on?
Here's a JT.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think
yes. Endeavoring to unmute. Thank you. Joan Taylor, Chair of the California Nevada Desert Committee of Sierra Club. I was a seated stakeholder in DRECP and co-authored the joint NGO comments on the CEC acreage calculator. But we've got to remember DRECP was triage, reacting to 1 million acres of solar applications shotgun all over the desert in the early 2010s. Very impressed and grateful for the committee's response, endeavoring to address the unique aspects of the desert as a carbon sink and highly important ecosystem. I'd like to respond to 2 cogent questions that came up under the desert discussion. With regard to quantifying the amount of private land still intact, very good question. I'm on the board of 2 regional land conservancies, and I will endeavor to see if we can provide you a ballpark estimate of intact desert land still in private, non-preservation ownership. Fortunately, a significant portion of intact private land may be in conservation ownership or slated for acquisition and preservation. If I can get those numbers, we will get them to you. With regard to potential purview over federal public lands, which are really the bulk of intact lands in the desert, I would say this: it's really important for your body to coordinate, not to say lean on, the CEC and especially the CPUC. Why? Because the focus is still on multi-square mile industrialization of federal lands in the desert for photovoltaic solar. But remember this, the feds manage the federal land, but the state decides where the transmission capacity is directed. Please ask the energy agencies to direct transmission to no regrets areas. CAISO is doing some upgrades in the San Joaquin Valley, for instance. That's very visionary. Better still, ask the energy agencies to recognize that PV solar is truly disruptive. Like cell phone, it does not need to be tethered to wires. Meeting the state's decarbonization goals does not require a conversion of intact land. Read Section X of the Desert White Paper, which is applicable to all the regions. Also, the agencies should quantify the potential for utility scale. We're not talking small rooftop, utility scale solar at load. The Renewable Energy Transmission Initiative back in 2009-10 found 11,000 plus megawatts of utility scale solar. There's been an explosion of logistics. It's got to be double that now. That would be a quarter of what the state expects to have to build of utility scale solar. Additionally, there are 200,000 acres of parking lots throughout the state. So please do coordinate with your fellow agencies. Thank you so much for the attention you have given to the desert, and onward. Thank you.
Thanks, Joan. Next up is Susie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I want to start by thanking Chelsea, Connor, and Marian for their excellent work. I am part of a subgroup within the Inland Desert Working Group. We have experts in carbon sequestration, biodiversity, mapping, and appropriate siting within our group. And we are, in general, extremely pleased with the recommendations that have come forth. Just some quick comments. Regarding the first recommendation, our response is to minimize disturbance of the desert, contain future land conversion to pre-disturbed habitat, avoid disturbance of intact habitat. I think specifically we would be very happy just to see that figure of 2,607 acres. We have no issues with that figure, but we would suggest that added to that is that those acres be as infill within already disturbed lands. We think this is a way to go and are really pleased with this. Regarding the second recommendation, our response is that given the millennial timescale of carbon cycling in the desert, recovery of carbon sequestration and storage from disturbance is unmitigable. We suggest avoiding carbon and climate impacts of development because of the extremely long carbon cycle in the desert and the fragility of the plants on which it depends. We simply don't have evidence yet of any feasible mitigation for desert carbon sequestration once the soil is broken and the native vegetation is bladed or shaded. Regarding the third recommendation, we really don't have much to add. Our group responded with increased conservation to 15,000 acres or more each year to maximize conservation of intact desert areas. That is in sync with the EAC's recommendation. And fourth, although restoration will not compensate for carbon loss in the desert, support biodiversity by setting targets for removal of invasive species in riparian and other habitats. Our position is that restoration is effective for biodiversity, but it's really irrelevant for carbon sequestration just because of the time scale for the ecosystem processes. We'd like to quickly add as a fifth recommendation to fund research for quantification of carbon dynamics and carbon turnover in desert soils. We're way behind on that front, and we desperately need research so that we can come up with measurable figures and appropriate modeling. I'd like to note there's a statement in the draft that went out recently about organic carbon loss from the soil being the major carbon pool in this land type. That's not quite accurate. inorganic carbon is equal to or greater in the desert ecosystem. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate your work.
Thanks, Susie. Next is Taylor.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor Roshan. I represent a series of agricultural associations and commodity groups that are California based. And we like to provide some input on the ag targets that are presented on. First, we'd like to express appreciation for the reference to agricultural land conservation and striking the reference to regenerative agriculture. It's still an evolving term, and we're encouraged that the State Board of Food and Ag at CDFA are currently working on a definition that's farmer driven. However, we would like to bring concerns about implementation target 3, specifically the 75% and 40% organic recommendations. About 13% of the state's acreage is organic, which allows, and forgive the pun, but grows organically every year. But it can't be understated how much the transition to organic and organic production has to be a business decision by a farmer in order for it to be sustainable. Because organic farm seed lowers yields, require more land to produce, and have higher production costs, the inefficiency is manageable because the farmer can demand a higher price in the market, and growers do go in and out of organic certification over time as these price signals change. Disrupting the natural organic market share increase to 75% will most certainly lead to oversupply, causing prices to tank, and as a result, we've just unintentionally increased costs for all organic growers, but specifically on small BIPOC or first-generation organic farmers who can't handle that financial hit and have increased barriers for low-income consumers to buy organic products, thereby nullifying an equity benefit. As an example, we've got about 250,000 acres of processing tomatoes in California. In 2021, 2,000 acres, or 1% of the statewide acreage, was the difference between over and under supply in the organic tomato market. So a faux target, especially one as aggressive as proposed, is really concerning. And I would echo some of the committee members' comments today on environmental trade-offs from different inputs, including organic pesticides at such a scale. And while we recognize that the committee includes a recommendation to invest and expand organic markets, with respect, we've had unprecedented public and private investment in new markets from farm to school to food deserts and a state procurement mandate, none of which have changed the reality that I just discussed. I think we all share an interest to protect the market and to grow it, but more importantly, it's to grow the adoption of what we understand to be organic practices, cover cropping, compost application, no or reduced till. So to improve the carbon sequestration and not have the unintended consequences, we would recommend that that goal be changed from an organic target to a practice-based target, like a healthy soils target. That way we're not leaving out a significant portion of the market in agriculture who could contribute to the state's climate and equity goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Bonnie.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Bonnie Bunnywall with the Climate Center. Thank you to the committee and the agencies for the tremendous work that has been done thus far and the opportunity to comment today. Earlier in the process, the committee was tasked with setting SMART targets, SMART being specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. But many of these targets in the draft recommendations do not fit that criteria. Specifically, a number of targets do not have associated metrics with them, making measurement difficult or not at all possible. As stated in the bill text, the targets established through this process are meant to support the state's goal of net neutrality, so it is of the utmost importance that they can be measured so progress towards our climate goals can be tracked. So I urge the committee to be more specific in their final targets, both in terms of metrics as well as the practices that are recommended. To this latter point, an example that I will elevate is in the agriculture section. There's a general target to expand farm edge diversification. Recommended level of action or the metric is not stated in the target, but rather in the pathway, strategies, and actions portion of the document. So the acreage should instead be moved up to the target itself. This same target would also benefit from including specific practices that the committee has in mind to achieve that goal, in the same way that the grasslands recommendations have an overarching but specific and measurable target of at least $50 million of investment in soil health, for which practices like riparian restoration, reestablishment of native oaks, among others are clearly stated. And besides specificity, I also want to remind folks that the committee is not bound by any means to establish targets to only meet CARB's current goal of -4% carbon stock loss, but that is rather the floor for what these implementation targets should be achieving. I also want to challenge the notion that was brought up earlier that we would have to import additional organic waste from out of the state to create the amount of organic fertilizer needed to reach the goals. With SB 1383 in full swing, we will be diverting 75% of organic waste from landfills, which equates to 12 to 14 million additional tons of organic waste that can be then used as feedstock for the inputs needed on ag lands. That's all for now. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide public comment.
Thank you. Next up is Kathleen.
Kathleen Kilpatrick?
Yeah.
Okay. I also want to thank you for your work overall. I would say this committee is one of the few things in this scoping plan that has made me feel hopeful. I work in healthcare and I've worked for many years on social and environmental justice issues. And for me, the co-benefits are very important. The equity benefits are important. I came here in support of the organic targets and of adding one for pesticide reduction because of the overall contributions pesticides play in the fossil fuel system. I was just kind of learning a lot, and there were some issues raised that were new to me, and I ended up listening through other categories besides agriculture. I'm a systems thinker, as are, I'm sure, most of you, and I appreciated the repeated references to biodiversity, corridors, edges, continuity. I think our evidence that in an integrated biological system holds carbon is how well it did so before the industrial age. So now I'm thinking in terms of the mycorrhizal network and how it needs diversity, it needs corridors, it needs continuity. And, you know, the references to costs and profits in the agricultural system, I understand that point of view because it's really hard to get people to eat well and to feed them well and have it affordable. But this is about more than profits for the people who have the most resources. So I think we need to look at all those issues. But I want to thank you for your whole systems approach and for your attention to detail. I'm hoping that this discussion has been recorded because it's certainly worth listening to again and worth sharing. So please let us know if we can share this very important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, it's being recorded and will be posted. Next, we have Catherine Dodd.
Hi, this is Catherine Dodd, and I'm representing families advocating for chemical and toxic safety. I want to point out that today is Children's Environmental Health Day, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the children. We're talking about tomorrow. We're talking about the next generation. I want to thank you on behalf of them for all the thoughtful work that's gone into this. We strongly support the goal to expand organic agriculture to 75% of farming operations and 40% of farming acres by 2045. I want to associate myself with the remarks of Margaret Reeves and remind us that healthy soil microbes decrease pests in and of themselves without pesticides. We also support the goal of a just transition, such as prioritizing the needs of local farming systems and communities, expanding access to land tenure and equity with under-resourced agricultural communities. Children live in those communities. However, it's critical that a pesticide use reduction target accompany the organic target. The EU has committed to that, and they've done it successfully. Pesticides are derived from and have to be transported by fossil fuels. They release greenhouse gases in and of themselves, and they have harmful impacts on farm worker communities and biodiversity. Healthy soil absorbs 3 times as much water and would prevent the kind of flooding we saw in this year's major rainfall. And it also retains water, so it would use less water and hopefully preserve our Colorado River. We encourage the committee to adopt a complementary target to the organic target to reduce overall pesticide use by 50% by 2030, beginning with the most hazardous pesticides. And lastly, I'd just like to associate myself with the comments by the Sierra Club and remind us that the desert is not just a desert. It actually provides 10% of California's carbon sequestration, and we must protect it from the solar practices that are not being careful of what's in the desert. Thank you very much for your work, and I look forward to some positive changes in the next version of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Peter.
Who do we have?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for an opportunity to make some comments. I'm calling on behalf of the California Bountiful Foundation, the research and science arm of Farm Bureau. And I'd like to start off just with talking about real briefly the oversight of not looking at technology solutions. Farm Bureau obviously is supportive of SWEEP and healthy soils and those programs, but when you fail to look at technology solutions, it means you're going to overlook things like unmanned aerial vehicles, drones that have the potential to decrease soil compaction, thereby increasing carbon capture potential on farm just by changing the technology that's used to do farming today. That technology change also brings with it the precision use of spraying, which means that you could decrease the use of restricted materials and increase the use of biologicals, again, just by moving agriculture forward with the way that technology is used on farm today. And in fact, the state of California is investing millions of dollars in the Central Valley with the Central Valley Community Foundation, UC Merced, Fresno State, and a number of community colleges to train farm workers, new farm workers, and existing farm workers in the use of precision ag tech as the primary pathway to bring economic opportunities for farm workers. So I encourage you to revisit the concept of technology. The recommendations should be leaning into and not shying away from technology. But in specifically regards to the forestry section, I have some questions regarding whether the current easements count towards the 2 million acre goal, or if 2 million acres are in addition to current property easements. Which easement programs would count towards the 2 million acre target, as there are many different easement holders and funders, ranging from conservation groups, trust, private landowners. And does the recommendation come with any state funding to request new easement programs? Regarding riparian restoration, again, are acres that are not protected by forest practice rules, do those count towards acres being restored? And if not, what's the shortfall in the difference between those two things? Do these goals apply towards riparian corridors that are on federally managed lands? Are those being considered? And in regards to treating 2.5 million acres a year, does this include 2.5 million unique acres, or is this a cumulative approach? So is this a footprint, or are these activity acres? I think all of those are unclear in the recommendations and have really significant implications on how the recommendations would be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jane.
Hi. Jane Sullen. I'm co-director of the statewide Coalition Californians for Pesticide Reform. Sorry, I got spotty internet, so hopefully it will hold out for my comment. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. This is just really, really exciting. I'm here to comment on the Ag Lands recommendations and associate myself with the remarks of my coalition colleagues, Margaret Reeves, Kathleen Kilpatrick, and Catherine Dodd. This is just, it's thrilling to see this, building on the achievement in the scoping plan that had a first ever organic adoption target. This is a much more ambitious one. I'm really heartened to see that. I was listening with great interest in the discussion about organic versus regenerative versus practices. And I note that in your slideshow, you have organic/regenerative. In the plan, it's just organic. So really hoping that you would consider organic to be a floor and not an alternative to regenerative, because as you know, there are no current standards for regenerative. It's a great concept. It's not backed up by standards. So regenerative organic, building on organic to have regenerative practices, I think is a really important goal, if there's some way of certifying and formalizing that. So fully supportive of that. And the 75% target by 2045 is exciting to see for farming operations, 40% of acres. Then also fully supportive of your goals on just transition, such as prioritizing the needs of local farming systems and communities, expanding access to land tenure and equity within under-resourced agricultural communities. The only thing I would really want to emphasize is that hand in hand with that organic adoption target, I really encourage you to consider a pesticide use reduction target, which, as you know, was not included as part of the scoping plan, but is just absolutely critical. The European Union's already committed to this. Pesticides, as my colleagues have noted, being derived from fossil fuels, transported by fossil fuels, they release greenhouse gases, and most importantly, they hurt the people that live near their use. So a complementary target that makes sure that the uptake of organic is accompanied by a overall decrease in pesticide use, but specifically in hazardous pesticide use, is just super important. So we encourage specifically reduce overall pesticide use and toxicity by 50% by 2030. And again, building on what was achieved in the scoping plan, building on the DPR's direction that they've mapped out in the Sustainable Pest Management Roadmap. Just exciting to see an all-of-government approach to a new direction for California agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. And last public comment is from Daniel Rath.
Hi, yeah, good afternoon. So I'm Daniel Rath. I'm a soil scientist from Natural Resources Defense Council. First of all, I just would like to applaud the committee's efforts in undertaking this massive and frankly incredibly difficult task of outlining targets that are going to be relevant to the incredibly diverse combination of soils and climates that you have present in California. I'd really like to echo what was said before and recommend that the committee include more specific language about both practices and outcomes, at least from my point of view, in the agriculture and grassland sections. It's really important, we think, not just to target practices that should be promoted, but that we include concrete measurements and metrics that could be used to track the success of these practices, or at least, as was done in the grassland section, to highlight some metrics that potentially should receive more focus or should receive more attention for a possible statewide sampling campaign. On that same note, it would probably be good to include metrics related to either soil and above ground biodiversity in this suite of success metrics. There is a lot of potential for preservation of biodiversity on working lands, not just above ground, but also below ground. This above ground and below ground biodiversity, particularly soil microbial communities, are what drives the increased carbon storage and the nitrous oxide emissions and all of the co-benefits that are really the focus of this committee. There's a lot of potential for collaboration here with efforts such as the California 30x30 initiative, the Healthy Soils program, and numerous other state and federal programs. And I know several individuals on the committee have a lot of experience looking at sort of soil microbial metrics. Finally, I would really love to support the focus on climate adaptation alongside soil carbon storage and greenhouse gas mitigation. As I'm sure the committee knows, the exclusive focus on greenhouse gas mitigation and soil carbon for climate change mitigation really devalues the co-benefits that you get from increasing organic carbon content in soils. It devalues them as incidental byproducts, when in reality, these benefits are the main goals when you're talking about adaptation to and resilience to current and future climate conditions. And with that, again, thank you. I do not envy you the task you have in front of you.
Okay, thanks everyone. That's all the public comment, Lori.
Okay. Sorry. Well, with that, we're going to take a lunch break and everybody be back here at 45 minutes. At 1:45, we'll begin again. Those are excellent comments.
Is Melissa on?
Melissa, are you on?
She said she was in the waiting.
I am on. Yes, hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank
and
you.
Is Matt on? Is Matt?
He said he was having trouble with reception,
Texted me and he would be
moving over to another place to try and get better reception.
John, would you actually like to start?
Doesn't matter, we can start. Sure.
Okay, well, why don't we then, we're gonna get off of the break here, is that correct?
Yes.
What have we got next? Oh, I guess we have forest. So.
Yeah, but do you want to do wetlands?
We were thinking of doing wetlands next since they were, people had coming in around that.
All right. Great. Okay, well, so for wetlands, in terms of just the introductory, the context, wetlands, even though they're a small area, they have very high rates of sequestration, high carbon stocks. So they're definitely a key player. I think, Will, you highlighted they have the highest carbon density in soils of any of these land types, at least many of them do. And then besides carbon benefits, there's many additional co-benefits, habitat support with a number of endangered species, food web support, flood protection, groundwater recharge, erosion control, nutrient cycling, contaminant trapping, and then with restoration, a benefit of subsidence reduction for the delta is a big issue, and for other potential wetland restoration sites. And then the state has lost over 90% of the wetlands, so there's very few left. And so conservation is definitely a big piece. But given all of those issues, we set up our recommendations around in 3 different areas with a number of sub-bullets. And I'd say one thing that would be good to get some feedback on is we didn't set acreage targets for wetlands, and also the delta wetlands are the only wetlands currently in the scoping plan. So just incorporating other wetlands is a big aspect of that, which we don't put as a recommendation, but that is implied through incorporating these targets. But so, as I said, we don't have specific numbers in terms of acreage for the recommendations, but for some of the systems, there are a number of state efforts already underway that do set some that have general acreage targets, and what we've highlighted is linking to those as guidance for what's possible in various systems. So in terms of the delta issues, we feel like 60,000 acres that's in the current scoping plan is a minimum and could be increased. And in terms of ways to do that, there's both restoration to tidal wetlands. And then there's also using managed wetlands for agriculture or rice production. And the Delta Conservancy already has an effort. They're about they over the next 5 to 10 years, they have about 15,000 acres that they on public lands, and then also incentives with private farmers to encourage to get them to convert traditional agriculture in the Delta to rice agriculture. So that's one component. And then in terms of tidal restoration, the Delta Plan sets up over 40,000 acres of tidal wetland restoration within the Delta. There isn't a time frame on that, but there is definitely opportunities for large-scale restoration towards tidal wetlands that would exceed the 60,000 acre target. And then in terms of tidal wetland restoration within San Francisco Bay and within the coastal California, there also are, within San Francisco, there have been 2 studies, the Habitat Goals Project that set up targets of 100,000 acres of restoration and without a time frame, but large scale opportunities, and there already is over 15,000, or probably about 10,000 acres in the salt pond restorations that are underway. So those, there's real opportunities there. And in Southern California, the Southern California Wetlands Recovery Project set up targets for Southern California.
Yeah, no.
That could also be.
Oh, this is that wetlands.
Could be.
You give a shit about it?
Can you mute the?
I don't have.
Can you mute the people on?
Yeah, we're muting.
Okay. Thank you.
But so those 2 areas, San Francisco Bay and Southern California, there's already state efforts underway to set some regional goals for restoration within those areas. Within the Central Coast and Northern California, there really haven't been any efforts. And so rather than try to set any acreage efforts there, I think the state should undertake some efforts to do regional planning for restoration in those regions so that that they could come up with some more reasonable targets for those systems. And then eelgrass restoration targets. Melissa, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, sure. Happy to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so we didn't make quantitative, like numerical targets for acreage for eelgrass either. And in part, this is because of the challenge with mapping eelgrass and sort of hard to make a target when you don't know what's there or what's happened in the past. And just for some context, there is some additional work from SFEI and other colleagues who set targets for San Francisco Bay, and they were very loose targets. And so we can sort of reiterate those targets. There were 3,000 acres or 6,000 acres of restoration, but talking to practitioners, just for context, they've sort of restored about 100 acres in 10 years in San Francisco. So the numbers in the thousands of acres, while not necessarily impossible, come with a drastic change of scale for eelgrass restoration, which would require, increases in personnel, increases in funding, and increases in science and mapping in order to ascertain whether or not those goals are being met. And so we sort of reiterated all of this. There is mapping in San Francisco Bay for eelgrass, which can enable those targets to be made with mapping, and then also site suitability models to determine where it could be but isn't. That is where those existing targets come from, like in total acreage plausible for eelgrass restoration, not necessarily based on feasibility of the implementation. But we don't have those site suitability models for other areas, and so it's harder to make those acreage targets, which is why we didn't do that for eelgrass. So that's kind of where those are at, but we highlighted those issues, the existing acreage targets, and then what would need to happen in order to set acreage targets in other areas. And then kelp, I would say seaweed habitats are even less certain, although there's some better mapping because we can use aerial imagery and satellite remote sensing data for kelp canopy, which you can't do for seagrass. And so it does actually help the mapping. But there are still some mapping issues on the North Coast where there's bull kelp. And then similarly, the restoration side of seaweed restoration is lacking. I would say uncertain success and methodologies associated with seaweed restoration. And so again, like too many pieces need to come in before acreage targets can be met or at least established with some sense of bounds on those recommendations for acreage. So anyway, happy to talk a lot more about that, but we highlighted those issues and what would need to happen in order to set acreage targets for both of those habitats.
Next slide. So our second recommendation is this around prioritizing conservation and using restoration approaches that maximize carbon stocks as well as other ecosystem benefits. So as with, I think, most of the systems, conservation is really, of the least disturbed wetlands, is the highest, it should be a first priority. And then separate from conservation in terms of restoration approaches, there are many different ways to go about restoring wetlands. And so using methods that maximize carbon sequestration benefits and incorporate other ecosystem benefits, that's one of our recommendations. And then the third component of this is to think about long-term resilience and especially sea level rise impacts on tidal wetlands. So thinking about how do we restore wetlands that will have more resilience to future climate impacts, and where there's more confidence that the carbon that is stored now will last into the future. And I don't know, anything, Melissa or Will, that you want to add on this piece? Okay.
Not much, just that the middle bullet point that maximize carbon sequestration benefits. I mean, from a carbon standpoint, the type of restoration for eelgrass restoration matters deeply from a purely carbon standpoint, or if you're like spreading some seeds out versus like doing a full tidal reconnectivity project, the carbon benefit would be drastically different between those two types of restoration. So if we ended up setting carbon targets based on the acreage targets, if you say restoring X acres of eelgrass, how that restoration happens would very deeply change your carbon target. And so that is part of the motivation for that middle bullet point.
And actually, also on the third point, one of the key things we highlighted there is migration space or migration opportunities for wetlands with climate change. Okay, so then the third slide. So then our last recommendation and our longest list is around data gaps. So given that for wetland systems, for some of the systems, I think we do have we have a good enough handle that we can set targets like tidal wetlands and the delta. But for many of the other systems, we don't have a good enough understanding of the carbon dynamics and mapping issues for some of these systems. So for the delta, our recommendation really is just to focus in, improve estimates for emissions from all the various different managed systems, rice systems, and tidal wetland systems. And for the brackish and salt marsh systems, to similarly to get better spatial information on variability in those in carbon dynamics, and then to improve the integrated modeling of sequestration and emissions. There's a number of models that exist around soil dynamics and elevations of tidal wetlands and carbon accumulation in the soil, but they don't incorporate any emissions. And so there now is a model that's being developed by a colleague at Cal State East Bay, Patty Oikawa, that will connect those two. And she's hopeful that in the very near future that will be published and available. So I think that should be a useful tool for to improve modeling for those systems. And then seagrass or seaweed. Melissa, you want to add in on that?
Yeah, sure.
You
So,
highlighted some of those issues, but
yeah, I did. I think that the mapping effort, which I've just described, is sort of intrinsic in all of this. And the pushback, I think, has been like, oh, it's so expensive to monitor seagrass because it's subtidal. So that means some of it you have to use things like scan sonar or even diver survey. But it's becoming easier and easier, and we've sort of made a point to advocate for at least a one-time effort to get a snapshot of what we have at a very base level, like a single map of California seagrass meadows. And then ideally, most of the seagrass in the state is in 3 to 5 major bays and estuaries. And so if you could even have monitoring every 5 years in those estuaries or something, that would be sort of first pass to be able to track what's happening. And we don't have that right now. So we sort of took a whack at what we think the most basic effort should be to be able to track habitat changes over time, and therefore also changes in habitat upon restoration or reaching for any targets that do get set. And then the seaweed is sort of what I already talked about. I think we're still a little bit farther behind on the science, and seaweed is sort of treated differently too, because the supposed sequestration is occurring elsewhere. And so the science on that total sequestration and models needed to ascertain how much sequestration is actually occurring in seaweed habitats is still very new.
And then, well, you can Montane wetlands. Montane wetlands are on the slopes of the Sierra Nevadas and also the Coast Range. We kind of know where they are, but we don't know their spatial variability or extent. So it's kind of hard to know systems that well. They serve as the headwaters for most of the major water systems in California, in the mountains. Human activity and grazing has essentially degraded these fairly extensively. Some of the work that I've been involved in shows that about 2/3 of these wetlands have lost more than half their carbon. And so it's just, but most of these wetlands are also occur on federal land. And so that's sort of a conundrum of what to do with these wetlands. So, but they're extensive and they store a lot of carbon, and there's some ways we need to figure out how to keep managing them, or how to manage them when they're not really California, right? They're federal lands. You know, so some kind of partnerships would have to be made.
And like the other systems have lots of co-benefits.
They like have lots of co-benefits, yeah.
In terms of water cycle.
Right, water quality, water amount, water security. California.
So those are that summarizes our recommendations, and I think throughout we've highlighted some of the pathways.
I'm going to open this for committee discussion. I know I have lots of questions, but I want to see about other committee members. Here.
I just have one question about seagrass restoration. Do you have concerns about the internal diversity of the population of seagrass that they're drawing from? Does it need to be scaled up, or or is it like site specific or regional, like adapted to that particular region? Is my question. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Listen, do you want to? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Yes.
Usually the way restoration is done most in California now is by pulling shoots from a donor meadow and then planting them in the same bay or estuary, and people will pull from multiple donor meadows to try to mix up the sort of genetics of the recipient meadow, and then seeding efforts, unlike on the East Coast, which have been very successful and increased genetic diversity, have not been successful on the West Coast. I think it's part of our turbidity and the conditions we have here, but they can be used to supplement genetic diversity. I think it's harder to restore a whole meadow that way, but it's been used to increase genetic diversity. So I think that I would say while it's noteworthy, it's not like a high priority concern. But I think the bigger concern here is just how to scale restoration larger, because the scale that it's happened in the past has been really small, and it has the potential habitat space to be quite large. But I know there are folks like TNC is working on trying to figure out how we can scale out restoration efforts. So we'll see. Yeah.
Thank you.
Connor, Laura, and then me.
Okay.
Oh, and then Carrie.
Oh, well. Sorry. I'm gonna have a post-lunch brain too, but and if I miss this, I apologize. At any point you see the recommendations requiring water quality standards being a recommendation, or nutrient subsidies making their way to seagrass beds, a lot of that's all just imported material, right? It's dependent on conservation practices upstream. I guess I'm just scratching my head about that. In particularly wetlands, and a little bit different than the rest of the systems we're talking about.
Yeah, we didn't include water quality issues in our issues, since it usually is outside the scope of the restoration project. So we didn't incorporate that.
We did write something in one of the recommendations about seascape level approaches, or like full scale approaches that take a more holistic approach than isolated habitat by habitat, which I think in marine systems is particularly useful because carbon gets exchanged laterally, and intrinsic in the like whole scape approach are water quality issues, because often the seagrasses are not there because of water quality. So I'm not sure we called that out quite so explicitly, but yeah, it's in the backdrop, I guess. But we could, as we develop the appendices, we could include that in that bullet point.
Laura?
I had two questions. One was around, I don't know a lot about these systems, so it's kind of more of a curiosity question, I guess. But I was wondering, for kelp and seagrasses, what is known about vulnerability to ocean warming and acidification, and if there's any need or opportunity to focus on restoration targets that are resilient to those changes. And I don't know if that's addressed in your text. I apologize because I read it very quickly, but if that needs to be highlighted or called out. And then the other question is a little bit different. And I was just wondering if there are differences between the different systems that you covered within this kind of umbrella that relate to the relative balance between carbon uptake and methane release that should be considered for near-term priorities as targets are set. And I guess I'm wondering, like, are there particular systems within this umbrella of wetlands, for example, that are more or less favorable in terms of that balance? I noted that methane wasn't really mentioned at all in here.
That is a good point. Actually, Melissa, do you want to talk about the ocean acidification?
The first one?
Yeah.
Yes. So from ocean acidification, I wouldn't, it's not that it is not going to be impactful, but I think it's pretty low on the totem pole in terms of direct impacts to seaweed and seagrass, because the increased CO2 can actually fertilize, like they can actually do better if it happened in a vacuum. Of course, it's not happening in a vacuum. And so the bigger concerns for seagrass are nutrients and associated light and turbidity problems, water quality issues, and then some temperature issues too. For kelp, I would say in California, the issues have been warming associated with the ENSO and warm blob cycles that was paired with predator issues like loss of the sea stars, which then had a sort of trophic collapse where the urchins overgrazed the kelp. And that's been true in the northern coast and in Southern California, and the central coast didn't have it quite so bad. But needless to say, there was 97% of the bull kelp on the North Coast was lost during those years. It was like super drastic losses of kelp cover. And so, yes, I absolutely, it matters. I think part of what's in the details of the restoration approaches recommendation is trying to figure out how to, it's a little easier to restore a point source problem, right? If you reduce water quality issues, or you can find a case where seagrass should be there but isn't, and all you have to do is facilitate the transplant. But with kelp, because it's sort of often subjected to non-direct issues like El Nino, and that has caused so many problems, the restoration looks really challenging. And so the recommendation to support understanding of restoration approaches is sort of, how do we intervene in a system that is subjected to such diffuse ocean change? So yes, it definitely matters, but I don't have all the answers.
And for the methane issue, I realized, we didn't put enough in there about methane issues. And so I think one of the reasons to focus on brackish and salt marsh issues, besides the fact that we have much better data on those, is that they don't, the methane issues are minimal to non-existent because of how salty they are and the sulfate in the water. Whereas in freshwater systems, methane is a compounding issue
Yes.
for all of the freshwater wetlands.
So in the Delta, we have a good idea on methane emissions. The more productive these wetlands become, either rice or being introduced, you can control productivity, counteracts methane emissions. We don't have hardly any data, any at all, on montane wetlands methane emissions, which is a total collapse of data for not having data on it, basically.
Yeah. And actually also, we don't have anything about riparian wetlands because other groups have highlighted riparian systems throughout, but I think riparian has one of the cross-cutting ecosystems. But we probably should be more explicit about that, that we chose not to do that, not because they're not important, but because they're covered elsewhere.
I had a couple of quick comments, and then Chelsea and Mark, and then we're coming close to time. One is that didn't see any time frames. And I did hear you say that at least 100,000 acres seemed feasible. And I think that if you can find actionable targets in a time frame, that would be something that can translate through into implementation in a more effective way. You clearly have a mapping target, and that could have a date associated with that mapping target. And recognizing that in all of our areas, we're going to be talking about increased investment to get there. That seems to be one of the ones that will pay off to add there. And then just briefly, with regard to mountain meadows, mountain wetlands, this is also integrated in the forest arena because these are part of the forest mosaic. And there has been a certain amount of work in certain parts. There are, the Sierra Meadows Partnership, Klamath Meadows Partnership, work in the coastal zones as well. But I think what that speaks to is also this integration of systems and these transitional zones that can be very dynamic, but that our restoration of more systems function will bring back those across public and private ownerships. And with the memorandum of understanding and the kind of joint actions on forests in California, I think actually that's between federal and state integration there that can have some help with regard to montane wetlands, high mountain meadows, high mountain wet meadows. I just want to flag that that's another area on that. And I apologize for my questions. Chelsea and then Mark.
That is exactly what I was going to say. I was just call out, I know of Sierra Meadows Partnership, want to be part of it, and I know that they have a strategy book that talks about they set up some targets.
Yeah, and the state actually has some actual targets there, and I can help.
Yeah.
With that. Klamath Meadows hasn't got a target yet, but it's a coalition.
I was kind of going down the opposite path, and that I thought you got very granular in setting targets by talking about various different specific locations. And there may be more information out there available, but some of these things that you don't have good acreage targets for, I wonder if using percentage targets might be kind of be a better approach, because if you say at least 60,000 of delta and you don't know how much exactly of this, you could set, I mean, I think there are guidelines for percentage protection and or restoration. I mean, you know, so for example, we have a no net loss policy in the fence, right? So there's a guideline, or the 30 by 30, or the marine protected areas as a fractional guidelines. And so that even if we don't know how much grass and seaweed and kelp forest we have, we can at least say what fraction of it that we anticipate ought to be protected as a floor for that expectation. The other thing that I noted was when talking about sea level rise briefly, you didn't say anything about hardscape edges of wetlands, and I'm wondering if you could put something in there about the avoidance of hardscaping edges of wetlands, so as to allow adaptation of wetlands. Yeah. And then the third thing is that you mentioned vernal pools right at the beginning, and then and we talked about Montane wetlands here at the end, but in that target one, those aren't, neither of those are mentioned, right? And that's part of that going down to the granularity. You're talking about things you can go down to the granularity. I'm wondering if you use something like percentage targets, you might be able to sweep those in as well.
So just in regard to that, we did spend some time talking about, you know, the sea level rise. What are we thinking the margins may go towards? And I think flagging that from the point of view of migration of these habitat types is important to at least flag with that. And this is another area where historically, even though we have a no net loss federal policy, that has not actually been the case. The state does have mitigation ratios for San Francisco Bay, North Bay versus South Bay, where there's more, where there's less. But if mitigation has been, which has been brought up in a number of other areas, if we continue to lose these extraordinary, I mean, what 93%. So this issue of mitigation for further loss, I think, is really something that deserves a call out, despite the difficulties that you're flagging for us, Melissa, about restoration in some of these systems. By investing in them, perhaps we can accelerate our ability to do that.
Thank you.
Last comments, or are we good? All right, in the post-lunch lull, we're going to move over to forests. And you know, forests, I'll do a lead off, and then we'll turn to Arian with regard to further detail on riparian and oaks. And then when we talk about fire management in particular, we're going to turn to Christy. Within the overarching importance of forests for the state of California, they do cover a third of the state, and they are the vast majority of the biological carbon sequestration capacity and stores. And the conifer forests are recognized for being below their ability to store carbon from a pre-European perspective at any rate. Even in our heavily stocked mixed conifer fire suppressed forests, the state has acknowledged that they're carrying 25 to 50% less than what they can, just in a different configuration than what we see today. So they represent an enormous opportunity in a more quantifiable way than many of our other habitat types and land use types, because they have been significantly studied with that. So in setting some of our targets, we were relying upon that primarily, well, exclusively on the above ground, or not above ground, the vegetative carbon, not inclusive of soil carbon. So what we've identified in looking at this was the greatest opportunities that we see are in increasing the average age and naturalness of our forests while maintaining them in management, because they are so much younger than they have the natural age range to be. And the older they are, the more carbon they store. But the configuration of that carbon really matters from the point of view of impacts of fire and impacts on water regulation, flow regulation, and total storage. I think it's fairly well known that wet meadows have significant capacity to hold and store water and release it more slowly, but so do the upland forest slopes. And that there are estimates that by restoring both those wet meadows and in the upper, on the upland slopes going into those meadows, you can more than double the storage of water within those natural systems. From the point of view of climate change risk and risk to those carbon stocks, there is frankly no more risky forest type than very young homogeneous forests. The ability to be resilient under fire or resistant to pests or to other stresses is significantly reduced as compared to more natural forest types. So within these, we have targeted the recommendations on actions that can really substantially increase carbon stocks, carbon stored, through increasing the age of forests, but also changing how we manage them and how we do salvage post-fire. Looking at just the most productive of our conifer forest types, we've estimated that by conserving with a management regime, but conserving these forests as forests with a different management regime, that we could very significantly, and I'm sure that people can say it could be more, it could be less, but we are looking at the hundreds of millions of tons of CO2, which you can divide by 3.677 to get to carbon. We can really substantially increase the carbon stocks in these forests and then maintain that or increase it over time as we continue to manage these forests back towards a more relatively more natural condition in which that carbon would be stored. So of this, there was a question earlier, I believe, from somebody on the phone about how much of these forests are conserved. Roughly 5% of these forests, which are in the private ownership around, have been conserved with some form of conservation. Not all of it is working forest conservation. Some of it is a more hands-off approach to conservation, but in other words, that flags that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to work within that. And the co-benefits of that are really substantial in terms not just of the carbon, but as we mentioned, of the fire regime tolerance of the, and this is paired with some work that Christy will be talking about as well. We have a strong recommendation that we pair conservation with investment in restoring fire resilience and resistance with that as well. Biodiversity gains would be very, very substantial because forests are such a large part of where we have threatened and endangered and otherwise vulnerable listed species, and that this can create more connectivity across the landscape. So why don't I stop there and move over with one other point that I just want to flag that we were talking about earlier, which is that forests are not uniform. They are heterogeneous. They are a mosaic. They are fire adapted. And that kind of approach to restoring that more natural forest structure, age, composition really is going to underpin a dynamic system that is far more resilient and from a dynamic perspective stable in terms of its ability to increase and then hold more carbon. One of the key types within forests, but also extending across into grasslands, shrublands, deserts, and agricultural lands is of course our riparian forests. And Marian has going to lead us through that aspect of this set of recommendations.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, so with respect to riparian forests, I think one good benefit of pulling that out as a forest habitat type here is in part due to its the kind of cross-cutting aspect of this. So riparian forests are occurring across a lot of the land types that we're discussing today.
one thing that I think we were challenged with a little bit is trying to find like the right estimates of where and how much riparian forest there is in California. So we're deferring to what we found in the literature, which estimates that there's approximately 350,000 acres of riparian habitat in California. And of this, 145,000 are considered riparian woodlands. The benefits of riparian areas are tremendous. I think the co-benefits are also very important, and that includes, things like improving water quality, floodwater storage, fish and wildlife habitat, recreational opportunities, and the support of local economies and local health. The state essentially recognized the importance of this type of habitat, and in 1991 had created the California Riparian Habitat Conservation Program within the Wildlife Conservation Board. And in 2019, the updated strategic plan for this program targets the protection and restoration of at least 1,000 acres of riparian habitat. And since 2019, through that program, there's been approximately 500 acres that have been restored. So we use that as a way to create an accelerated rate for this, recognizing in part that the restoration of riparian forests is it's a complicated project. So our recommendation is to target restoration of at least 50% of the currently documented riparian forest area, or at least 2,000 acres per year, with relevancy to the numbers that I just mentioned. So I think I'll stop there.
You're going to get to continue to move over to oak woodlands, and then we're going to move to wildfire resilience, and then we'll come back to pathways.
Okay, great. All right, now, so turning over to oaks now. So oak woodlands, I don't think I have to really also explain this, but oak woodlands, oaks just in general are so important to California for many reasons. Perhaps the top of this is because of their carbon sequestration potential or function, if you will. And they're also a big part of what I think of as California's gold. There's a lot of cultural connection to them, and they occur in many different types of habitats around the state. Our recommendations around that were really targeted on different types of oak in the state. And I'll just go through a few of those here. Let me just pull up my notes on that. Okay. And so what we focused on was essentially conservation and or restoration of 50% of extant valley, coastal, mixed Oregon white oak and blue oak types. And I'll dig into that a little bit more. Mixed oak conifer woodlands in northwestern California, and this includes mixed Oregon white oak and California black oak, I think provides a lot of opportunities for replanting. And there are ongoing projects there in northwestern California that can be leveraged. We've talked today also already about blue oak and blue oak pine ecotypes, and this may also present a lot of co-benefits for biodiversity. The concept of re-oaking has had some traction in the North Bay and Silicon Valley, and there may be similar opportunities for re-oaking in Los Angeles, Santa Monica Mountains, and Southern California counties as well. Let's see, I think I'll stop there as well.
Great. So the last bullet on this slide, I had the goal of trying to disentangle the 2 to 2.5 million acres of treatments across the 3 different vegetation types. And I would say I was only 50% successful. So what I wanted to tease apart was how much of that acreage should be really a fuel reduction treatment, of a wildfire resilience treatment, versus a reforestation treatment. So not fire restoration, but actually reforestation of fire damaged forests. And then I also was hoping to get a quantification of what the mixed conifer acreage target should be so that we could see if it matched up with what was left that people wanted for grasslands and shrublands. So what I did was skimmed some documents and then reached out to people currently working in the field to ask about what we think the wildfire annual acres treated to reduce fuels in mixed conifer should be. And that the estimate that I got was 2 million acres of, so that's 2 million acres annually of fuel reduction treatments in our conifer forests. And then I could not actually get, I think within the next 2 years, we will have a number of how much forest loss we actually have from high severity fire. I reached out to 3 different people who are actively doing research in this area about beneficial wildfire versus areas that burned at contiguous high severity where you could anticipate that you might have forest type conversion. Because what if you overlay climate resilience, that's potential big gain in carbon sequestration to put those forests back. But nobody freaking knows. They actually they have not completed the analysis. So what you have here is the 2 million acres of annually, which is part in the scoping plan right now. And then that if you say I have a 2.5 million acre goal, that leaves you 500,000 acres of something to do somewhere else. Either plant trees or do fuel reduction in grasslands or do restoration in grasslands or do restoration in shrublands. And then the other thing that Lori wanted me to call out is this, the potential for managed wildfire to play a big role in the target. Right now, I think we have this pipe dream that we're actually going to mechanically treat or use prescribed fire to get all this acreage, and it's not going to happen. And there's lots of analyses out there showing that it's not going to happen. A paper just came out that prescribed fire windows are getting narrower because of climate change. God love us with our aggressive targets, but I think there's a real opportunity for managed wildfire and beneficial impacts from wildfire. And if you want to get this many acres per year, you're not going to get it without the major use of that tool.
And just within that, one of the things that we particularly recognize is that smaller ownerships, smaller private ownerships, doing fuels reduction is costly in time and in cost share. And although the state has identified more funding than before, and there's some federal funding that was not available before, with a small ownership, 40 acres, 100 acres, it's really challenging to put together all the pieces of paper that need to happen for activity to take place. And often these are ownerships where you have very willing landowners, but A, they may not live there, and B, they don't have the expertise, and C, they don't have the time. And so one of the recommendations that we are putting forward to accelerate that kind of fuels work and wildfire resilience work, we do want to emphasize it's not just fuels reduction, it's wildfire resilience, is that there is a template restoration permit developed by the state, these smaller family ownerships that they can sign up for, and then they are fast forwarded in the system, if you will, so that it is, instead of having to wait 2 or 3 years to get attention onto these, that there is the ability to move within a year. And many of these are within subdivisions of much larger ownerships that were broken up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and to encourage within those templates to go within a watershed focus so that you can have an impact within that area that is not just, shall we say, one little hole at a time, but you are being able to more effectively address, particularly in areas like the foothills and in the coastal forest zones, that you can more effectively address things at a landscape level. So why don't we move to pathways to talk a little bit about pathways that we have identified. I think across all of our areas of conversation, our recommendation, these things cost money. We're able to quantify them in some areas where we know what these things are cost. And we can also look at that in relationship to the amount of both carbon and other climate benefits that are delivered and look at other kinds of expenditures that are happening. That'll be something that we also cover in our cross-cutting recommendations, is that we are looking for commensurate investment. To achieve this target by 2034, this would be something at a minimum of $2 billion, which we are recommending be done as both public funding and then also things such as tax credits to come into that. Looking at the same kinds of mechanisms that we are using in our other emission sectors, where there's both public subsidy funding, partnership at federal and state level, but there are also tax treatments that can be effective in pulling investment in. It is of interest that in looking at tax credits, studies in other states, every dollar invested in a tax credit can deliver over $12 worth of outcome. So that if you're going to invest $1, you might think about investing it in tax credits just the same way we do in other areas and know that. So those were key pathways to work through existing programs, the Wildlife Conservation Board, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, Coastal Conservancy. We have a variety of delivery mechanisms already in place for this kind of funding, both at the reservation and at the conservation level, with well-established systems for monitoring and measurement thereafter, partners in place for that. I'm going to turn to you, Marian, on the riparian and oak side.
Yeah, sorry to take myself off mute. Yes, I'll start with riparian. As I was mentioning before, we're looking at the Wildlife Conservation Board Riparian Habitat Conservation Program as a main vehicle for this, and the pathway there is to increase investment to that program for riparian easement and restoration opportunities. We also recommend, development in riparian habitats should be avoided, and riparian habitat restoration or conservation projects should prioritize those which can have co-benefits, particularly for oak species. And again, also in the other habitats that we have been discussing today, like deserts and so on. I'll move over to oaks now. We would like to recommend serious consideration of county requirements for oak mitigation, which is very variable between counties and not always necessarily shown to be effective in the maintenance of oak populations. Conservation options such as easements could be implemented, especially for blue oak types. And finally, the use of prescribed burn to improve restoration of understory communities and promote longevity of oak stands. That's a real ecosystem-based approach for this, but that's our final recommendation for pathways for oaks.
Two things I want to mention that we discussed but didn't make it into our bullets, so we apologize for that. One is that there is a significant amount of traditional ecological knowledge available to us all in this state, particularly in terms of management of oak woodlands, oak savannas, mixed conifer oak habitat types. And this is something we want to include in the final recommendations because that is knowledge that exists and practices that are known. We need to expand them. And the other thing is that to remove barriers to getting money out the door, we wanted to recommend, you've heard whether it was Chelsea talking about various funding programs or me talking about various funding, and others, we have a myriad actually of funding approaches available in this state, and they all have different systems, and yet they all have the same desired outcome. So one of the recommendations we are looking at is urging the state to align and simplify its granting programs to focus on getting the outcome on the ground. And if new standards need to be set to establish quality standards across these programs, that can be done. But that by having so many different things, whether it's EFWs, mountain meadows programs or stream restoration programs. We have so many. It actually is something that would significantly reduce the aggravation or frustration of applicants to have a simplified and more blocked approach where programs didn't compete so much, but they collaborated more, given the amount of state funding that the state has been increasing and that we are going to urge you to increase more. And in doing that, that should reduce state costs a little bit because you'd have a little bit less duplicative review systems on certain things. So those were our recommendations and pathways that we had to share, and we want to open up for feedback.
So you made a comment about the huge number of acres that, there's a goal to do prescribed fire or some kind of treatment on, and how that's very challenging. And I'm wondering if maybe one of the things the state could do would be to help reduce some of those barriers to getting that work done. I don't know if that's a possibility or not, if there's an influence there, but.
Well, I think it's important to note that the state has been ramping up and made a number of investments and developed programs. Some of the concerns around fire are things like air quality. And that gets down to the county level and local air quality conditions, very time dependent. There's some variables there between county and state, but there has been investment in better monitoring to be able to help everybody get on the same page around that. There's also been an investment in increasing the number of burn bosses. There's been an investment in reducing liability associated with escape fire. Yeah. So I feel like the state has made some significant strides in that regard. I'm sure that more can be done, but it is really noticeable in our own experience, seeing the difference from landowners who a few years back might work 3 years to do a small burn of maybe 50 acres. Now in a year are able to burn hundreds to thousands of acres. So I do think that progress is being made. And this is one of those cases where past performance is not a predictor of future deliverables. I think we're going to begin to see more and more output from that. Not to say that more couldn't be done, but I do want to flag that.
Yeah, and I think I was one of the things I was thinking of more was on the SEPA side of things. And if there was an opportunity for some sort of like streamlining of SEPA for this.
Well, but if you have a burn permit and you have a licensed burn boss, you're good to go. So I'm sure more
evaluation.
State
money to do it.
Point taken.
I have one other one.
Sure.
Just a clarification question on this acres treated and managed wildfire. So what constitutes, do managed wildfires count in the 2.5 acres, and what then counts as a managed wildfire? Like when we had the lightning complex fires in 2020, that always 2 million, and there are a lot of resources on the ground, so arguably they're managed, but this is not what we have now.
No.
So
well, and I think that, but I do think there is an accounting question that we do want to seriously consider.
Yeah.
Because even so, that technically is not a managed wildfire, right? It's full suppression. It was full suppression all the time. But if you analyze the acres that burn, looking from, you can have different layers, right? Like anything that destroyed human infrastructure, loss of life, that's obviously bad. But you can also overlay an ecological filter. Where did we actually out of this get basically a first entry burn treatment? So you got fuel reduction and I don't know the state, but I would have those things. Those acres are doing the work for you.
That's right. Yeah.
I think so. The idea of adding definitions for people is a really good idea. Managed wildfires, when there's a non-human ignition. So prescribed fire would be a human ignition with a plan, but a non-human ignition that you want to let burn.
Right.
And so you've got the landscape in a condition where it can take that burn. And so I think that's the point here, is to shift the proportion to where you can have more managed burn without trying to put the resources into
But it might be worth making that specific in here because you're right, we aren't going to get 2.5 million with chainsaws and prescribed fire.
Nor is anybody.
Yeah, and so if you're counting wildfires, are you going to just count the ones where you've made the decision to let it run? Or are you going to count the areas that burn like this?
Right.
So I think those are important decisions.
And there's also obviously significant federal component to this because the question of letting fires burn on the national forests or on BLM lands is, that's a decision they have to take. But we're looking at the whole state, so it is also inclusive of that. And since we have Amanda here, in the counting towards targets, I mean, we have been counting, when I say we, the state has been counting things like any timber harvest counts towards these fuels reductions issues, but how do you deal with the managed fire? That goes into the numbers, doesn't it, of the desired outcome, or does it?
I'm nervous about pronouncing numbers
Okay.
because I actually, this came up at some point and there was like some discrepancies in what I was hearing, so I'm a little nervous.
This is something.
But it's helpful to understand what your recommendation would be, so please do.
Yeah.
Well, and for the task force with the treatment tracking, currently managed wildfire is not a part of that. But again, like Amanda said, you can recommend whatever you want.
Laura, Chelsea, and Nathaniel.
You were gonna go after Mark, so go ahead and then I'll go.
Okay, I just had two comments. There is I think I brought this up last time, but folks in like a different world in the bird conservation world have been thinking about riparian restoration for a long time related to bird habitat in California. And so there's a report that is now loading on my computer and taking way too long, but they essentially pulled together acreage estimates for riparian habitat that they believe to exist previously. So they report that there used to be at least 600,000 miles of streams in the state that were capable of supporting riparian forests, and that between 2 and 7% exist of those for the Central Valley and desert areas, and 15% for the northern coastal streams. They have some other numbers in there. So it's the riparian bird conservation plan as part of the California Partners in Flight and the Riparian Habitat Joint Venture. So I just wanted to flag that because they might have numbers that are helpful to sort of cross-check these estimates. And then the other thing too, just thinking about for the riparian restoration, or sorry, the oak woodland restoration in particular, I don't know if this is I don't know if this goes anywhere, but I just wanted to name that I think an important piece of this, as we're making recommendations to conserve and restore, is management against Phytophthora. Because for sudden oak death, because restorations are actually the leading cause of introducing sudden oak death into ecosystems, and is obviously like
it's a nursery stuff issue.
Yeah, it's like a nursery issue, and it obviously occurs, right? It can move into existing landscapes and actually start to decrease the oaks that are there. So
does fire have an impact on Phytophthora?
I'm sure. I don't know. I'm not ready to
compare the restoration with reintroduction of fire. Do those things, does the reintroduction of fire help with the limitation?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Mistletoe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, anyways, I just want to flag that for something.
Those are two good. Nathaniel? Sorry, Laura. And
I'm realizing I'm taking us back now to this issue around treatment numbers, and the discussion just got me thinking about whether we should be counting acres treated, or whether we should be counting acres in healthy forest structure, regardless of what got us there. And I asked that just because of this issue around managed wildfire and the work that fire is just going to continue to do for us. And the real interest here is in reducing the negative consequences of severe fire or on the consequences on human communities. And so what you do around a human community is going to almost certainly be more of the chainsaw variety. And what you do in remote locations is just going to be to wait until that lightning ignition does the work for you. And to think that those are like interchangeable in some way doesn't quite seem right. And yeah, anyway, so it just got me thinking about what the recommendation should be in this space. If we want to redirect from this like X million acres treated per year kind of thinking toward the outcome goals that we really want.
Well, and Adam, isn't FRAP working on that, like with using something that's called STI, that's like stand tree inventory or something? It's like a basal area measurement, and they're trying to figure out what under climate change in different areas, what a healthy stand density would be. It's like loosely related to this recent Malcolm North paper.
I'm not familiar with that. I can look into it.
Okay, well, we'll look into it too. So
I think as for everything here, we're looking at outcomes. And I think that the emergence of the scoping plan target of the 2.5 million acres across all types is also linked to what Stevens and others have suggested with the historic fire regime of 4 to 5 million acres a year across the state. So I think the real goal here relative to the managed and low to moderate intensity fire is to shift the preponderance of fire to being in those categories. But when you talk about lands that are farther out where you're just going to wait for natural ignition, a lot of those lands are privately owned and they don't really want to wait for just a natural ignition. There does need to be investment in getting those to the point where the stand density of small stems is reduced and the proportion of large stems to small stems, older, more fire resistant trees with a better bark and so on. And there's grass for it to drop down in between. You're not just part of part, stem to stem to stem. So I agree with you about that. And that is tied to the linkage with management goals for lands.
Yeah. I think
but we may want to step away from the state's goal, which is where I think Christy was starting.
Well, yeah, and I think that's what I was thinking more about was, and I agree with you, Laura, because I think there are going to be different needs on different land types, right? And how those types get broken out. Like I think there's already been some thinking about, private land, there's versus almost woolly or, it's not urban interface, but where they're human communities and, but anyway, I just was wondering if our committee is a little bit of an opportunity to kind of bust out of this like tunnel that I feel like, that we're getting into when, and I kind of,
It's kind of based on sort of this historical fire regime thing, which is a way to do it, but it's sort of an odd way to do it. If we were trying to say we want California to be in a fire safe situation by 2050, you might say, well, how many acres is that? The acres are already in an acceptable condition. How much do you have to grow that footprint each year to get there? That might give you acres.
And I know in like a week doing that, it's really not realistic, but maybe there's something that can be said to say this is a direction we could, I don't know,
I think that we can move to a preponderance of low intensity and managed on an annual basis, but looking at that's more of the percentage, so increasing percentage. I don't know how we can get to those numbers between here and when we submit our finals, but we can give it a caveat. Just step away. It's one of the real problems in Australia. They have a burn number.
Yeah.
We have to burn so many, and many of the people in the forest community say we're overburning. We are not allowing the time for recovery that needs to be there because we have a mandate to hit so many million acres a year. So I agree with you, and I know that this is a time-limited target that the state has set up, but we can work on that. I'm going to have to call this to a close so we can move, oh, sorry, very quickly because I want to give the time for Urban and.
I'm just curious what grazing is scalable.
So for the conifer types, grazing per se is not going to be the issue that deals with all these young homogeneous forests. So there may be some, particularly in the oak woodlands, where grazing could be considered, but I'll let Marianne address that. Marianne, do you want to give a quick response, or do we can just also agree that we'll look at that in this arena?
I'm sorry, I was just coming off mute, and I couldn't catch the last end of what you said. Could you please repeat one more time?
Nathaniel was curious about the potential value of grazing and fuels management. And I was suggesting that maybe that was something that could be considered for the oak woodlands, but it really is not going to be a relevant factor in the conifer forest types.
Okay, yeah, just to comment on that. Yes, I think there's great value for grazing in the oak woodland.
Okay.
All right.
Urban.
Development plans.
Okay. All right. So gosh, I thought being the 7th out of 7, we'd have a lot of ecosystem fatigue by now. That's fine. Anyway, so this is Harry, Matt, Lori, and myself. And it's a relatively small land use, 6% of the state of California, but it does have 94% of the people. And so one of the issues that comes up all the time with this is what constitutes developed land, is that small contiguous lots together in small town cities and big cities, but industrial sites and transportation corridors as well, although we don't focus on all of these things equally. So we wanted to focus on a couple, well, I'm going to focus on these 3 targets, and I'm going to go not in this order, but I'm going to start in the middle, because this is where Adam's scope and plan modeling focused, and it lends to a very specific target, although I think I have a number. I think the scoping plan says 50 million metric tons of CO2 by 2050, and I prefer looking at 60. So I'll change that, but I meant to use the scoping plan targets there for carbon sequestration through urban trees. Now, this target is something that's fairly modelable and specific, and but it's also something that's a little bit challenging and problematic for for its complexity. For example, when talking to folks who do this kind of thing, most urban tree models only include street tree inventories, and that street trees and yard trees are very different things. Talking to Adam this morning, his modeling included an estimate of the yard trees with the street trees, and so it's better than just the street tree estimate. But there's still this problem in trying to reach this million metric ton issue that trees differ from being streets and yards. But getting there is also a problematic challenge in that the state of California is working on reducing water usage in urban environments, and trees require water. And the consequence is that if we actually achieve our water reduction goals, we may be significantly reducing both the growth rate and the survivorship of urban trees. In addition to that, there is an issue with planting material, and that we heard last time from Alessandro about matching trees with climate, and that right now people are buying and planting trees that are available that look nice, that are in nurseries, and they're not generally often the right tree to be planting in the right location for future resiliency against droughts and climate change. This is an achievable goal given the programs that are in place to foster tree planting in urban environments. The CAL FIRE has a program to fund urban tree planting. There's money in the federal infrastructure bill And there's a maybe, I've forgotten the number of treatments that was written down here.
2551.
2551, when someone whispers in my ear. Yeah, that is also incentivizing tree planting. So there's lots of programs that are going to incentivize the tree planting that we see in the implementation process. Two important attributes. One is how do you get this tree planting the right trees, and how do you get the tree planting trees in the right places? So one of the things we heard last time, exists is a strong climatic gradient from the coast to inland, and that will have a big influence on survivability and growth rates of those trees and the benefits they provide. Unfortunately, it seems to work almost at opposite in opposite direction from how we want to plant trees to provide community benefit. That community benefits in Central Valley, for example, are a lot of underserved communities that are also under-treed. That providing benefits with urban trees in those environments may be particularly helpful, but there's also maybe the places that it's hardest to plant trees wisely and provide them with to help get that metric ton target. So this might be a harder target to meet than models suggest. And so our recommendations are on thinking carefully about how this gets implemented, because that will matter quite a lot. But as we recognized when Lori was going through the forest description, that the one aspect of forests, the coniferous forests, the amount of carbon that may be additionally sequestered by 2035 far exceeds the potential for all the urbanscape by 2050. So that the urbanscape at the end of the day represents a relatively low carbon sequestration opportunity. And so our first target is really trying to capture what were end up being the 19 or so targets in the climate smart nature-based solutions graph, that many of them, if not well, most of them, focused on other forms of modifying and managing urban vegetation to help decrease carbon emissions, to make climate benefits in urban environments. And this could be through maintaining green spaces in urban gardens, lawns, as well as trees, so providing indirect benefits to climate by reducing the urban heat island effects. And again, this is an opportunity to prioritize lower income and frontline communities that are currently underserved. And so let's see, was there anything else I was going to say about that? So yeah, so this could be, there's lots of different strategies for doing this. Green belts, garden schoolyard programs, riparian vegetation, relighting streams to keep water available in urban environments for reducing heat load, and developing, and so the state could be doing things like developing regionally appropriate plant selections for respective climate environments across the state. The third target that we set out is really the inverse of the target that nearly every other ecosystem it chose, which was reducing habitat loss. We're not trying to do the loss of high quality developed areas, but we're trying to reduce the expansion of developed areas into those high quality other ecosystems. And so we have as a third target these limit the expansion of developed lands. And that the rationale is simple, that California continues to expand development onto other working in natural lands that do better jobs of sequestering carbon than the urban areas. And somebody, I think Tom Mentor, said that every acre of developed land increases the carbon emissions by quite a large amount. So we see city and county planning as a means of trying to limit that growth. I will say one thing just before I turn it over to Barry and Lori and Matt, if they want to add anything to this. There's also, well, so two things. So one of the things I've heard over the day that I think we haven't done a sufficient job on, that would be nice to take comments on, is timelines and targets, and we don't have very specific targets in terms of that bullet point number 1. It's more of the state should figure this out sort of thing, and so how to express that is something I think we need to do well and better. The other thing is something we didn't talk much about, and that in the scoping plan, that there was modeling that went about thinking about what happens to carbon when you have lands in the wildland-urban interface that are reducing fuels for fire safety. And we just didn't deal with that in this this part of the report because I wasn't sure quite how to deal with it in this report. So anyone would have thoughts on that? That would be
this is just in direct relationship to that. It's the counterpart of what we're talking about with fuels management, fuels reduction in the forest arena, where that is increased emission in the near term. But by enhancing the forest carbon stocks through older forests, more natural forests that'll burn better, we're actually, and by extending the average age of forests, by doing the conservation work, we're offsetting some of that increased emissions, which we are deliberately creating through the fuels management. And so when you look at that intersection between communities and the landscape, there's actually a, if you will, a partnership there. So because we do need to have safer communities, but safer landscapes also help the safer communities. So there's a bit of a balancing there that I think is inherent.
But in your WUI example, I think it's going to be in that box.
Well, short term it would be. Short term, maybe long term, maybe you end up with fewer big trees and around people's yards and.
Yeah, I mean,
but short term, yeah, it's cutting trees. And did some modeling,
right?
Just what that magnitude.
What the loss would be.
But this is something that we haven't really dealt with, and partly because I think in the very first meeting we were talking about having a chapter on it, because it's a funny thing. That if you talk, it's really a lot of that we're talking about making fire safe space would not be defined in that 6% of California because it's low density.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah.
It's very difficult to think about and deal with. You had your hand up. You had your hand like this. I don't know if that's because you say something.
Oh, I was just fishing.
Should we open for comments in general?
I had just one comment that first, Mark, thank you for taking on the chapter and on board for this community, but also just one thing that we haven't had a chance to fully flesh out in this is looking at development of technical service providers and additional certifications for revegetation and riparian zone restoration, and it's trying to think through what that might be, what that might look like, either through like community colleges or other certificates. So we need to do a little bit of footwork on that next week.
Right.
I think one of the other things we wanted to spend a little bit more time on is resilient native species.
Yeah.
And the recommendation, which is in there now, which I think can be potentially more elaborated, is on having state standards that are regionally appropriate for all of them. But ones where we're not going to be surrounding our communities with nothing but asphalt and bare dirt.
Yeah,
that's not the goal here, but both climate smart and ones that are going to be, if there is a burn, because most of the burn impacts are going to be in the structures. Those are the big explosion sites. So that's things.
I don't know if Matt's on the call. If you want to say anything or open up the questions.
We may have other comments from committee members on that. But I don't see any hands raised.
No, that's what I was saying. I don't know if Matt is who's on this group ostensibly is still on the phone and want to say anything about it. But then, yes, committee questions.
I just had one thing that I was thinking that when you were talking about standardized standards across regional areas or county at the county level with county planning, that that idea that Alessandro
brought forward about plan succession. So I think it dovetails with what we were talking about, Mark, about the current trees we have available in nurseries that we are planting. Don't necessarily accommodate our future climate, but they are living on that scale of our future climate. So how do we plan for that kind of succession over a 20 to 50 year period?
So we have Christy, Chelsea, Partner, Sophia.
Two questions. Do you think, so I think the water issue is huge. Do you think we are going to get to the point where we're drinking our gray water? Because if not, why can't we use our gray water? Like, why can't we have better gray water systems and use that to develop our urban green spaces? So that's just one thought. And then I can't believe I'm saying this, but I wonder whether in urban areas, I'm good with focus on resilient native species, but remember your postdoc in like 1992 or whatever. We did that study about golf courses.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Like I feel like in urban areas, if they're not invasive, it is an appropriate place to have climate adapted non-native things and to address issues around food deserts. So those aren't the same, but just thinking about focus on resilient native species is great, but there might be room there.
So I guess this would fall into Ari's category of making standards and for region-specific standards for trees that
right
into the strategic use of non-native material is
yeah.
Well, that is part of our cross cutting. It's the issue of developing stock.
I mean, just there aren't that many native trees. We don't have a-
Not future diversity.
Yeah, we just don't have that many.
Well, and in some cases, we'd rather not.
On a relative basis. Anyhow, we can go to that.
And there are plenty, I'm living in a whole neighborhood full of really performing redwoods.
Yes, that's very popular.
Not the appropriate. Where that's why I think we're getting into the post-lunch. So Chelsea was. Okay,
That's
go
okay,
ahead. Okay.
If it's on this particular topic with the trees, mine's not.
Oh, no, mine isn't either.
Okay, all right. I was just thinking that in our section there's a reference to urban gardens, but there's I have seen the emergence of larger urban farms, at least in Sacramento there are more, and then also within the Bay Area there's this
LA too.
And so I guess I'm just wondering, I'm not sure where that belongs and if we should think about it, if it belongs in ag or if it belongs.
Well, no, I mean, it would not be at all a stretch to add urban farms in that list of three things you can do in urban environments. And so if you want me to say more,
We can
think about what that would be. But I think I will add.
Okay, because we didn't deal with it on the ag side because we didn't really do it either. So.
Mine is along the same lines, and I don't know, maybe shows my ignorance of urban systems and the importance of different strategies. But like, where do green roofs fall in? I feel like, or do they?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, certainly in terms of reducing urban heat load,
Yeah.
they're important, and they store some carbon. So but
I think one of the-
so I didn't say.
Oh, yeah.
So I think one of the things we're recognizing is that the amount of carbon stock and that we can increase in these areas is relatively low, but the adaptation and indirect carbon benefits are really significant. So they may not be counted, shall we say, in a scoping plan target of this amount for this system, but recognizing, the huge interrelationship of produced electricity going on.
I think it's sort of, it's not just, it's partly use energy usage, say, you cool the city that you have lower air conditioning usage. But also people's choices of what they do with their time. So in the present urban green space environment, you might walk down the street and it's supposed to get in your car and head to the
Does anybody grow trees on roofs? Or is it too heavy? I'm not sure what to do on there.
I'm sure they can farm there.
Okay, we're gonna focus, Laura.
I just had there's been, some writing about the issues in urban areas with VOC emitting species, which oaks are in that category. And I think there was also some discussion of expanding oak restoration in the forest group, early on at least. And I just was wondering if the species, I guess this is sort of queuing off of your comment that there isn't that much diversity, and it's not, I mean, there is a good amount of tree species diversity across the state, but if you're going to start restricting to species that will do well in an urban environment and that might not exacerbate issues with ozone formation and asthma, health consequences. I guess I wasn't sure how much you were getting into that and thinking about that in the recommendations. Because just being a blanket native thing is a little, can be problematic.
I do see that as maybe something to put under state standards for regional species lists, because you think it might cause some, there's other qualities that you can consider. I haven't thought about that.
To make a suggestion that is around also our discussions of just transitions and equity, which is that working in areas that are currently very underserved by urban vegetation, the opportunity to work on, if you will, conservation cores and to develop employment opportunities that are through lines of working in both vegetation planting and vegetation management that can also extend out from urban areas to the peri-urban and more broadly across the state, because one of the things we clearly have is a lack of labor in terms of what needs to be done in restoration across the state. And there can be something that you could create a pipeline more effectively, potentially to have more people involved working from the city out and introducing more people to this as potential career activities, as well as taking care of their homes. Nathaniel, and then we are going to. No, but you have plenty of time. Don't worry. Go for it.
This is, I think, hitting a few notes that people have already done in terms of the in urban farms, filling desert needs and cooling needs and just quality of life needs, but also the last one, the expanding the urban footprint or limiting the urban footprint part. I came across the planning and permitting seem to be really critical parts of that, not just in the negative sense of we don't want growth, but how do we encourage developers to actually build when there's just tremendous amounts of upfront costs that they have in infill development versus greenfield development. And I think that's a question of long-term cost benefit analysis versus short-term cost benefit analysis. When we have much more long-term cost of greenfield development, but I don't see these are really any of our solutions being outside of the 5 to 10 year range, which is probably the shortest amount of an urban center could conceive of how that cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's. Okay.
Thank you for taking such a leading role. Well, let us move now then to our cross-cutting recommendations conversation. And I think we've actually elevated a number of opportunities in today's discussion to add to this potentially. I took the lead in developing these based on a variety of conversations. And so it is not intended to be comprehensive, but it is intended to highlight what we've heard so far prior to today. Something that Mark was flagging has come up in every area, whether it was phrased as preventing loss to the degree possible, whatever that degree possible definition is, or minimizing loss. A reverse of that is to substantially increase the conservation of relatively intact working and natural lands. So framing it in the positive and to really limit the conversion of land types that we are currently relying on for so much. And the notion of this across virtually every one of our areas is incentive-based. So looking at ways to increase the mechanisms that drive conservation of these systems. But there's also been in several of these areas the discussion about mitigation. Much of that discussion on mitigation has been to say, consider it, look at it in 2050. That's a little outside of our timeframes, but the question here of how do we want to look at mitigation, recognizing that mitigation is always playing a catch-up game and sometimes not terribly effectively. And some of the restoration work in particular is not there. And to offset acre per acre may or may not actually offset value for value. So there's one area here. Another area that's been talked about but is not reflected in this is how to make zoning more effective. That's been flagged in particular in the agricultural lands area, and then also clearly by history in the wetlands area, where we may have had targets and mitigation, but we have not kept pace. An area that I think we have very clear agreement on is that we want to integrate our short-term actions, whether it's things like fuels management or restoration of riparian areas, with ensuring that there are long-term instruments that actually make those things happen over time, because it's not a one and done approach with that. And working lands conservation easements is one mechanism. In a couple of places, there were references to other instruments. I don't know what those instruments are that are equally effective, but if there are equally effective and enduring instruments, we should flag what they are. That are keeping, for example, private lands as private lands. As you know, a number of people have pointed out, whether it's grasslands or a lot of the wetlands, these are all in private hands. So they need to be mechanisms that compensate landowners or incentive-based and are going to endure, so that our kids and grandkids are not suffering and trying to, well, when I say suffering, they are going to suffer. We are all suffering, but we don't want to have to just hand the problem down to redo it again and again and again. I think we're all looking at that as something we want to have a more durable impact. The climate resilient native species. So increasing that use and focus on restoration of climate resilient native species, even within the developed lands context, even though there may be other species as well that are not native, but regionally appropriate climate resilient native species is something we may want to hone this further around. We heard today that we don't have a definition that really is standardized for regenerative, so we may want to take regenerative out of the next one, which is focusing on an increasing of organic natural systems practices and management, which is incorporating more, whether it's the farm fringes, bringing back some of these species within that, or within riparian restoration on organic agricultural and rangelands, but to look at techniques that support the natural system function over which we have a production system, if you will, whether it's producing food, producing fiber and wood. These are ways to integrate more nature within what our otherwise economically focused production may be. Very, very strong agreement across these, whether they're transitional or cross-cutting habitat types, and the heterogeneity of our systems, and working to either restore that heterogeneity or to maintain it. Particularly flagged as riparian, again, the farmland fringes is that, and the transition from urban to peri-urban, but it is also, for example, in montane chaparral, which is a system that didn't really get looked at in our shrub conversations. These can be transitional. That does not mean it's a fixed boundary, but we have to work with that to maintain it. One of the things that has come up at different times here is that we don't have the seed sources, the genetic material, the plant supplies, and the workforce to do all the work that we are talking about. And so investment, if you will, in those source pipelines is something that is going to be really key to the ability to deliver on these targets. And the conversation that was led by agriculture and developed lands in particular, and then to some degree in forests, the notion of increasing the engagement in frontline communities, low-income, underserved communities, using the ILO's definition of just transition, maybe something that is cutting across all of our areas. I do want to flag that traditional ecological knowledge is something that we have flagged in particular for forests, but I think it is across the board. So that may be something that we want to include in these cross-cutting. Underpinning all of these is obviously an increase in investment. So one cross-cutting recommendation that I'd like to flag here is that we are looking at investing into the natural and working lands at the level commensurate with the kind of both carbon and climate benefits that come out of it. And looking at that, how we are investing as a state in our energy transition, how we are looking at investing as a state in our transportation systems. We're expecting those outcomes to happen in 10 and more years in many cases. In terms of creating real bridges and enduring benefits, those kinds of investments in the billions of dollars do need to be delivered into this area, or this is just another exercise in wishful thinking. And I don't think that anybody here in this group is really interested in having this be an exercise of wishful thinking. So one of the mechanisms that we're going to need to look at in our cross-cutting recommendations is, how do we get there? How do we get the decision-making that drives the budgets to get the investment that gets these outcomes? So there are going to be policy mechanisms in here that we're going to need to be looking at as well, because we can say whatever we like, but in terms of having that delivery, we're going to have the highly technical term called hoo-ha-ha behind us to get there. So why don't I stop there and ask for additional cross-cutting recommendations that may have come out in our conversation today, or to eliminate some of these or add to these. We have Connor, Mark, we'll start there, and John.
I know I mentioned this, I think, in the first meeting that I attended when I introduced myself. And I'm not sure if cross-cutting recommendations might be the fit for it, or if it might be later on as far as implementation, but engagement with tribes, consultation with tribes, both state and federal. And those are sort of two different ways of going about that, considering this is a state initiative. But I really do want to outline and stress the importance of tribes in their ancestral unceded lands not to ever be clustered with a recreational rowing club or other groups, which has happened a lot in the past. It's a normal thing. Stakeholder engagement, invite these 100 different organizations. Oh, and you know, the original people of this land as well, and then we're all competing for it. So I think that would be a bullet point that would stand on its own for cross-cutting recommendations, or maybe in the next phase, it might be something that we can be detailed a little bit more.
And can we stop for just a second there? I know that CNRA has established a leadership position around this. There's a deputy director, deputy secretary, sorry.
Well, so yeah, we have deputy secretary.
But it's a good beginning, so.
Yeah.
But I think the idea of an individual bullet on that makes sense.
And Connor, what do you think the right, in federal land management to differentiate, right? We call it government to government dialogue. But is there a better term so that it will be clear from the bullet that this is different from your across the board stakeholder engagement?
Yeah, there's sovereign nations, especially in, like, I mean, all tribal nations are sovereign under federal law. It sounds different. There's different definitions that are given, which not everybody agrees with, but we're working within certain government. So yeah, it would always be government to government consultation or nation to nation consultation.
What about unrecognized tribes and bands? And I mean, that's a whole other area.
Yeah, the air quotes are good because in the state of California, there's the National Native American Heritage Commission, the self-report, tribal status. California state recognizes them, so they're California recognized tribes or state recognized tribes and federally recognized tribes. So in the context of this, both fall under category. So there's not really a differentiation. It does when tribes have a deed or an allotment to federal trust land, and then of course that's where the state's boundaries end.
Yeah, but I'm aware of a number of applications that have been turned down for unjustified reasons of paperwork in particular. So that's helpful to flag that it's under the California state definition.
Yeah, if you go to the Native American Heritage Commission, there's a digital atlas, and you could literally drop in anywhere in the state, and it gives you a list of the regional tribes in that area. And on that list is their elected chairperson, contact information, etc. And that shows you how you cross-reference applications or whether they're state recognized. And there is, of course, a list, which is in the hundreds.
Yeah. No, we had John, Mark, Daniel.
I was just thinking about the fourth bullet there. We talked about making out regenerative. Also, after that conversation, opening conversation to comments, thinking about the word organic, and thinking that what we're trying to achieve in organic is reduction, among other things, reduction of pesticide use, fertilizer use that have climate and greenhouse gas emission consequences here to us. We may also be trying to achieve some other goals that come with organic that are social goods, but maybe not necessarily as pertinent to our mission. And I'm wondering if it might be, and I mentioned this to Carrie, it might be easier to frame the goals in terms of reduced emission, reduced usage of things we don't like, rather than the mechanism of getting them in. And I'm thinking if this bullet might be better if it was to increase natural system management practices and focus on managing systems, some baselines and standards. Like, so, for example, we have an expectation of what a forest can do in terms of carbon storage or biogas storage, and that we think of baselines and standards as their structure and function of what we're managing ecosystems towards when we're thinking about biodiversity, but we could also be thinking about that with respect to greenhouse, carbon storage.
To add to the comment on that one, I don't know, Lori, what's your imagining, like if each of these bullets would be its own 2 pages, or if it's all combined into 2 pages. I don't know what your vision is, but But in my mind, the first and the fourth bullet kind of go together, and like, here's the general approaches that all of these land types are taking. It's conservation and it's restoration, essentially, which is the way that I conceive of this fourth bullet: management or restoration and conservation. And so anyways, just as we're thinking about how to articulate it in writing, I might put the first and the fourth bullet together in terms of describing what our overall approaches are to each of the land types.
Sorry, you mean the restore and conserve both? Or put that?
No, the increased regenerative organic natural systems practices and management, like that's one. So all of us are thinking about that, and we're all thinking about the first one too, conservation. And they're two different complementary approaches to achieving implementation, right? To achieve the goals. So anyways, I think that there's probably a way to marry them together to say we're doing this and we're doing this, and that's a theme that's happening across all land types.
Well, there is an interesting element here, which is the reduction in the use of pesticides and fertilizers is one thing that's very specific in general to agriculture. There is application of fertilizers in some forest management, which is a little less in California than it is in a number of other states. But there's thinking about. So rather than responding, let's hold that thought. We have John and we have Nathaniel.
Yeah, I was gonna, on the first one, I think one important thing to highlight there is minimizing human disturbances. As a part of conservation. So I don't know if that needs to be in the bullet, but somewhere in text.
I ask you to talk about that a little further, because, for example, in forests, we're actually talking about increasing people's engagement, not minimizing it.
But one thing I'm thinking about is soil disturbance. Reducing soil disturbance. To me, that seems like something that was across the mix of systems.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. So
and then for the fifth one, restore and conserve cross-cutting habitats, I would also, to me, transitional habitats. Or it's not just cross-cutting, but it's transition. Because like for wetlands, migration space, those kinds of things. And for a lot of those, it's that cross systems.
Yeah.
And then the last bullet, I wouldn't put last. I think to me, if that's something that we want to prioritize, we should put it. Although the order doesn't necessarily reflect importance, but that always comes last. It seems like it does. So I would push it.
Connor and Nathaniel, and then Connor, and then Laura. Sorry, this Nathaniel was. I'm sorry.
I'm riffing off that last point being the last one. I see that as certainly cross-cutting, but also, there's a reason why it often feels like an add-on. Probably a lot of really bad reasons why it feels like an add-on, but in this context, it's independent. It's a cultural or a social component. It's not a practice component. Right. So I have a few other ones that I see as cross-cutting, and they're also it's like ongoing assessment. So in our ag ones, like every single one of our points, we have an ongoing assessment, and ongoing assessment, and ongoing assessment. So is that something we should just create a czar of ongoing assessment? Like do all of them, a lot of the last one, and the same thing around technical service or implementation.
Mm-hmm. That is the social having distinction between social components and desired natural systems outcome probably makes a lot of sense to me. So those are good. Connor, Laura. And by the way, I don't see any hands raised from Melissa or Marian or Matt. How come we have all the M's online today?
Well, I'm a man.
Well, no, but only those online are M's. So I'm sorry. I mean to diminish your Mness.
Well, I guess I'm soliciting feedback too, because I know that we brought it up. Nathaniel first brought it up, and it really resonated with self-determination and really thinking about. I mean, we're using a large paintbrush, right? And we know that there's high modularity, the capacity of CAL FIRE offices, right? The difference between those in implementing practices or chasing after these targets, but really thinking about from the community aspect, right? Like, so the model of like something being, visioned by, led by, implemented by the community is going to be the resilience of that practice ever happening or keeping that carbon in the ground. Nobody helicopters in. It's like, this is what you have to do. And this is what's going to make your community strong. You're not going to get a lot of buy-in, right? That's never worked. So it has to bubble from the surface, right? And I'm just trying to think what sort of language translates into that, and as far as like if we're going to be successful at this all, the diversity that exists in California and the diversity of communities, their capacities, their bandwidth, what they vision their future and the strength and resilience of their community looks like, it's always going to be different. And so I guess I'm trying to think of what sort of wording in a cross-cutting thing. I think of community and citizen science, right? You develop your own research plans, you develop how you're going to monitor that, you develop what happens when you find the results, how you're going to analyze this. It's not done from the ivory tower, it's done by the community members. And I'm just trying to think, there might be language in there that says like, this is how, putting carbon in the ground in the footprint of your community is going to be successful. It's like by you telling us how to do it, I guess.
So one of the things that's come up pretty regularly in the conversation is around local planning and supporting county and local planning to have plans around development and so on. Is this part of the encouragement of the state to invest in local capacity, participate in setting the targets of those plans, the monitoring of those, implementation of those?
If I understood your question correctly, so the targets that we're setting.
No, sorry, I didn't. A number of people have raised a number of groups have raised the importance of having urban growth plans, community growth plans, county planning that is reflective of these goals. And that in order to do that, that is going to take some state investment. So what I'm wondering is if what you are suggesting is also within that for those communities to participate in setting those goals, monitoring and implementing those goals, that's part of what we're urging the state to do.
Yes.
But, yeah, but is there a way, and maybe there isn't, but do we have in mind specific strategies to recommend that we help think about the right way to implement those things?
Yeah, and that's why I was really thinking, like, where could we go? And sorry for researchers in the room, like, where's the literature that we can reference in that to put that into a document? And I was just thinking of citizen and community science literature that would be able to articulate that well, give examples.
Yeah.
That was part one of my question. Something I wanted to put out there for feedback. And the second one was when we're really thinking about water, and we're thinking about like sort of how nutrients, sort of, as you were giving your wetland presentation, I was thinking about of all the California landscapes, right? The tidal marshes are really the bottom of the drain, right? So and it's like, okay, well, the same molecule of water is passing through alpine meadows, passing through like every bit of the landscape. And those transient resources that are passing through all these landscapes we're talking about, thinking about the water quality, I know Will was mentioning how phosphorus could get in using compost applications in grasslands and what that means downstream, et cetera. I was curious, and I was thinking about the same ways we're having the same discussions around fire as well, right? Fire doesn't stop when it hits a different vegetation type. It's sort of continuity of its presence throughout the landscape, and we're talking about it in different categories. I'm wondering if it's better to talk about, I'm thinking air quality too now, but I mean water, fire as a cross-cutting theme rather than this is how fire behaves in conifers, woodland, and then of course we're doing separate research to talk about it maybe in a grassland. And the fourth assessment had a chapter in deserts, like where fire, how it impacts deserts. I don't know. Those are swirling in my head, so I'm just getting them out before we leave it. Those are my.
I may have lost track, Laura.
Yeah, I think I had, well, first of all, I just wanted to support your point about like how we frame our targets as sort of goals for the state, but that the implementation is going to be successful only if the particular projects, especially that impact communities, are kind of developed from that regional and community. So I don't know, maybe there's just some language we can use that sort of emphasizes that exactly what you said. So just echo that. But the thing I wanted to ask a little bit about is what is our goal with cross-cutting recommendations? Because I think some of these are sort of calling out commonalities that cut across these different recommendations that we have, and others are a little bit like distinct. They're things that don't fit in the individual habitat designations that we were kind of assigned. And so I guess I'm wondering if the things that are more in the kind of commonalities need to be called out, because they will have been repeated over and over again already. And repeating them one more time in a cross-cutting doesn't necessarily add value to the document as a whole, but it might be good in the upfront, like executive summary text, to sort of see, like, these are some commonalities that you're going to see, and these are some themes, right? And then the cross-cutting recommendations, rather than being focused on repeating things, be more focused on elements that didn't fit, like the transitional and interlinking habitat types that we didn't have targets for those. And so that we may want to develop some real text on what that would look like for riparian, for example, unless we're going to keep riparian only to be riparian forests. But if we were going to say riparian and include riparian wetlands and include riparian, other habitats that are riparian, you know what I mean? So I guess I just wanted to highlight that. And then I think like very few of us have targets specifically around workforce and seed sources that might have come up in one or two, but it is truly cutting. And rather than have those of us who omitted it go back and put it in, maybe that's one, for example, where it could create a little bit of white space in the ag section, which feels very dense right now. If that came out as a cross-cutting issue and was developed a little bit better and cross-cutting and noted which other habitats that it was applicable to. So anyway, this is just a structure recommendation that I wanted to put out there.
Interesting, thoughtful recommendation there. I think one of the challenges around setting targets for some of these things, we can't. We don't know what, we're going to say increase 3% a year, every year on the pipeline and supply. This is so. I don't know.
But if we're trying to meet like certain workforce needs,
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that it may not have a lot of text associated with it. It may be more of an observation. Yes. So I think your point is well taken. In some cases, and it does cut across everything. We're getting the same recommendations in each area. So it's cross-cutting in that regard, but it's cross-cutting because it's common. And in others, it's physically cross-cutting, like river systems or riparian systems, or the transition from one wetland area to an upland area, etc. So I agree that is something we should work on in our brief presentation. We have recommendations and then for a little bit of polish, but not much. Are there other observations before we go to public comment or comment thoughts? Well, I call on you just because. Why not?
I'm ruminating. So we're picking organic because it does a lot of stuff, right? It's shown to increase soil concentration. It's shown to stress the chemical pesticide use. But what happens to the other 60% of the ag? What incentive do those growers have to change? That's, I think, we're not bringing everybody on to do this.
Was there a series of others?
Don't we have implementation target 4, which is investment in practices?
Right. But I guess maybe this is not clear that it helps the other 60%.
Why can't we do both? Like
To do
keep,
that.
because the public comment felt almost split, like half the people loved the organic upping and half the people didn't.
Right.
So why couldn't we have an organic target for the reasons that you just said, but also have a target that isn't about organic, but about doing those other things, the irrigation, fertigation, and the other practices, and say we need incentives for both, so that.
Can we separate here between the cost-cutting ones and the ag ones? Because there's a lot in the ag specific. And I think the issue here, this is something I think Mark was elucidating, is really we're focused in on things that help support natural systems function. And I think that's really where this was coming from in terms of the prior conversation. So potentially looking at this as we need to do some rewording, but it is not about leaving people out. It's about enhancing the function of these systems, and organic was identified in several areas as, several points of discussion as fundamentally being that.
But I totally get it. But from our research that we've done, the mix of systems is the better outcome than one system alone. So for example, using cover crops in conventional and less fertilizer and less pesticides has the highest yield potential, and the highest potential to reduce leaching, contaminating the environment, rather than just organic alone versus conventional. So it's these hybrid systems that are actually the best, and we're not really calling that out here.
Well, that's a good. Well, with folks, that's a recommendation to change this, just, helping us articulate it more.
But is that cross-cutting? So I'm not when you say hybrid system, you're thinking of agriculture. I'm not sure I see a hybrid wetland strategy.
I guess that's scary.
Yes, that's a good point.
I actually think this raises a bigger issue that is a little bit cross-cutting. I agree that, like, in this particular discussion, it is very much an ag. But I think there is something that we haven't really talked about that could be cross-cutting, that has to do with like portfolio approach and heterogeneity. Because we were talking about this at lunch, and I really hate to quote our former defense secretary, but there are a lot of unknown unknowns out there. Like we have, I don't think you could, if you can find me someone who predicted the 150 million tree die-off, 10 years ago, 5 or 10 years ago, who would have said we would have lost that many trees in a period of 4 years?
I think actually there was quite a bit of work on the unnatural density of very thirsty young trees.
Fine, but if you can find me someone who predicted that 150 million trees would die across the Sierra, like, that was, I think people were like, oh.
Yeah, but I mean, right? Let's not go for.
So my point is,
the trees.
my point is just that I think there's a lot we don't know. And I think to the point about assessment, like, we're going to continue to learn things as the climate continues to change. And there may be places where organic does spectacularly and only grows in its benefits for a lot of these things, especially if we can come up with some micro irrigation practices that work well in an organic setting. But there may also be places where it's just not going to be the way to go. And I think this is true around like forest management practices also, there may be biodiversity trade-offs, and having a portfolio approach is going to ensure that that doesn't, you know, have a really a negative impact, or there might be, yeah, we just don't know like what seed stock is going to work best in different situations. So anyway, with restoration, you know, in ill grass beds or whatever. So I guess one cross-cutting idea that I'm getting to is, you know, maybe there's a cross-cutting idea here around assessing practices, you know, like having a regular across all of these restoration, conservation, whatever that we're doing, you know, assessing and, you know, changing course. But then also, you know, like we've had poor historical success at doing everything one way. We have a tendency to prefer that because it's straightforward, it's easy, you can train people, they can go out and do the one thing. But what we actually need is like maybe a bit of heterogeneity in our approach so that we can learn from that.
But one thing I do want to, I totally hear what you're saying, but nowhere in here is 100% of anything recommended. In all the subgroup recommendations, there were, you know, portions of it.
This isn't a critique, it's an offering of a potentially a new recommendation that could be cross-cutting, and it addresses a little bit the
so to incorporate monitoring and adaptive approaches.
Yeah.
This may fall on the state to convene such a group in 5 years to reassess.
Well, there's no silver bullet.
Yeah, don't we? Yeah. Good point. Do we have any committee members on line who want to offer anything before we turn to the public? And I just also one last call here. We have just a couple minutes.
Thank you. No.
I know. I can't tell if Anna's here or Matt. So
Melissa.
I don't see Melissa.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
No,
Melissa.
I don't see her initials.
Okay.
Somebody's.
Okay. Well, in that case, why don't we turn to public comment? And Jen, can you, I don't know if there's anybody in the room who has a comment, or if we want to just.
Let's do online and then we'll do them. Okay. We have Florence, I see you're unmuted and you're up first. So again, maximum 3 minutes for the public comment. Florence, can you hear us? Okay. I do Florence.
Your voice is very soft. Lauren, can you hear us? Are you able to speak?
Okay, let's move on. Come back to Lawrence. Bob, you're up next.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
You can.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I have a couple of comments and then a brief question at the end. But want to say definitely appreciated the recognition of the importance of forest resiliency and with respect to fire and fire prevention. As one of the nearly 1,000 people that lost their homes in the CZU fire, it's very personal for me. The bottom line is fire pays no attention to land ownership. So I'd encourage you to do whatever you believe will be effective and work with people to find programs that will help improve that resiliency and to prevent future damage. Secondarily, there's a lot of discussion about working lands. My background is in forestry. I would strongly encourage you, in fact, I would recommend that you consider including in your advisory committee a representative from the California Forestry Association. That organization represents the majority of industrial forest landowners in California. And I also strongly recommend that you include someone with Forest Landowners of California. They represent thousands and thousands of acres of small non-industrial forest landowners. Both those organizations would be able to provide you with technical knowledge and also economic information that I think is important to your organization. Lastly, I could monopolize this conversation for the next 2 hours with questions and comments, but instead, my understanding is that if we log on to nature-based solutions at resources.ca.gov, that we'll be able to submit all our comments and questions. And my last question is there anyone at that website that we should direct our comments to?
Thank you, Bob. You can just write to that email and that will be sent to me and Amanda and others at the Resources Agency.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Bob. Next public comment is Eli.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, well, I'll echo, Bob's comments as well. My name is Elisha Goldsworthy. I'm a registered professional forester. I'm the forest policy manager for Green Diamond Resource Company on the north coast of California, Humboldt, Del Norte, and Mendocino counties. I'm also a member of the California Forestry Association. So just want to echo Bob in just reminding everyone that the state of California licenses foresters. We are sanctioned by the California Board of Forestry and our forestry professionals, and we live and breathe forests. They mean the world to us, and we have the background and expertise in making recommendations in forest management. And as 40% of the state being privately held, I think we're a really important stakeholder in this conversation. Earlier this morning, there were a couple of questions that we're asking for some clarity on, please. Lori, thank you for clarifying that it was about 5% of working forest conservation easements that have been counted. I think we still are looking for a little clarity on what easement programs count towards the 2 million acre target. If like what the funding mechanisms might look like. I really appreciate the conversation about streamlining access, to really engage all landowners across the sector in this. This is an everybody in California situation that we're all in. And so I think finding ways to also engage private landowners of all sizes is really critical. So thank you for, seeing sort of the full scope. The 2.5 million acres a year of treatment, a lot of this conversation is happening at the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. So I think just synchronizing that conversation there may be very useful. And then lastly, the riparian restoration discussion, we still have some questions around, our riparian areas that were protected under the California Forest Practice Rules, do those count? Because those are very intact. And now conversations around riparian areas are really moving towards forest resilience and wildfire resilience. We're seeing really sort of astounding and devastating damage in riparian areas, in particular when wildfire burns through, whether it's managed wildfire or just wildfire out of control. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Like Bob said, the foresters are happy to engage here. We're happy to help. I think we're a really important resource. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Natalie.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Natalie Bartel, and I work with the nonprofit Coastal Quest. We co-lead the Blue Carbon Collaborative in partnership with Wild Coast and work with other blue carbon focused organizations. We would like to comment on the wetlands recommendations that were discussed earlier today. We, along with 20 other NGOs, previously wrote CNRA in support of blue carbon credits, And we want to thank the committee and CNRA for the opportunity to comment. I would like to urge the committee to set targets for protection and restoration of California's coastal blue carbon habitats that are both bold and driven by science. As you noted, tidal wetlands and other blue carbon habitats provide many co-benefits to people and nature, and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recognizes coastal wetlands for their ability to help slow climate change. We applaud and appreciate your work to date and urge you to include measurable and specific targets in the final version of the recommendations, including 1, ensuring no net loss of approximately 75,000 acres of tidally influenced wetlands and seagrasses in the state. This would be a no regret option for California, given all the co-benefits of these ecosystems, and is in keeping with the state's existing policy on no net loss and long-term net gain of wetlands. Number 2, restoring a minimum of 100,000 acres of coastal wetlands, inclusive of the delta wetlands. Several government and NGO assessments point to a substantial return on investment in the San Francisco, Sacramento Bay Delta and other regions in the state. And number 3, setting specific implementation targets to avoid loss of coastal wetlands due to sea level rise. Although we cannot save all of our coastal wetlands from rising seas, I recommend setting a goal to minimize losses by 50%. So coastal blue carbon habitats help slow climate change and adapt it to climate change's inevitable impacts. So please be bold and specific with your final recommendations. We really appreciate all your efforts and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you. Next is Jim Wilson. Jim, can you hear us? We can't hear you, Jim. No, we still can't hear you.
Jim, are you muted?
He's not muted. I just can't hear. Well, let's.
You want to
Jim, will you try to adjust your audio? Lauren, let's see if you can hear us now. Or we can hear you. Lawrence, do you want to provide any public comments?
Yes, my name is Lawrence Camp. I am a registered professional forester. I'm also involved on the board of Forest Landowners of California, and I am a small non-industrial landowner. I've known Lori and worked with Lori for 20 plus years now, dealing with conservation easements. Prior to my retirement, I worked for 29 years with Internal Revenue Service dealing with conservation easements and forest management in general. I have some concerns about particularly, tying conservation easements with longer average age. Let me give you a quick example. If I give you $50,000 that you can invest in any kind of liquid asset, CDs, stocks, bonds, etc., or alternatively, I will give you some land and you're going to spend that money on growing and harvesting trees. Your first harvest is going to be 40 years down the line, subject to insect attack, subject to fire, subject to trespass. Which are you going to choose as an investment? You can't increase the age and not have some societal benefits coming back to the individual landowner if you're going to maintain private forest working lands. To give you another example, I spent in excess of $20,000 of my own money this last year doing, mastication for reforestation. I'm willing to do that, but you can't make this so onerous that most private landowners are using discretionary funds to invest in their forest lands. So please consider that in the process. The other thing that I would like to point out is issues like protection of wet areas or meadows are currently being handled by the Board of Forestry through the regulatory process. I don't think you need to create another entity or another agency to deal with those things. Those problems can be addressed specifically by the Board of Forestry through its rulemaking process. One last thing, you talked about cutting issues. I'd like to point out, this focus seems to be on low-income communities, and that focus seems to be on urban areas, and certainly there are poor areas in our urban environment. But if you look at the average salary for most of the rural counties, it is probably approaching some of the same figures that you would see for urban areas. So just don't ignore somebody who is a tree faller but can only work 6 months out of the year. They have economic needs. We have infrastructure issues, which have been well recognized by the Board of Forestry. And then let me give you an example of another thing.
Jim, we have to have your final thought.
Okay. Look at cross cutting issues. For example, TPC zoning. Why can't that be a free cost rather than having to pay a planning department? If you're down zoning to manage for timber on a long-term basis, there's some alternatives there. And what about finally those people who hold NTMPs, which is a low impact type of forest management? Why aren't they recognized as meeting the goals of your commission? Thank you very much. And I reflected, as Bob reflects, I would be glad to, on behalf of our organization or myself, to offer educational or factual material to enhance your management suggestions. Thank you.
Thanks, Lawrence. And sorry I called you Jim. I was looking at Jim, who's next in line. Jim Wilson, can you hear us and provide any comment? Jim, we still can't hear you. So let's go to the room and then we'll give you another opportunity, Jim, at the end. And you can always provide us written thoughts too. Okay, in the room.
The Forest Trust. I was just going to share a couple of thoughts. First and foremost, thank you. I realize this has been an enormous amount of work for everyone who's here as volunteers. I think that's really much appreciated. It's been a valuable additional perspective for this whole conversation the state's been having for a number of years now. A couple quick things to highlight as you enter your last phase of sort of wrapping up this portion of your charge. I like the conversation we were having earlier about sort of the implications of doing thinning around communities and what the impact is on carbon there. And just that reminder that it's not just about carbon, and all of this has to run through the lens of what's good for climate, what's good for resilience, what world do we actually want to live in. And it's going to be less carbon on a lot of the landscape there. I think that the recommendations, particularly around forest and watershed, are really timely. We've been doing the large scale investments. The state's been doing large scale investments for 4 or 5 years now, of several $100 million a year. And to date, those have largely been driven by, we've got money, there's a lot of wood, get it on the ground, let's get it out the door. And we, frankly, we funded a lot of those sort of no regrets, really obvious projects. And it's at a moment in time to start being more thoughtful about what are we doing here? Are we accomplishing something over time and not just scattered short-term benefits? So I think it's a really timely moment to be putting that forward as the state considers what's the next phase of that funding look like. And finally, just to sort of, this is beyond what the committee will be able to put in your recommendations that you're trying to wrap up immediately, and it's really more for the state. But the discussion around managed wildfire and the fact that there's no way we get to wildfire resilience without just accepting a lot more wildfire on the landscape and doing more proactive planning, such as, the department really take charge of identifying more operational delineations for wildfire in advance. I sent you some further written comments on this earlier, but really just planning for more wildfire as part of our solution there is going to be an important part of getting there, but mostly just thank you.
Thanks. Public comment.
Ryan Shoeb again with the California Climate and Agriculture Network. I want to echo the gratitude for you all. And I just wanted to add something to the conversation that Connor started around how to translate some of these targets into community-led efforts and really support communities in taking the next steps to implement the really awesome targets you all are developing. And because the agency staff in the room I know can't toot their own horns, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate the Natural Resources Agency has taken a really important step on this front in terms of supporting regional forest and fire capacity grants. I've just been hearing tremendous feedback from our partners on the ground about the capacity building, community engagement, planning, coordination that that's supporting. There are similar planning grants through the SALT program for local planning around zoning, things like that, that are really, I think, groundbreaking. And then on the Department of Food and Ag side, CDFA just experimented with block grants for the first time for its Healthy Soils program, again with the idea of giving more flexibility to local community organizations and technical assistance providers to tailor this work to their regions, their cropping systems. And we're seeing continued growth in that in the ag side through 7 new soil health hubs that are formed as cooperations of RCDs. So I'm listing all these things as things that you may consider adding to your final recommendations. And just wanted to also appreciate the agencies for taking that courageous step. So, thanks.
Hey, who's Jim?
Jim is still here. Jim, do you want to try again? Okay. We can't hear you, Jim, so why don't you send us written thoughts and you can make sure to pass it along to Lori. Sorry about that. And that's all the public comment I see, Lori.
Well then, let us take 2 minutes to stand up and stretch, and then focus in on our next steps for what we have to do in this next week. And if anybody needs a bathroom break, it can be extended for 3 minutes because we were ahead of time. And then we head to the door.
I appreciate your
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty well. You know, I think it's still going through the process of. It's explicit in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. No, oh, okay, yeah. Good call. Okay.
Yeah.
I teach okay. That's a language, right? Or you asked. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Right. Yes. Okay. And you're. Yeah. All my work's in San Diego. I had to go to Davis to take class. No, there's Dr. Roman. No, that's right. Yeah, yeah. It did seem like it was big. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, so I'm from North County. Okay, yeah. So I'm on the center. Yeah. No, follow that. That's right. Yeah, so that's sort of all. Yeah. And yeah, I do it remotely while I'm here. Everything. So look at farms. Yeah, almost everywhere. Local project started last year. And all it's based on. The work that I do, I think we have a lot of travel.
I don't know.
Who knows? Research. Yeah. Yes.
It's one of those nights. And then I said, well,
Right now.
well, that's what.
We're literally there now. So. My wife's like, no, we're not. Because I had.
Okay, but at least it's helpful for us to.
Oh, yeah. That's great. Last week.
Yeah, but even me just kind of saying, oh, this is what I. Yeah.
Interesting. He said we follow questions.
Okay. Well, as we get back together, number one, I want to say thank you to all the people who have been online in this process, because the input we've gotten for today and today is really helpful, very thoughtful. We really appreciate it. This is a big task. It's a very diverse state in terms of its people, its land use, its systems. And I think one clear element here is there isn't the one size fits all element, but the other aspect of our work is trying to honor what we said in the beginning, which is look at no regrets activities, look at things that can have impact in 5 to 10 years, look at tying together our short-term actions, making sure that they really make a difference in that longer term, that it isn't just a one-off. We articulated from the very beginning a very strong emphasis on equity and just transition and traditional communities engagement, not just as the afterthought, but where can that be a driver? And as we've heard from a number of people, to try and be bold. One of the things within this committee, because we are not members of the government per se, is that we are able potentially to say some things and to set some targets that help pull the conversation along, while recognizing that there are political, social, economic, financial elements, but really trying to elevate this whole sector to the degree of importance that it deserves. Recognizing that people are part of nature, and that they are not separate from nature. This is not an activity in a vacuum, but that from a climate perspective and from a carbon perspective, this is in many respects the under-invested in, most immediate solution that we have that is a no regrets outcome. So I do want to just say thank you to the people who have been giving us input thus far, and also to the committee in helping us move these discussions along. Right now, we're going to have the conversation about our next steps in this process. Adam.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could ask some clarifying questions.
Hey, the state asked some clarifying questions. Yes, the state may. Please, sir.
All right, great. Just real quick. So in the agricultural recommendations, I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure. On your slides, you have reduced NO2 emissions, but I think you mean N2O emissions. Yeah, okay, so not fossil fuels. Okay. And then, yeah, I think Lori mentioned this, but like specification on timelines associated with this. So, $50 million of funding, well, by when? Total by 2045, or are you expecting this by next year, or what? Also, if it's a percentage target, like reduce conversion in grasslands by 75%. 75% from what? You need to know that. And then some of the, so I'm glad now you've had this conversation so you can see some of these goals might be contradictory a little bit. So if you have a lot of the no net change, but then you also have a lot of restoration targets, restoration could mean change. So,
I think just to clarify that, I think folks focused on the no net loss rather than no net, but
Yeah.
your point is well taken that we should be clear.
Right, so, yeah. And then, yes, defining what you mean also by restoration a little bit more. So for example, riparian forest restoration, is this taking degraded riparian zones that exist and restoring them? And does that mean planting more trees or actually taking trees out? And then, or does it also mean establishing riparian zones within, say, croplands or grasslands, which also, again, is a change in croplands or grasslands. So anyways, just defining those things a little bit better moving forward in the report coming up. That's true.
That is a great lead into this issue of SMART, which is one of the world's most annoying acronyms, but it is useful. In terms of, the time-bound element here, we've given ourselves of having impact in 5 to 10 years. And so that has an outsized time-bound element of 10 years. But I think the greater degree of specificity that we can, or if it is a one-off like the mapping and documentation within the blue carbon arena, the wetlands arena, that is something where that kind of specificity within our internal group recommendations is going to be very helpful. I think obviously this definitional issue, which we have addressed to some degree, but we haven't been as clear when we're talking about restoration and we're talking about natural systems function, they're tied. And so that issue of tying back to a definition of, for example, the wildlife habitat relationships database or something of that nature where there is a recognized state document that says this is what this habitat type is like, or this is what we're looking for, so that there is easy access to known and accepted definitions can be useful. Actionability, I want to encourage us in this to thinking about this from when we make a recommendation about improve, increase, that's a little bit challenging to know necessarily what that means. Now, that may be something that's the best we can say, and that's okay. But to where we feel there was a meaning behind that improve, can we tease that out? And we flagged on the timeliness as well as the duration. So targets by when, investments by when, amounts by when. And that I think will be really helpful as we're kind of doing this last fine tuning. So our next steps, our state taskmasters in all their kindness have said, no, there's really no flexibility about October 20th. No, sorry. They did not, however, say that we couldn't do this by 11:59. Hey,
It's a Friday. We should not be doing that.
Hey, well, we're technically meeting. But yeah, this is a challenge for many of us who have a lot of obligations in this next week to meet this. But I think what I'd like to suggest here is that we focus within the subgroups on making your final text adjustments, flagging any additional references that you want to make, explicating further from today's conversation where you want to make changes about that. But that where we really put our emphasis is on the targeted recommendations for implementation and methodology. Because when you get right down to it, while we are all a great group of experts and we can talk about what we know or don't know about our land use types and our habitat types, to a very great degree, those things are known. And we're just summarizing what is already there. So let's not necessarily put our effort there, but on our recommendations about what new to be done. And so in this, recognizing there will be imperfections in our reports. There just will be. But those are going to be within the bounds of error. With the recommendations on what makes the most difference, what kind of time period, what kind of investment is needed. That's where we need to put our effort. So what I would like to ask is that for the subgroups, can you go back to your recommendations with what we've gotten back today and feedback and really put your focus onto that? So that we can work with that. We're also going to need, I think, summary, as we've talked about, and from the beginning, we knew that not everybody's going to read this whole thing and just really like dive into it. But by having a very succinct summary between 2 and 4 pages, if it's beyond 4 pages, nobody's going to read it. They probably aren't going to get beyond page 2, so that we want to keep ourselves as tight as possible. And we can add the also-rans in the text, if you will. So make some internal prioritization about what you feel is most important. Because the laundry list of things that are good things to do, that can be in the text, it can be in an appendix, we can add that, but what do we most want to have done? Where's the strongest area of agreement within that?
I'm trying to take notes so that, did you say 2 to 4 pages or did you say 2 pages?
I said we could do 2 to 4, but by page 4 you've lost everybody.
So you want each area to have a 2-page.
No, I'm saying at the summary level. So we had our subgroup. So we are going to need a summary of what we're recommending
For the whole document.
For the whole document.
Oh, okay. So sorry, I think I conflated the whole document executive summary with.
Jen is saying, no, you don't need that, but I think that it would help us to do that because that we are, and Adam agrees, so that's good. We've got 1/3 agreement here, and maybe Virginia, so maybe okay.
Well, we're trying to, we know this is crazy, it's like a tight plan, and so we're trying to figure out, are there things that we would love to see by the 20th so we can keep moving, and then things that could come a couple of days later. So that's what we're trying to troubleshoot right here.
Yeah, is if the executive summary part could be later.
So are you
And if we
giving
can-
us permission?
Who's going to write this?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, the most important thing for the 20th is what are you recommending, not necessarily the summary. Because then we're going to turn around and we're going to build that into a document that we're going to start our review. And then I think the summary, I agree with you, that would be very valuable to have, but we don't need that on the 20th. We need like the actual content.
The recommendations, you don't necessarily need all. So you're opening an interesting door here for us to explore how far open this door can go. Because
don't make me sorry, Lori.
No, seriously. I think you have a group of people who, a number of whom write really well and cogently, and are concerned about the text of the report from a lasting perspective. So coming back to look at it in a year from now, like, oh my God, did we really write that? Whereas the recommendations are different. So the recommendations for targets and the pathways. So what I'm hearing as a possibility is that we could have what we talked about in the very beginning was a single sheet of paper with 2 sides. That was the recommendations for targets and implementation pathways / strategies, however you wish to say that. But then we could, and that we get to you by the 20th. Then we have a little bit more time for people on the textual side. Because if we're going to have a few more days in which to turn around a summary for people who don't, for those of you who feel like, hey, we're done, we did it, it looks great, we're good to go, cool. But for those who felt like really didn't have a chance to pull in more in this writing, or I wanted to tease it apart more. I know what I want as a bullet, but I don't know what I want, how I want to express it. So I'm asking if we could have that same flexibility on the broader text.
What I'm hearing is that some flexibility would be helpful. And what I'm not tracking is like the broader text, the summary, the 1 to 2 pages. So maybe what we could do is just follow up ASAP and figure out how we can build in the flexibility so that we can drive our
we meet on the 20th, but you guys have time to do things that would be helpful.
Yeah, and that would be great because we had a format that we'd all agreed upon. And I think that people are a little concerned about the quality of that and delivering it to any kind of like the finished product there. And so that would be great. Let's follow up afterwards about where we could have a little wiggle room.
Great.
I think the one thing we had talked about, Lori, is just the like targets, the recommendations that really needs to be.
But as long as we have that, that's.
Yeah, I think we're in alignment on that, but we can follow. Okay.
And one thing
That probably is a little bit of
In the end, is just all the numeric targets, if those just sort of be pulled out, put into one place, so that we don't have to like scan.
Well, if we're down to a single sheet of paper for each,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's.
for the targets and the implementation pathways, I think you don't have more than 8 pages then that you're
Yes,
looking at.
that's true.
Okay.
Maybe we can all agree to use bullet points.
There may be
For the
some where
targets.
it's all bullet points.
Or some text formatting that calls out like the targets in particular, if that's what you.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Or bullets or something.
But I think that everybody did have a certain pullout for targets. Whether or not it was framed as bullets or sentences after bullets, that varied by group. So, and some groups are going to have more work to do on specification than others. Recognize that.
So just a clarification question. So now what we're planning to do by the, say, 19th to you, or is to send you a list of a target, 50 million metric tons in urban trees by 2050, with no necessary rationale for that target.
I don't
It's
think
gotta
you have to have so let me just clarify before Jen does, but Jen can also clarify. That's what I'm saying. It can be a bullet with a little paragraph.
Okay.
I think that's actually really important and much better because one of the things we first talked about was trying to give some regional or local specificity or guidance so that you have in yours, for example, taking that same bullet.
Yeah.
Climate adapted native species
Yeah.
by preference.
Yeah.
Or, and then you have in some places things like daylighting streams with natural vegetation. So I think it's important to have that rather than just meet scoping plan target.
Yeah.
I'm teasing.
No, I know. I think it's
That's
crazy.
part and parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think we want to be that pared down. I don't think that does justice to what we're talking about. But if you just looked at all of our targets, they were relatively short and then implementation paths.
Yeah, so can I clarify that? So I'm looking at what you all submitted. Sorry if I interrupted. So would you be giving us like section 2 and section 3? So the action, strategies, implementation targets, and pathways. And then what would come later is like the scope and importance of the sector and the references.
Certainly the scope and importance and the references, but there may also be some of the discussion. Yeah, I think you're effectively right.
Okay. And what about that appendix A where you're doing the pluses and minuses and all of
I
that?
do not think that is essential for this at all.
Oh, yeah.
That was always intended as a guidance. That's that.
For how you decide. what
That
is
was
it.
always
Okay.
intended to kind of help you think, oh, okay, is this going to help in this area better? So
It was to help you all think about what
Yeah.
targets are. Yeah, okay. I think if we could have sections 2 and 3, that would be great. Or we don't need one right now. We don't need references.
But we want
But just make sure you're not.
only
totally-
2 pages for section 2 and 3. I mean, that was the majority of our.
Yeah. So you're going to be in better shape, but you're going to shape up those.
So we're going to have to shrink a lot. We have about 3.5 pages
Okay.
and a very short first part.
We don't care about page limits either. So it's what you had all talked about, like the 4 pages. If it's really hard to pare down, like, don't worry about that. Spend it on the actual targets. Spend it.
So can you tell us what happens? You said you started an intern process.
Also, before you,
Okay.
Nathaniel was on that, so if we could just do that.
Ours was not including in our intro. I think we were about 7 or 8 pages. We pared it down to just bullet points, about 5 pages.
4 pages for that.
We're good. You're good.
We did it.
Okay, never mind.
Congratulations.
That was that.
Okay. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, thanks. I feel as though it may be helpful to us, to me at least, if you were to describe a little bit more what happens from when to 20, what do you do?
So what's gonna happen is we'll take the recommendations and we'll effectively look at them in the context of what we've heard from public comment, because I think we mentioned that we had a big sort of open call for public comment on targets. And we've also been working with interagency partners to begin thinking through some potential targets. And so we're gonna look at them all together, see where like, oh, look, boom, 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 all three of us have a similar target here. So how can we merge and build something out? And the reason why October 20th is so critical is I'll just give you a sense of like what that means. It's like interagency review at my level. Then we do interagency review at principal level. So the Waves and the Ganas of the world. Then we have the GEO review, and then we need to finalize and send to the legislature by January 1st. So it's a lot.
Yeah,
And that's why we were like, really, I think October, from our perspective, October 20th was like as far as we could possibly go on the content. So I'm glad we figured out a way to split it up a little bit. And really, I mean, we mean it. Like, I understand for the final, we will read whatever you submit on the 20th. But please don't be worried about hitting potential too many pages or too few. Whatever you submit, we're very grateful to accept.
Laura?
And then, is there any point of creating some coherent single document that wraps around those recommendations that are going into your process, or is that really all you need?
I
would love. Can we be done? Like, do we need to polish on this other stuff?
I guess I'm just
You're gonna
wondering
have
like what the
mistakes
point
in
of the
it.
other thing is. Oh, like one document, one report?
Yeah, that has like an executive summary that Adam wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I think in our final product to the legislature, we're of course going to acknowledge like the contribution of this committee and the recommendations and the basis of this work really hinging on a lot of this conversation. I don't know if we've gotten to the point of like how many products or appendices or things like that. So I think we could be flexible on that, but.
But Jen has agreed that the report would be included in the state report. So as part of the state report.
I see.
And I think we would do our work a disservice if we did not take a little bit of time to create an integrative, thoughtful, yes, and synopsis of what we're recommending. Because certainly what we're doing is a set of recommendations to the state, but we're also in the process of helping multiple audiences understand the value and importance of natural and working lands. And so I think there is a value in creating a coherent product. And what I mean by coherent is that it has that context setting of a summary and target, look at these things more broadly. So I realize, yeah, and copy editing and presentation and from, because we all know that you get a 9.5 by 11 sheet of single space. It's like you're going to go cross-eyed and you're not going to pull it out. So that's going to be a value too. It's that editing. Sorry, homework. We good. Debbie, and we have Marian on the line as well, so we want to see if she has any thoughts. But Debbie first.
So in terms of timeline, it needs to get to you guys by the 20th, or we need to get it to you?
You need to get it to me.
So what would that be? The 18th?
The day on the 18th.
That's the day Wednesday.
Yeah.
In a workshop all day, we just. But
Lori, it doesn't need to be a compiled document.
Okay, the 19th, but not midnight on the 19th. No. I did get a few things like after the deadline, but let's focus on the 19th.
End of the day.
By noon.
Okay, well, I might need to finish on the 17th.
Yeah.
I'm,
Tuesday.
The 19th at noon, which would be Thursday at noon.
This is Marianne. I just want to ask a clarifying question, just make sure I'm hearing everything okay. If so, what you're asking for is on the 19th by noon, a polished section 2 and section 3. But if we give you just the whole polished 1, 2, and 3 by that date, that would be fine too. Is that right?
I think that's fine. I would suggest in terms of what we give to the state, we should be consistent. So that would mean you wouldn't have to do any further work on section 1 in the future when we put the whole thing in for them. But because we have a little bit more time on that.
Okay.
And when do we want to get that? The rest of
I think what I was hearing from Amanda and Jen is that there'll be a conversation about how much flexibility we have on that.
Right, sorry.
So noon on the 19th, sections 2 and 3.
And sorry, one more question. Just and the incorporation, we want to incorporate all the as it makes sense, all the recommendations and suggestions that we got today. I think I heard somebody in the room saying that there's going to be kind of a coalescence between some of the public comments that are submitted and what the committee is submitting. So I just want to make sure that what was expressed today by the public and or submitted by the public today or yesterday are or how should we deal with those? What I understand is that we should be working to incorporate those into our revisions, but I just want to make sure that there's not a separate process to incorporate public comment.
There is a separate process to incorporate public comment. I'm going to briefly respond, and I'm going to ask Amanda and Jen to respond. For input that we received that makes sense to the committee and subgroups to include, do that in this time frame. But there is a broader set of processes outside of our responsibility that the state is running around public input as well as agency input. So would one of you be willing to reiterate that?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So yes, I think your understanding is correct that, to the extent that you can and feel appropriate to incorporate what you heard from public comment to update what you're working on. We are also listening to the public comment and tracking that for our own purposes. We also had a public comment period for a few months where we welcomed input from anyone and everyone. And so we have been compiling that and looking and reviewing what we heard through that public comment process. So really, it's just the state doing our due diligence and making sure, yes, we have an expert advisory committee, thank goodness, to give us these recommendations. We also want to make sure we give the general public an opportunity. So that's what we've done through a public comment process over the summer.
Marian, does that address your question?
It does, thank you. And if that was already said, my apologies. I can hear it clearly and appreciate the clarification.
I spent the first half or quarter of this meeting listening in, and it was hard to hear. So apologies.
Some voices are loud and clear and some are not. Like it's some are crystal clear and some are like just impossible to hear. So
okay, so those are our immediate next steps. I think in terms of putting together on the cost-cutting side, I do think there were some great recommendations about separating out more social recommendations and more, for lack of a better statement, natural systems recommendations in terms of what we'd like to see on the landscape and how we'd like to get there. So how we'd like to get there is more the social. And there were quite a few thoughts and recommendations about that. There was also some good modification to definition and structuring on the natural system side. So in terms of how we do that, because of our limitations on as a committee, I'd like to have a subgroup working with me on that, that I can run things by to make sure that we've got what we feel is appropriate there, both in terms of how it's organized and in terms of what's included. So could I ask for volunteers? We can be 7 people, up to 7, and still be within Bagley Key. Or 6, it's a quorum issue. So that's our quorum. We don't have to have 6 or 7, but I would like to have a couple of 3 people anyway.
Remind me when you plan to start this and finish it. Yeah.
Well, this would also be done by noon on the 19th.
This would also be done by noon.
Right, because there are also recommendations. And we have a decent structure, but we can make some improvements. How quantitative those things will be, maybe, it's broad, but I think it's still of value to do. So Connor started to raise his hand and Kurt.
I was just volunteering.
Excellent.
And I'll say it's a tentative yes. I have to check and see if I can work this weekend. So anyway, that sounds really lame, but I just need to
totally
check
get
to
it.
make sure
I totally get it.
I have extra time to do that. But I would be interested in seeing the whole thing come together.
Okay. And then I could really fulfill my power as the chair by reaching out to 1 or 2 of you to say, okay, you are now named as an honorary member of this. I want your input. There's certainly members of this committee who tend to be very quiet, but also extremely perceptive. And yeah, okay. But we do have.
So you don't have to pick me.
Okay, there you go. All right, we have therefore 5 people who have agreed to work on this, and I will take the first cut at revising what we have and putting it into the categories. Lauren's just going to have to put up with whatever we come up with if she doesn't volunteer.
I know I would like to volunteer, but I had a prescribed managed fire workshop for 2 solid days next week, and my other days are like, sorry.
Well, we'll just take it. We'll invoke the spirit of Laura.
And I know my in-laws are like in charge of my time this weekend. I know I have none. So I have basically like parts of Monday and Tuesday.
Lori, I'll volunteer.
Okay, excellent.
Following week, I've got lots of time.
Yeah, but we're good. We're kind of at our limit, so we're 1 below, so that's good. Nobody else has to feel guilt or obligation.
But they should.
But they should. And frankly, some members who left early. Okay. I know we have 2 other things here to deal with in our remaining few minutes. One is, of course, the follow-up with CARB on travel reimbursement. And I don't know, Adam, this kind of feels like, when there was antitrust legislation things that would get discussed at all the forestry meetings, and they'd have to read out that there was no antitrust. Please.
Okay, I don't understand the reference, but just, yeah, is it working for everybody? Is there for travel reimbursement?
So I've used the city hall parking lot, but I never get a receipt.
Okay, receipt for parking. Yeah, reimbursement for parking. I think you need a receipt. I can follow up on that.
I think I have the same issue that William has.
Okay. in any case, for reimbursement of any kind, you still need to, provide that information to our administrative people. So hopefully you've done that. And so then if you've done that, then we can talk about that sort of reimbursement. And I'll get back to you. But yeah, is it making sense to everybody? Are people getting? I don't know if we've paid you yet at all. Okay.
I don't think anybody's got the payment yet.
All right, I'll look into it.
I haven't asked.
Okay.
And yeah, even if you don't need reimbursement now, we've talked about having, distant meetings, other places. So if you are going to want reimbursement for that, then you still need to provide that information to our folks now. If you're going to have future reimbursement. So anyways.
If there's nothing further on reimbursement, thank you for reminding everybody what they need to do. We have a November meeting. And at that point, we will have largely moved along from this implementation phase, and we're moving into a next phase of our work. And we may wish to use that as an organizing meeting to refresh our understanding of what the charge for our second year is. So we have a somewhat faster start than we had to this year's efforts. Thank you, Mark. And we may or may not want to organize in a different way than the subgroups that are currently bearing the work in their land types. So so there is an option that we could do this entirely remotely. That has benefits and limitations because there is less interaction around that, for sure. But we could also do it in person and make it not a whole day. Do it as a 3-hour or 4-hour meeting in person primarily. I individually do think that the interaction that we get when we are together is enhanced as compared to when we're all online. But those two options do exist for us. So I guess why don't I ask the easier question first? Shorter meeting as an organizing 3 to 4 hours. That feels good. Marian, could you please indicate what you think about a shorter meeting rather than a longer one?
That's fine. What I understand is that the meeting right now is scheduled for noon to 5 on the 13th of November. Is that the right, what we're talking about?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
But a lot of people want to eat their lunch. And so that would mean that they were, that's 5 hours. We could do it for less.
November 13th. It's not, oh yeah, there it is on the calendar.
I have a conflict, so if I could, I'd probably be remote for a couple hours.
Okay.
So
You want 5 hours? You want fewer hours?
If it's,
What is the agenda?
This is the organizing meeting for the next phase of our work.
I think we can.
Get our let's start at noon and then cut out early. So it's noon then.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So like schedule it for 4 hours instead of
I'd
5.
say, I don't know, I happen to like my lunch, so I'm gonna opt for 1 to 5.
Yeah, I like that
Don't need
too.
all 4 hours, we're good.
+1 on that.
All
Is
right.
there a plan for a December meeting as well, or is that the last meeting for this year?
That is the last meeting for this year. And the focus of that really is to refresh our understanding of our charge, organize about how we're going to carry through and designate who's leading what within that, what group is focused in, what group of people is focused in on what aspect. So the second, sorry, Carrie.
Since we're focusing on modeling, we'll be here from Adam to also refresh us on the target.
sort of the outcomes of those. Would you be willing to do that, or?
Do whatever you need.
And of course, I'm going to want you to focus in on assumptions.
All right.
Thank you, Adam. Is there an indication, I mean, yes, John could join us for a portion of it remotely. He's already flying, he can't do the whole 4 hours. But is there a sense of, you want to do it entirely remotely, or as many as possible can come together personally, and those who have to do it remote, do it remote? Matter? Debbie says, so we've got a couple of voices, including, so it's 3 voices for. So why don't we take this as a, as many as possible, please come in person. And if you have to do it remote, we can because of the state rules at this point. Cool. In that case, out of my UN training, it is so decided and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all online for being so patient with this. And thank you all for being here in person.
Thank you, Lori. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.